Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Marvel Universe Earth 1 New York. Arkham Mental Health Center. Note, no DC, run. The author is a lunatic. Hey, 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 here comes the little flying stick. It's too late to escape now. The three mentally ill people chased each other. Laughing and running quickly past the boy. The young man in a white hospital gown sat on a small stool with a dull look on his face, staring at the glass of water in front of him. This cup is just an ordinary glass, with plain boiled water. But the boy staring at the water had a focused look. His eyes were fixed and his expression was solemn. While someone was observing him, he raised his hand and opened the transparent personal information panel. Charlotte Level, The Power of Madness, Stage 3. Age, 16, your ID is registered as 8, but you are actually 16. Power, 1 spirit, 8 constitution, 1 life, 1 face value, 10. Attribute points, 3 equipped skill cards. Word spirit technique. The dirty words you say have a certain probability of coming true. Alternative skill cards. Silent Zen, you usually don't speak, but if you do, then you are speaking. Corpse explosion, when you die, your corpse will explode. Explode, do you want to dance too? When you say, do you want to dance too? The two of you will dance together. Boundary. The most handsome guy, when you equip this card, you are the most handsome guy. Hehe, you have to attack the minion with taunt. Low-level invisibility, blind people cannot see you with their eyes. Thrasher, when you equip this card, someone must be doing Thrasher. Invulnerable, a person who has nothing is invulnerable. Equip this card and you will lose all your assets. Make a friend out of nothing. Use this during the cleansing phase and you will automatically create a friend. Very good, very energetic. I finally became the way the system wanted me to be. Yes, he has a system, and it is called the unusual system. It was the system that sent him to the Marvel Universe. And it was also the system that got him thrown into a mental hospital. This system has neither tasks nor sign-in rewards. Only a top-level power upgrade system, a character attribute interface, and a skill card equipment slot. The only way to obtain a skill card is when you perform some unusual or exaggerated behavior. There is a chance that you will get a skill card, haha. What the hell are these things I got? Even if I don't equip the CC card, there must be someone who is doing CC. Still, blind people can't see me with their eyes. Also, my body will explode, then I will die in the system now. Splatter blood all over your system's face. And bring bad luck to you all. When he was going crazy on the road, he never thought that the skill cards he got would be so unusual. He tried a few more times unwillingly, but then he gave up. He was sent to a mental hospital because of this. Misfortune lies on which blessing lies. Fortune lies on misfortune. Going crazy in the hospital really didn't attract any attention at all. The only pity was that his identity as a normal person was still exposed. What should we do now? Continue to act crazy. But being in the middle of a bunch of psychopaths and acting crazy and stupid, he often feels out of place with them because he is too normal. During this period of time, facing those naturally talented lunatics, Charlotte, whose acting skills were not up to par, felt a little inferior. And the doctor also discovered his flaws. Now he could only stare at the water in the glass seriously, trying to make himself look more unusual. After observing for a long time, Dr. Arthur, a psychological therapist, came over. He stood quietly behind Charlotte, and the two of them looked at the boiled water in silence for a long time. Finally, Dr. Arthur couldn't help but ask, "What do you see?" "Doctor, I feel like I have superpowers." Charlotte answered the question confidently. Superpowers, hearing this answer. Arthur shook his head in his heart, but still picked up the paper and pen and asked solemnly, "Oh. Then Charlotte, what superpowers do you have?" "My superpower is telekinesis. I can control this glass of water." When Charlotte mentioned this, his face was full of excitement, But doctor. Arthur opened his mouth speechlessly. There's no hope. Just wait for death. Oh, after a moment of silence, Arthur pretended to cooperate. Writing and drawing on the notebook hand, asked curiously. So, what are you going to do next? Telekinesis. Telekinesis. It is naturally a kind of power that needs to be chanted to be used. Charlotte said confidently, I once said to a cat, go die. And the next day, the cat really died. I once said to a fellow patienty, don't want to see you again. And sure enough, I never saw him again in the whole story. Turning her head, Charlotte saw the figure of Doctor. Arthur reflected in her dark eyes. Just now, I said I really wanted to see Dr. Arthur Tilda. Looking into Dr. Arthur's eyes, staring at his increasingly focused expression, Charlotte smiled and said, sure enough, Dr. Arthur, you really appeared in front of me. For a moment, Arthur was a little frightened, but he tapped the ballpoint pen in his hand and frowned. Charlotteth cats died because of old Anne, who had Alzheimer's disease, and she always forgot that animals need to breathe. As for your fellow patient, I think there was only one patient transferred to the hospital these days, and he was too seriously ill. As for me, Charlotte, I have to patrol at this time every day, so you can't miss me, even if you want a Tilda. You don't believe me, Dr. Arthur. Charlotte looked disappointed. Then he turned his eyes and looked at the water cup in front of him and said, how about I'll show you, seeing that Dr. Arthur did not refuse. Charlotte's expression became serious, and he concentrated on the operation of telekinesis. As he pointed at the water cup in front of him, he used his 10 fingers to exert force and began to repeat in his mouth, stay where you are, stay where you are, stay where you are. Hey, the glass of water really stayed where it was. Wow. It's so magical. Staring blankly at the glass of water, Arthur's face gradually darkened. To be honest, he actually believed Charlotte's crazy words for a moment. But, damn, you made me lose so completely. He turned his head and met Charlotte's teasing smile. His eyes were full of it. No way, no way. You don't really believe it. Haha, you've been fooled. Okay, Arthur suppressed the anger in his heart. How could he be angry with a mentally ill patient who was about to be discharged from the hospital? Not worth it at all. Sighing, Dr. Arthur said, Charlotte will be discharged from the hospital in a week. So put away your boring tricks and don't get sent back here again. Really, Charlotte's expression darkened. It was over. She still couldn't fool such a smart Dr. Arthur. Looking at Dr. Arthur's receding back, Charlotte sighed. Go out, just go out. It's a good opportunity to take a closer look at the real Marvel world. Be an ordinary. Gan, a loud scream beside his ear frightened Charlotte, who was reminiscing about his life, and he shivered. Turning his head, he saw a fellow patient showing a standard smile with 8 teeth on the upper and lower teeth. Looking at him politely, Charlotte raised her eyebrows and replied politely, Ga tilde tilde tilde, I also have transposition. Fuck. Ding, congratulations. You get the skill card. Language Master. When you equip this card, all the languages between you and the target will switch to N% language. Free attribute points, +2. Looking at the new card, Charlotte smiled proudly and shouted happily, fuck. What rubbish. As he said this, he knocked over the cup of water in front of him. The boiled water spilled onto the ground, and Charlotte opened his arms and quickly joined the running team and followed the original direction of the cup through the wall, across the yard and over the wall. A ragged homeless man raised one foot and put the other down, his mouth slightly open and his eyes wide open as he stared straight ahead. Frozen in place like a performance art, he looked exactly like Bruce Banner, with a hint of fear lingering on his bearded face. After a few seconds, the force that restrained him disappeared quietly. The homeless man trembled all over and fell to the ground. Packing her few belongings, Charlotte prepared to say goodbye to her hometown in Marvel. That's right, Thighs is her hometown, and it's the place where Charlotte spends most time since coming to Marvel. Charlotte squeezed out 2 rabbit tears, full of nostalgia for leaving here soon. The people here speak nicely, and are all crazy geniuses. He really loves this place during the time he spent here. Charlotte learned many excellent ways to go crazy. He also believed that he would be able to obtain more skill cards after going out from here. The way to get skill cards is to do unusual things. But doing things also requires an audience, in front of a group of already unusual people. Anything he does that is out of the ordinary will be greatly discounted. So the training is complete, and I am ready to be discharged. Charlotte, your old brother is here to see you. A fat nurse knocked on Xianyu's door and shouted inside. Okay, Charlotte agreed quickly. Yes, he has a brother. After Aleph, he didn't have his brother. How would he have the money to stay in a mental hospital? You can't prove that you are not a mental patient. But you can prove that you are a pauper. Well, of course, this older brother wouldn't actually be a brother, but more of a father, uncle, or grandfather. However, when the child was adopted, the household registration staff was very irresponsible, and the registration was a mess. The registered age was wrong, the relationship was wrong. The name was wrong and the registration time was wrong. So Charlotte had an older brother. As for why Charlotte, who came here in the world, has a brother in Marvel, you should ask the great system master about this matter yourself. When Charlotte arrived in the meeting room, she saw her white-haired elder brother and her blonde friend. Hi. Charlotte. Gwen stretched out her tone and waved at Charlotte. Her beautiful face is fair and smooth. The corners of her mouth are playful, and cute. Her nose is high, and her facial features are deep, making it impossible to ignore her presence at first sight. Ben, who was standing by, also smiled kindly. Really? I'm going out tomorrow. Do you really need to come see me today? Although he said he was disgusted, Charlotte was still very happy in his heart. After traveling through time and space to this world, he had inexplicable free relatives and a beautiful and lovely playmate. The only pity is that he only found out about this when he was visited in the mental hospital. What? My original name was Peter Parker. But what does it mean? The registrar made a mistake in the registration. What? I used to call him Uncle Ben, but things are different now. Why, Charlotte, don't you welcome us? Do your classmates at school miss you very much? With a bright smile on her face, Gwen said what Charlotte was most reluctant to hear. School. He was admitted to the prestigious Arkham Mental Asylum for a while. Gwen told Charlotte a few days ago that he was the most popular person in the school and the talk of the town. People often come to Gwen to ask about Charlotte's news. There were even rumors that Charlotte was taken to a mental hospital by Gwen's father. George Stasiand was brutally tortured. Of course, this is bullshit. Rolling her eyes, Charlotte curled her lips. Go to school. What kind of school, doctor? I'm sick. I'm staying in the hospital. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, Charlotte, looking at the pretentious Charlotte. Ben Parker straightened his expression and dissuaded her in a bad mood. We and the doctor have seen through your tricks. You just don't want to go to school to do this. You go to the streets and hand out flyers, claiming that this world is fake, to do this. You ran in front of the camera during a live news broadcast and falsely accused Tony Stark's uncle of kidnapping him. But you don't even know his uncle's name. You said aliens would invade New York. You said Captain America would come back from the dead. You said Thor would fall from the sky. You said purple potatoes would save all living things. And you said China #1, but you just don't want to go to school because you were threatened at school. Don't worry, Charlotte's problems have been solved. Gwen also had a sour face. She still remembered that she and Ben came to visit this guy with full of worry. But the other party pretended not to know her. My kindness was treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. The reason for forgiving Charlotte was very simple. It was because the crazy Charlotte at that time kept praising herself for her beauty. Alas, Charlotte sighed. He ended up doing so much. I got 2 skill cards by distributing doomsday leaflets and making trouble in the news. One is a spell of words, the other is the most handsome guy. Failure. Gwen raised her head and said, stroking her golden hair. Okay, Tilda, let me tell you something interesting that happened at school. By the way, I have also prepared the teacher's latest course. You must not fall behind when you return to school. Small seclusion is in the city. Big seclusion is in a mental hospital. I've been hiding here, and you guys won't let me go." Looking at the reluctant Charlotte, Ben frowned. The original Charlotte was dull, timid, and introverted. And it seemed that studying was the only thing in her life. But after entering the mental hospital, he really became much more energetic. He is just too energetic. So energetic that he seems like a different person. Of course, matter the little movements. Micro-expressions or little habits have changed. Ben knows that he is his own Charlotte. He just changed from a child who only loved to study to a lunatic who doesn't like to study. Ben could only attribute all this to the side effects of being in a mental hospital. But look at Charlotte's current appearance. The corners of his mouth are raised, is handsome, enthusiastic, cheerful, and full of energy. His slightly curved eyes always seem to be filled with countless bad ideas. This isn't really a bad thing. He still remembered the first time he saw this little guy. He was so cute, with big black eyes. He was so charming at that time. So he and May chose Charlotte at first sight. Charlotte looked at Gwen with a smile in her eyes and asked, "You call Ben uncle, and I am Ben's younger brother. What do you think you should call me?" Thump Gwen, who was just sharing interesting stories, punched the table and looked at Charlotte angrily. She bit her little canine teeth and threatened, "Don't push me. If you push me to the limit, I can do anything." Oh, Xianyu's eyes lit up, and he took out a small notebook from his pocket, turned to the page filled with calculation formulas, handed it to Gwen and said excitedly, "This is the Riemann hypothesis. Come up with it. It's time for us to make a lot of money." The above calculation process was written by another patient, and he used Long Yashin's expression to tell Charlotte that this was the proof process. But Charlotte didn't understand, and he didn't dare to ask. "So if you say so, then it is." Gwen held the pen in her hand and glanced at the Riemann hypothesis, her face full of murderous intent. "Okay, Tilda." Charlotte put away the notebook tactfully and uninterestedly and said, "If you can do it, remember to tell me. I will always be ready for you." What followed was a boring class, and Charlotte also secretly checked her attributes. A normal person's spirit level is only 1 point, but Charlotte has increased his spirit level to an extremely high 8 points by himself. So Charlotte is in really good spirits. 10 points for appearance, don't ask. If you ask, it comes with the system. Listening to the boring class, Charlotte yawned. "Can we end this now? What did you understand?" Gwen, who always liked to teach, put down the textbook and looked unfriendly. "Of course I didn't. So where did you start not understanding?" "At the very beginning. The young couple you mentioned found a child in the woods. Damn it, I still don't understand why I can't pick it up." Bang, sitting in the truck. 10 fully armed men in black silently checked the guns in their hands. They were wearing the same black combat uniform, their entire bodies wrapped tightly. Even their faces were covered with masks, revealing only their cruel and ruthless eyes. Taking out a photo, the captain asked everyone to pass it around and look at the boy in the photo. "Our target is him, be careful. The target is not an ordinary person. He has unknown superpowers, remember his appearance. As for the others, kill them without mercy." After saying this, he raised his watch and everyone started to check the time. 10 minutes later, we will enter from the main gate. Group A, you will head left and enter the medical area. I will lead Group B into the living area. Once we find him, we will knock him out and take him away. Remember, we only have 10 minutes after the gunshots. Group C can only hold out for 10 minutes. The police will arrive in 10 minutes. It will be too late to leave by then. No one spoke. They just looked at each other and raised their guns. Action now with this command. The truck door opened and everyone jumped off the truck in an orderly manner. The few passersby also looked at them in surprise. "You are," bang, gunshots were heard. And the security guard at the door was shot and fell to the ground, and was sent directly to see God. The crowd moved forward with brisk steps, and soon the entire mental hospital was filled with the sound of gunfire and screams. At this time, Charlatujo was staying in her room. Raised her head in confusion. He was wearing a loose white tank top and floral shorts, and had 2 slippers of different colors on his feet. One on the left and one on the right. Zia Liu worked hard to dress like this energetic young man. He was still waiting for Ben and Gwen to pick him up in a few hours to give them a little surprise Tilda. But what is this sound? Are there people cheering? Why are they so happy? Who is setting off firecrackers? Is this to celebrate leaving Arkham Asylum? These bastards. Can't they wait until I leave before celebrating? Charlotte opened the door and poked her head out angrily. Bang! Charlotte's pupils suddenly contracted, and blood spurted out in front of him. A caregiver who had the best relationship with him was shot in the head and fell to the ground in front of him with his eyes open. Scarlet liquid sprayed all over the ground. Charlotte looked in disbelief towards the place where the gunshots came from, where a man in black holding a rifle also discovered him. Without hesitation, Charlotte stood up and ran. Fortunately, his room was just around the corner, and he disappeared from the sight of the man in black with a quick move. As for returning to the ward and waiting for rescue, are you kidding? There is no anti-lock function in the wards of a mental hospital. Staying in the room is no different than committing suicide. The high mental value allowed him to calm down quickly when facing death for the first time, and also made him think of the most beneficial thing for him at the moment. That is my superpower, dirty talk, dirty talk. Say something dirty, my brain. Hehe, come and chase me if you catch up with me. I will let you Hehe, snapped while running away. Charlotte slapped herself lightly on the mouth. Don't talk too much, think about it first. Hearing Charlotte's dirty talk, the 2 men in black looked at each other. The man in black, who had just fired the bullet, held a rifle. Sneridan said cruelly, just leave it to me. I'll beat him into a sieve. The other man in black nodded and walked towards another door with his rifle. With faster and faster steps, Charlotte had arrived at the restaurant of the mental hospital. The ground was covered with blood and corpses, but Charlotte had no time to reminisce. Weapons, weapons. He must find weapons. I glanced at the tables in the cafeteria and saw that they were all filled with elastic plastic knives and forks. I glanced back and saw that the man in black had not caught up yet. Charlotte immediately rushed towards the kitchen. Sure enough, gate here had been destroyed by someone, and the chef's body could be vaguely seen in the corner. His eyes quickly moved left and right to identify the target. Then Charlotte picked up a steel knife from the knife rack and held it in his hand. Hearing the noise coming from the direction of the restaurant, Charlotte didn't dare to hesitate too much. He squatted behind the shelf of pots and pans and hid himself. Bang! The door of the restaurant was kicked open. He was whistling, and his heavy military boots hit the ground with a crisp, clacking sound. With a black military mask on his face and sharp eyes sweeping across the shelves, the man in black holding a gun sneered, "Come out. Yellow-skinned boy, I've seen you. Don't worry like your friends. I will give you a Rotten Tomato rating." Although he said this, the man in black's eyes stopped at the shelf. He held the rifle in his arms, not moving and unwilling to move forward. The other party is very cautious, holding a table knife. Charlotte squatted on the ground and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, I am also in good spirits. His mental value made him afraid, but not terrified, and made his hands holding the knife tremble, but not fearful. Run out and kill him, stab him in the neck with a knife. Do not. Not to mention that he had never had any experience in killing, let alone the fact that the other person was holding a rifle in his hand. Hiding the knife is just one's last line of defense. What's the difference between rushing out and committing suicide? He opened the system panel and looked at his skill card. With a friendly smile, Charlotte stood up, revealing half of his head, and looked at the man in black with a somewhat neurotic smile and said, "You guys are here to look for me, right? Okay, Tilda, you've caught up with me, Tilda. You can laugh out loud now, Tilda. Yes, I am the person with superpowers you're looking for. Hey, hey, hey." The man in black laughed stiffly and harshly. looking at Charlotte with contempt and mockingly said, "Superpower you, who said we were here to find you? We have found our target, now you can die." As he said that, he raised the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at half of Charlotte's head. Ready to shoot. Charlotte stretched out his hand towards the man in black holding the gun and said, "Congratulations, you caught up with me. Now give me the gun, it's my turn to chase you, Tilda, you idiot." "Fuck you, what nonsense are you saying?" The man in black laughed wildly at Charlotte, picking up the rifle and pulling it from his neck. He tilted his head and looked at Charlotte, his eyes wide open and his expression ferocious under the mask. "Go to hell, damn monkey," as he spoke. He held the rifle in both hands, walked forward with a fierce look on his face, and handed the rifle in his hand to Charlotte in front of him. Seeing Charlotte taking the rifle with a shy smile and pointing it at himself, the man in black was shocked and turned around, trying to escape as soon as possible. "Stay where you are, I'm not a very good shooter." After saying that, Charlotte pulled the trigger. His shooting skills were indeed not good. The recoil hit his shoulder and his wrist was sore. But 2 bullets shot out from the shaking muzzle. One hit the black-clad man's thigh, and the other blew up his crotch, followed by a painful wail. Charlotte blinked, looked at the man in black, who was bleeding profusely, and asked, "I told you not to move. Look, if you move, I'll hit you." As he spoke, the trigger was pulled again. Click. When he pulled the trigger, there was a crisp sound, and then Charlotte realized that the rifle was empty. In front of him, the man in black glared at Charlotte with his scarlet eyes. His bloody hands were trembling because of the severe pain in his crotch. He pulled out a Glock 43 from his waist and pointed it at Charlotte with murderous intent. With a smile on her face, Charlotte stretched out her hand somewhat embarrassedly and asked expectantly, "Will you give it to me, sir? Let me shoot you." But this time, the dirty talk had no effect, and the other side was only filled with anger and wanted to kill Charlotte immediately. "Go to hell, you monster." Enduring the severe pain in his body, the man in black released the safety of his pistol. Charlotte, who was wearing a tank top, looked unhappy. He straightened his chest and raised his proud head, shook the non-existent hair on his short haircut, pointed the dinner knife in his hand at the man in black, and said provocatively with a contemptuous tone, "Do you want to dance too? Skill card activated." His behavior became uncontrollable again, and the bullet that was only 1 step away from shooting at Charlotte finally stayed in his gun. He was frightened and asked with a trembling voice, "Yellow monster, what have you done again? Da-da-da-da-da-tilde. Da-da-da-da-da-tilde." There was some strange music coming from the ceiling above my head. As the music started, the 2 of them straightened their bodies at the same time, raised their arms gracefully and stood on tiptoe. Stretching his body, Charlotte's eyes widened. "This is Swan Lake, da-da-da-da-da-tilde." The jumping notes overhead and the relaxed and lively rhythm depict the scene of little swans playing by the lake. Charlatuho had regained his composure, and the frightened man in black tapped the ground with their toes, without looking at the expressions on their faces. Under the control of their skills, the 2 people's dance moves could be described as elegant and beautiful. The man in black screamed and did a huge split in the air, then knelt down and hit the ground. Blood was spurting out of his body, and foul language was uttering from his mouth. But his movements were explosively beautiful. The heavy combat boots on his feet tapped the ground deftly, and his superb dancing skills made him stand as steady as a rock. "Man, you dance really well, Tilda," Charlotte commented as she was spinning around. "Stop it, you shit-eating bitch, what have you done?" Stop it, no matter how uncomfortable he felt now. Charlotte had to put on an expression of enjoyment to the men in black. "I can't stop it all, Tilda." After the dance foreplay, the 2 people put their hands on their heads and began to spin on their toes symmetrically. Compared to Charlotte, who secretly improved his physical fitness, the man in black was miserable. His blood was spurting out in circles, just like a sprinkler used for watering crops. The whole room was covered with blood. By now, the man in black could no longer feel his toes. His lower body was filled with pain, and with the equipment weighing 15 kilograms, His body was dancing with all his might. And in the end, he even lost the strength to shout for help. The look in the black-clad man's eyes went through anger, fear-pleading despair, and now only torture. To the sound of beautiful music, the two people waved their arms and twisted their bodies. Lightness, elegance, and harmony. It lasted for more than 2 hours. A long time had passed, and the man in black felt every second was like an eternity. He had already understood Charlotte's expression. Will Charlotte stop? Will Charlotte wait for rescue? No. He just wanted revenge. He just wanted to jump to his death here. No teammates came. There was no sign of the police. And no one saw or disturbed the beautiful dance that belonged to only 2 people. As the music became more powerful, the man in black could no longer bear it. He shuddered all over and collapsed to the ground. Dying instantly, Charlotte puffed up her lips, stopped moving, and let out a long breath. The music above my head disappeared instantly. The original isolation between the entire kitchen and the outside world was opened. And the shrill sound of sirens came in. At the door, Gwen, who was blocked outside, Creed with red eyes. She asked George in a trembling voice, "Have you found Charlotte?" Ben Parker, who looked a dozen years older, also had trembling hands and looked at us with great concern. The burly George sighed. According to a nurse who survived the shooting, she saw a criminal chasing Charlotte with a gun. Now, the identities of most of the victims have been confirmed, and Charlotte, Dan, and Chef Chris are among the few missing. George comforted, now. Not finding him is actually good news. He may be fine. Wow, wow, wow. Gwen couldn't help but burst into tears as she squatted on the spot, filled with sorrow from her heart. Charlotte is her best friend since childhood and the person closest to her besides her father. Obviously, the two of them were together yesterday. Obviously, if they left one day earlier, nothing would have happened, obviously, as long as. George sighed again. He really wanted to hug Gwen and comfort her. But he still had a lot of work to do, turning around. George picked up the intercom and walked to the door of the sanatorium. Andrew, search with all your might. We must find out the direction they left from. They have hostages in their hands, now you. Holding the walkie-talkie, George was completely stunned. In his sight, Charlotte, wearing a white tank top and leaving bloody footprints along the way, walked towards the bloody crime scene. Charlotte's expression was somewhat innocent, as if she didn't know what was going on. But she showed no fear at all when facing the blood splattered on the wall and the hellish scene in the entire sanatorium. He was as clean as a child who had just come home from school. Full of dissonance, he walked all the way to George, looked at George's shocked expression, and Charlotte, who was exhausted, smiled. The policemen passing by were all stunned. They stopped what they were doing and looked at him blankly. No, where did you come from? He's okay, Uncle Ben, look. Charlotte is fine. Gwen was surprised with tears on her face when she saw Charlotte appearing at the door, covering his chest. Ben's originally heavy heart fell to the ground. No matter what happens, it's okay, as long as it's okay. George's face was also filled with joy, and he stepped forward and patted Charlotte on the shoulder. Charlotte, where have you been hiding? I'm not hiding. I've been staying in the kitchen the whole time. No one else has come here. George frowned. You mean you were hiding in the kitchen the whole time? And no policeman came in? Turning his head, George looked at his subordinates. The police looked at each other in bewilderment. The kitchen, didn't you search it? Ah. Didn't you say you were going? I thought you'd been there. I thought he had been there, soon. The negligent police officers began to blame each other. Under the camera of the news reporter, Charlotte was taken to the ambulance. George came to the kitchen door first and saw a mind-boggling corpse against the wall. Even George felt ashamed of such a scene. This was a huge mistake by their police. So many police officers conducting a thorough search. What are you looking for? That's outrageous. At the hospital, Charlotte underwent a simple examination and was found to have no problems. The only problem is that ambulances in the United States are damn expensive. This made the already difficult life even worse. At this moment, Gwen was sitting next to Charlotte. Her eyes were red and swollen, Her lips were pouting, and she looked unhappy. Because her father George and another black police officer Hank will question Charlotte. The attacker shut down all the cameras at Arkham Asylum, leaving the police with no information about the attacker. The tragedy can only be narrated orally by the parties involved. But Charlotte, who is unharmed, was the special one. It's not just because Charlotte is the most sober of all the mentally ill people, but also because only Charlotte knows everything that happened in the kitchen. The man in black who died in the kitchen was the only attacker to die. It was not until they found him that the police learned the attacker's armament pattern. The case is serious, and the impact is extremely bad. In particular, the other party came and went without a trace, playing with the New York police in the palm of their hands. Apart from the body, the police currently do not have many directions to investigate. As for the dead man in black, through investigation and evidence collection, it was found that his name was Blinken, a black American of Indian descent. He is a veteran who participated in the Afghanistan War and a combat hero who was injured and retired. According to investigation, his wife had run away long ago while he was in the army. He had no ties or relatives and made a living by breaking down walls at construction sites. But a month ago, he disappeared mysteriously, and the indifferent foreman thought he was dead. As for his former comrades, all of them died in a special operation, leaving him alone. Who chose to retire? It cannot be said that the investigation revealed nothing, but it can only be said that it yielded no results. Now the pressure is on the forensic doctor. According to the forensic judgment, Blinken's death was incredible. He died 2 hours after the police arrived at Arkham Sanatorium. Yes, for 2 hours later. While they were busy moving bodies and sweating, profusely tracking the attacker's tracks. One of the attackers had been in the kitchen. Moreover, the injuries on the man in black were also very strange, especially his toes, all of which were shattered and fractured, as if they had been run over by a truck. The legs were strained in many places, and the muscles throughout the body were overloaded with exercise. If it weren't for careful confirmation, the cause of his death would have been bleeding. The forensic doctor almost suspected that the attacker was exhausted to death. The kitchen floor was covered with blood and footprints, all of which came from the same person's body. The scene was cruel and weird. Charlotte, we found your fingerprints on the rifle. Tell us what happened in the kitchen. This is another reason to question Charlotte. Charlotte's fingerprint was found on the trigger, but Charlotte was unharmed in the attack. If George didn't know Charlotte, he would have suspected that it was Charlotte who forced the criminal who was shot in the leg and crouched to run with a rifle, and eventually caused him to die of exhaustion in the kitchen. But this is totally illogical. Not to mention how Charlotte got the rifle. Not to mention that there were no bullets in the rifle, and only 2 bullet shells were found in the kitchen. How can a rifle without bullets cause a criminal to bleed to death? Pistol. There were no Charlotte's fingerprints on the pistol. Uncle George Tilda. Charlotte began to narrate what had happened before in a sad tone. I was packing my things, you know. I was about to be discharged from the hospital when I suddenly heard a noise outside the door, like someone setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Curious, I opened the door and took a look, and saw Louise lying in front of me with blood all over her face. I was scared. I was so scared. I ran away towards the kitchen, but he caught up with me. I took a table knife and hid behind the shelf. George looked serious. Gwen also clenched her hands, looking at Charlotte with a worried look. Hank took a pen and wrote and asked, and then, Charlotte said with horror. Then he chased me and he found me. He came up to me. And he smiled slyly and he handed me the rifle. And he said, Hehe, now it's your turn to chase me. The pen in Hank's hand froze, and he raised his head and looked at Charlotte with disbelief, who had a serious expression, but I'm not that stupid. Charlotte raised her head proudly. I took the gun and pulled the trigger, injuring 2 of his legs. Hehe, Tilda, you little brat, Tilda, you won't be able to outrun me this way. As she spoke, Charlotte looked at the stunned George and smiled brightly. As if to take credit for it, he ran away. I chased him. He couldn't get away, even if he had wings. Then, it was his turn to chase me again. But this time, he couldn't catch up with me no matter what. He could only watch me running at a brisk pace, finally. He was so tired from playing that he lay on the ground and fell asleep peacefully. Hank wrote down exactly what Charlotte said in a notebook, regardless of whether it was true or not. It sounded much more outrageous than George's guess. He quickly wrote it down and went back to let the team members hear the truth of the matter. Taking a deep breath, George turned his head to look at Gwen, who had opened her mouth wide and asked, "Gwen, are you sure Charlotte is fully recovered?" Hehe. Gwen smiled awkwardly but politely. "At least that's what Dr. Arthur thinks." After 2 seconds of silence, Georgiuho was speechless. Patiently asked Charlotte, "Charlotte, do you have anything else to say?" "Yes, Charlotte raised her forehead and asked hopefully. "Is everyone okay? Are my friends all right?" George opened his mouth, not knowing how to tell Charlotte the cruel truth, and could only say, "Dr. Arthur is fine. He's your friend too, right?" Charlotte nodded with a sad face. After the questioning, George looked at Gwen, who was sitting next to Charlotte. His face gradually darkened, and he and Hank next to him looked like brothers. Gwen was cute and adorable when she was a child, while Charlotte next door was a naughty kid. He thought it was good to have a daughter, unlike having a son who would make him feel miserable every day. But as Gwen grew older, one thing George had to face was that he was becoming increasingly uneasy. He was very afraid of that day when Gwen came running and said, "Old dang, my boyfriend's will-o'-the-wisp has stopped downstairs. Is it safe?" He seemed to vaguely hear Charlotte coming forward and holding his head. "Take a deep breath. It's normal to feel dizzy," clenching his fists. George roared as he looked at Gwen, whispering to Charlotte, "Gwen, don't disturb Charlotte's rest. Go home immediately." Gwen curled her lips and said to Charlotte with a smile, let's go home together, Tilda." Charlotte nodded and asked, "What about your old man Dang? Will he be busy all night?" "Don't worry about him. Anyway, I've been alone at home lately. Do you want to come to my house and see my new luminous wall clock?" "A luminous wall clock? Of course I want to see it." "It's really hot." George was furious. After so many years, he suddenly felt dissatisfied with Charlotte today. This is not the naughty kid from the neighbor's house. This is a spirited pig. Ding, congratulations. You got the skill card. Loud dangled coins exploded. You are the eternal earth of the ghost fire driver. Free attribute points +2, Charlotte. When he turned his head, he met George's dark face. This. Facing George's vigilant eyes, Charlotte looked innocent. "The luminous wall clock is really hot. Second only to the cat that can do somersaults out of guilt." He couldn't help but reach out and touch Gwen's cute face beside him, teasing both of them at the same time. "What are you doing?" Gwen was horrified and blushed. "You are being a hooligan." Not far away, dark-faced George reached for his waist, and Charlotteuho had not obtained any skill, said calmly, "There is booger on your face. I helped you clean it up." Gwen, his originally red face, cooled down quickly, and then he reached out and pinched Charlotte's face without hesitation. "Hey, hey, what are you doing? You're trying to fool me. I wash my face every day. How could there be something like that on my face?" Watching the interaction between Charlotte and Gwen, Black Hank looked nostalgic. He used to be such a handsome boy. But unfortunately, time has changed. He put his arm around George's shoulders and pulled George and walked out the door. "Okay, George, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. This Charlotte looks like a spirited young man, Tilda. We still have a lot of work to do now, Tilda, don't worry. Charlotte will take good care of your daughter, Tilda. Shut up." "Hank, Tilda." George slapped Hank's arm and didn't plan to go back. He straightened his police uniform and said, "It seems that Charlotte won't gain anything here. Let's go investigate Dan Volt. Now, he is the only missing person from Arkham Asylum." When Hank heard George mention this, his expression became much more serious, and he said jokingly, "Yes, Sheriff. Do you need your little brother to drive for you?" "No. You should sit in the back, sitting in Ben's car." We drove forward, and soon arrived in front of a strange house. After getting out of the car, Gwen rushed to her home. At the door of the old house, the haggard old lady Aunt May was leaning on a cane, looking anxiously the moment she saw Charlotte. Her tears could not stop flowing out of her eyes. She opened her arms and her body trembled. Even her voice was shaking uncontrollably. "Charlotte, it's good to be back." The first time Charlotte met Aunt May, she felt close to her. Whether it was the other person's eyes or expression, Charlotte couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. Aunt Matilda. It was a kind of kindness that came from the heart. Charlotte quickly stepped forward and hugged Aunt May tightly. Her heart calmed down a lot, and her eyes could not help but fill with tears. "Aunt Matilda, my friends, they are dead. I will never see them again." Gently patting Charlotte's shoulder, Aunt May comforted her. "Child, they just went to a more comfortable place. You will meet them again in the distant future. And then you will have more interesting things to share with them. All right, you too." Ben couldn't help but tears welling up in his eyes. But he has always played the role of a strict father. Although Charlotte is nominally his 8-year-old brother, he has always treated Charlotte as his son. After stopping her tears, Aunt May looked much more energetic. Smiling, he walked into the house with Charlotte. "When I looked at the house from outside, I thought it was ugly. But when I walked in, wow, it really didn't look good at all. The simple wooden houses were old and smelled of a long, cheap mix of pesticides. The whole family relies on Aunt May and Uncle Ben's pensions, plus Ben's meager odd jobs to support them." Charlotte, who ran to distribute flyers, understood the mystery of the soul, and his disappearance dealt a heavy blow to the family. Although Charlotte was later found in Arkham Mental Asylum, Ben still couldn't hide his sadness because of Charlotte. The whole family has reached the brink of collapse. Charlotte looked around. The living room is very small. When you walk through the entrance, you will see a square dining table and 4 chairs. The layout of the room also seems very compact, but Charlotte feels it is particularly warm. At first glance, the light blue wallpaper makes the room look more peaceful. Although the objects are mixed, they are not messy. Gwen ran in with a shy face, or rather, she seemed to be more familiar with the whole house than Charlotte. She walked around Charlotte and placed the small package she had brought home on the table. Seeing this, Charlotte's eyes lit up slightly. "Gwen, you said you were coming, so why did you bring a gift?" "I'm so embarrassed, Tilda." Hearing this, Gwen smiled brightly, with smooth blonde hair making her look like a little sun. "This is the homework you haven't done in a while. I brought it specially for you." The smile on Charlotte's face froze instantly. "Do homework? How can you say such cold words with your 36-degree mouth? Take your homework and get out of here immediately. You are not welcome here, okay?" Aunt May smiled and said, "The blueberry pie I made for you is getting cold. Little Gwen, just leave your homework in Charlotte's room. He loves doing homework the most." Hehe, Tilda. Charlotte laughed bitterly twice. He prayed briefly, ate quickly, then returned to his room and turned away Gwen, who wanted to enter his room. Glancing at his small crowded room, Charlotte threw his clothes and pants to the floor and lay down on the bed. "The system panel appears in front of me, Charlotte. Level, the power of madness, stage 3. Age, 8 years old, 16-year-old power, 2. Spirit, 11, characteristic, you are very spirited. Constitution, 2, life, 2. Appearance, 10, feature, you always attract the attention of unknown life forms. Attribute points, 2, equipped skill cards. Thrasher, when you equip this card, someone must be playing Thrasher. While staying in Arkham Mental Asylum, Charlotte invested all his attribute points into his spirit without hesitation because he was afraid of going crazy. And now the previous efforts have finally paid off. After the spirit level reaches 10 points, a spiritual characteristic is awakened. That's how spiritual he really is. Although he was physically tired, he was full of energy. "I even feel like I wouldn't feel tired even if I did 10 sets of math problems. Go to bed, sleep on me, get up and have fun," lying on the bed. Charlotte picked up the photo of herself, Ben and Aunt May beside the bed, and smiled slightly. "So good, Tilda. A warm and shabby little room. A lovely and beautiful best friend. The kind and wise Uncle Ben and the kind and gentle Aunt May. Coming here, he has everything he never had before. Opening her heart and investing attribute points into her spirit once again. Charlotte closed her eyes. The next moment, another self seemed to appear in front of him. Charlotte. The well-mannered young man smiled timidly. Although he was not wearing glasses, he had a nerdy air about him. Are you Parker? Charlotte raised her eyebrows. Looking around, I found that this was a dark sewer. What's happening here? Would a fox with 9 tails suddenly appear? I am you, and I am really glad to see you. As he spoke, memories flashed through Charlotte's mind. Like an old movie playing, the future is up to you. With you here, Uncle Ben and Aunt May will surely be much happy, right? Who is he? His is a life that both exists and does not exist. It is a character added by the system. It is everything that Shanuo Parker has experienced before. And it is the memory that belongs exclusively to the nerd Shanuo. Shanuo watched him being born from a third-person perspective. Watched him being abandoned. Watched him being adopted by Ben and May. Watched him growing up step by step. Watched him studying hard, watched him being bullied. And watched his ordinariness and mediocreness. The meaning of his existence is to be replaced by Charlotte. He has many bruises, and he is cowardly and timid. Being humiliated, discriminated against, and bullied. I have thought about resisting, but I was crushed by life. Every time he covered the wounds on his face, so as not to worry Aunt May. He lay alone where he was now, licking his wounds silently like a wounded puppy. Lonely and boring, but he is always kind and full of hope. When I opened my eyes again, a tear rolled down my cheeks. It was already the next morning, and the memory seemed like a dream without a trace. To be honest, was not the one being bullied. So he couldn't fully empathize with the bullied person. But looking at that face that looked like his own, he certainly couldn't remain indifferent. Good morning, Charlotte. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Gwen in a black dress, sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Under the table, her white legs were crossed, and she was wearing a pair of white leather boots. All the depression in Charlotte's chest was cleared away. Looking at this beautiful face, Charlotte couldn't help but doubt her life. He looked around. Is this really his home? He felt that this should be Gwen's home. Seeing Aunt May looking at Gwen kindly while she was eating, Charlotte felt that he was more like the one who was given away for recharging her phone bill. How about exchanging lives? I don't know if George will welcome me if I stay at Gwen's house every day and enjoy the luminous wall clock. After breakfast, Gwen took Charlotte into the school bus that came to pick up the students. As soon as they got on the car, everyone looked at Charlotte. He is now a legend in the school, the famous Charlotte Parker. Hi, Fransuho was sitting in the front row. Stretched out her legs but one hand on the chair. Tilted her head, looked at Charlotte. With a mocking look on her face. You nerd, have you really gone crazy? I told you that you are crazy. You always make me laugh and cry, Tilda. I didn't expect you to be crazy. Studying is really harmful, Tilda. Shut up, Francie. Charlotte raised her little finger to Francie and looked at him sideways. You bastard fan, stop paying too much attention to my life. I won't fall in love with you. France was obviously stunned by Charlotte's treatment. Sassing fan in love, he seems to be saying that I am gay. How dare he, but I did pay too much attention to Charlotte and always wanted to bully this serious guy. Could it be that I really like him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Looking around, all the classmates on the school bus were looking at him. Francie felt that he had lost face and couldn't help but stand up in anger. I didn't feel anything when I was sitting, but when I stood up, the tall and strong France was really oppressive. A strong chest, strong arms, and a shameful, angry face. And Charlotte. It turns out that Charlotte is also a tall man of 1.6 meters. Now that he has grown to 1.7 meters tall. It's a pity that France is still a head taller than him. Standing in front of Charlotte made Charlotte look like a bean sprout. Hi, Gwen opened her arms, blocking Francie's way. And frowned. Argue, don't fight. Francie, get back to your seat. The advantage of having a sheriff father is that school violence will not happen to you. And the self-righteous bad kids on campus will stay away from you. Looking at Charlotte making faces behind Gwen, France said angrily, "Parker, you can't hide behind a woman forever. I'm going to beat you up," behind Gwen. Charlotte smiled brightly, bared her teeth, raised her eyebrows and made some mean gestures. "How could I? A superhuman with 2 points of strength afraid of you." "You too." Gwen turned around and saw Charlotte sticking out her tongue to provoke France. Noticing Gwen's gaze, Charlotte calmly withdrew all her movements, threw the school bag in her hand behind her, and held down Gwen's little head. "'Kay, Tilda, let's go quickly. Don't block the aisle, Tilda. The driver still needs to leave, Tilda. Turn the tables and become the host." Gwen was pushed to her seat by Charlotte. "Hey, Tilda." Harry, wearing a leather jacket and with messy hair, poked his head out from behind Charlotte. "Don't be surprised why Harry is on this shabby school bus. That's because compared to the rich second generation in the movie Spider-Man, Harry, who belongs to Charlotte, is a negative second generation. He had once been wealthy, and even still retained the aesthetic taste of that time. But that was his last act of stubbornness. The Osborne Group was broken up and sold off by its shareholders. Under the capital operation, Norman Osborne not only did not receive any monetary compensation, but also owed a lot of foreign debts. It was recently confirmed that Norman had some mental problems. If the Osborne family hadn't been broke now, Green Goblin Osborne and his Spider Parker would probably have reunited in Arkham Mental Asylum. "Charlotte, let me guess, when will Francie beat you up?" Mary Jane, who was sitting next to Harry, had black hair and a darker complexion. She smiled and said, "After the exams, I guess. Examination." Charlotte stuttered a little and repeated Mary Jane's words in horror. "MJ, are you sure you're not kidding?" Turning her head to look at Gwen, who was pretending to be calm, Charlotte wanted to grab her neck and question her. "Gwen, what exam? What kind of exam? Why is there an exam? Why is there an exam today?" Even Harry felt strange when this question was asked. "Charlotte, don't you like exams the most? I thought you chose to be discharged from the hospital today and come back to take the exam." Mary Jane pushed her hair back from her forehead. "Parker, although you haven't been to school for a while, today is the final exam, and tomorrow is the holiday. Tilda, you didn't forget it. Did you? A few of us made a holiday travel plan together, Tilda." Without hesitation, Charlotte stood up, dodged Gwen's ghost claws that were trying to grab him, and walked quickly towards the front of the car. "Driver, stop, I want to get off. I suddenly remembered that I left my automatic rifle at home. I need to go back and get it," with a grim smile on his face. France stood up and stood in front of Charlotte. "Don't even think about running, Parker. I'll stuff you upside down into the trash can." Looking at France's arrogant look, Charlotte lowered her voice and said, "Francie, today is the exam." He added emphasis to the test, hoping Francie knew what he was talking about. "Let's have a quick fight. This way we don't have to take the test. You wish." Francie gritted his teeth and glared at Charlotte. Feeling insulted, "Charlotte, you underestimate me. I will beat you up after you finish the test. I will never affect your grades. But after you finish the test, you will know how powerful Francie is. Oh my God. France, you are so sexy." He traveled through time to Marvel and stayed in Arkham Mental Asylum. After being discharged, he returned to school and took the exam. What's the difference between this and taking the college entrance examination the next day after rebirth? The rebellious act of running away from home is my last bit of dignity. After failing to escape, Charlotte said, "I really love learning." Although the test was indeed quite easy for him, it did not stop Charlotte from having a sullen face. Finally, after finishing the last exam, Charlotte opened the shabby and paint-chipped locker and threw all the paper and pen in his hand into it. "Damn it, Gwen, I'm going to paint Peppa Pig all over her face." "Hey." Gwen expressed her dissatisfaction behind Charlotte. "I'm still here." Charlotte didn't care and kept mumbling a lot of words that Gwen couldn't understand. Attacking her personally, at this moment, Francie grabbed Charlotte's shoulders from behind and lowered his head to look ferocious. "Let's go to the bathroom and talk, Charlotte." Another boy, who was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a blue sweatshirt and had wavy hair, also smiled grimly. "We will treat you well. Who are you?" Looking at the chopstick boy, who looked weak and even thinner than himself, Charlotte asked doubtfully, "Asshole." The boy couldn't stand it anymore. He pushed Gwen away and came to Charlotte, grabbing her collar in anger. "I'm Fitz Hangtuck. I'm in the same class with you. How come you don't remember me, you bastard?" Title C Spirit Fizz. Charlotte's eyes lit up, and he held Fitz's hands and said, "You said your name is Fitz. Look, everyone. I, Charlotte, also have my own Yuan Hehe." Charlotte turned to Gwen with a surprised look on her face and shared. "He said his name is Fitz, his name is Fitz, Gwen." His name is Fitz, Gwen, who was originally anxious, gradually became confused. "What nonsense are you talking about? He has always been called Fitz, fuck." Francie was the first to lose patience. "What's so surprising about his name being Fitz? Why aren't you surprised that my name is Francie? Do you look down on me, fuck?" Fitz was also furious, feeling that Charlotte was just making fun of his name. "Your name is Charlotte. Believe it or not, I will beat you up. All right, Tilda Yuan Hehe Tilda, stop messing around. I know you and I are in this together. This illegitimate fan named France is our enemy." "Fuck you again," Fitz yelled at Charlotte. "My name is Fitz. I'm warning you, stay away from Mary Jane, or I'll beat you up," looking at Fitz's flushed face. Charlotte shook her head and said, "Okay, Yuan Hehe. I get it, Yuan Hehe. By the way, Yuan Hehe Tilda, all of us friends call her MJ." Covering his chest, Fitz felt as if he was under a mental attack. The commotion at the lockers quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding students, who were all cheering and expecting a fight to break out. "Don't try to get close to me, Fitz." Mary Jane squeezed forward angrily, holding the textbook in her arms, and yelled, "I've already told you clearly, stay away from us." Raising her arm, Charlotte expressed her dissenting opinion. "His name is not Fitz, his name is Yuan Hehe Tilda. Is that so?" Mary Jane looked at Charlotte, who kindly reminded her in surprise, and quickly corrected her, "Sorry, Yuan Hehe. But I did make my attitude clear. You bastard born of a bitch." Yuan Hehe had already suffered a great blow, and this time he couldn't tolerate Charlotte anymore. He raised his fist and punched Charlotte in the nose. But Charlotte, who had been waiting for a long time, he still wanted to wait. Francie raised her arm to block Fitz's punch. "Yuan Hehe, ah. No, Fitz, don't be impulsive. Charlotte is a patient now, we can't just bully patients. You are quite principled," clapping his hands. France pointed at Harry, who was standing on the edge watching the show, and said, "He's Charlotte's friend, he's not sick, let's beat him up." "Okay," Fitz agreed immediately. The two men looked at Harry menacingly. Harry, who was still looking cocky, was stunned. "What kind of rules are these? Why are you going to hit me?" Mary Jane rolled her eyes and pushed Harry. "Run, Harry. You'll be dead if they catch up with you, ah." Before his brain could react, Harry's feet didn't slow down at all, and he rushed out in a flash. "We are going to beat you up, and you dare to run away." Fitz and France were furious. They left Charlotte and chased after Harry. A farce came to an end. Charlotte, after packing their things in their lockers, the three of them forgot about Harry and started discussing their summer vacation plans. "I'm going to intern at Hammer Technology. You know, they bought the Osborne Group back then. It's the best biotechnology company now. However, I'm interning in the materials department." Raising an eyebrow, Charlotte couldn't help but ask, "Then why don't you go to the better Stark Group? Is it because you don't like the Stark Group?" Hearing this, Gwen rolled her eyes. If she could go, she would of course choose Stark Technology. But Stark Technology's requirements were very high, and she did not pass the interview. Looking at Gwen's expression, Charlotte proudly took out an invitation from her arms. "There is someone here with us." She did not receive an invitation from Stark Technology. As for who she is, I won't tell Yao, but she knows it in her heart. "Here's an invitation to Stark Expo." Seeing what Charlotte was holding, Gwen's eyes lit up, and she reached out to grab it. Where did you get it? Although it is not an internship opportunity at Stark Technology, it is equally valuable. He nimbly dodged Gwen's attack and grabbed Gwen's face. Looking at her pouting mouth, Charlotte smiled and said, "This is an invitation from Mr. Stark himself. Let me see. Oh, Tilda, I can invite 4 people to attend Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Oh, so I can only bring 2 of you 3. The process of getting this invitation was quite tortuous. This was because when Charlotte publicized that Stark had been kidnapped, she attributed the incident to Stark, the real perpetrator. Stark, who was hugging a fashion model, ignored it and instead gave Charlotte the invitation and made a bet with him. If he didn't show up at the expo, he would agree to one condition from Charlotte. Stark is really confident, but it also becomes a reason for Charlotte to show off. Okay, Tilda, Mary Jane sighed, then you guys should go. I'm actually not interested in the Stark Expo. Although she also wanted to go. This invitation was obviously more important to Gwen and Harry. Gwen bit her lip and looked at the invitation in Charlotte's hand. She wanted to go even more urgently, but thank you, MJ. There's still plenty of time. I might not be able to attend because of my work at Hammer Technologies. Maybe I'll see you at the Hammer Technology stand. And see you introducing Hammer's ex-wife missile to us with a depressed look on your face. Charlotte teased, Harry, you can't get away. Francie and Fitz ran after Harry, breathless. But as a rich second generation who has been doing fitness and boxing since he was a child, Harry runs faster than a rabbit. It would be more accurate to say that Harry was leading the 2 of them in a circle, rather than saying that the 2 were chasing Harry. Not to mention that even if they caught up, they might not be a match for Harry, who had learned Sanda. Carrying a small empty school bag, Charlotte looked for them for several times and finally saw them in the back playground. At the end of the chase, Francie and Fitz were squatting, with their mouths wide open, panting like dogs. Instead, Harry stood not far from them, looking calm and composed. Charlotte came forward, patted Francie on the back twice, and said with a smile, Francie, you should practice harder. Hoo-hoo, shut up. Charlotte Parker, I don't hit you because you are a patient. Besides, tomorrow is a holiday. Fitz and I still have to go out and make money. We don't have the time to beat you 2 up. As he said this, Francie raised his middle finger towards Charlotte and Harry. And he felt that he was capable again. Money. Charlotte's eyes lit up when she heard the word. She stared at Francie with a malicious smile. The flickering expression on his face made Francie feel inexplicably guilty. And Charlotte opened her mouth to ask, Francie, I seem to hear you say, make money. Francie stood up straight, straightened her back, and said angrily, This is none of your business. Hehe, Tilda. Charlotte reached out and grabbed Fitz's underwear from the back and pulled it up hard. Fitz screamed and was lifted up by Charlotte and fell over. As soon as he let go, Fitz, who was covering his crotch, fell heavily to the ground. He screamed in pain and curled up like a shrimp, Gudu Tilda. After swallowing his saliva, Francie saw Charlotte in front of him with a smile on his face and confirmed again. Francie, I just heard you say that you have a little plan to make money. Right. Looking at Fitz's flowered underwear still exposed, France's pupils trembled and her hand secretly reached out to protect her crotch. Don't take advantage of others. How could the nerdy Charlotte become so scary? Surely we have a little plan to make money. Oh, Tilda. What is that? Charlotte also thought about making money. So he studied American criminal law. He finally came to the conclusion that tax evasion was the fastest way to make money. Of course, this is not very realistic for him. After all, only rich people can evade taxes. A penny stumps the hero. The Parker family is very short of money now. And Charlotte is also making efforts to help them. I even had the idea of imitating the movies and fighting underground boxing. Undoubtedly, it is something that one would only do when forced to do so. If the main purpose is to make money to supplement the family income, then there must be a reason and legal means that Uncle Ben can accept. And now, France actually said he had a way to make money. Charlotte was extremely looking forward to this. Okay, I'll tell you, 2 seconds later. Lying on the ground and covering his crotch, France chose to confess everything under the pressure of Charlotte. There's a small Joba part-time job, which might be a little dangerous, but Fitz and I think it's worth taking the risk. Because they offer a high price tilde. Charlotte rolled her eyes and said, "Tell me the point. Or I'll pull you up by your underwear and hang you on the school street light. Invite all the girls in the school to see your ugly appearance. You are the devil, I'll tell you right away." Francie, who felt humiliated by the scene, said quickly, it's a delivery, delivery. Harry, who came over, was surprised and reminded, Charlotte, I don't recommend getting involved in this kind of thing. This sounds like something related to gangster drug dealers. It's dangerous and complicated, and it's easy to go wrong. You might as well hand out flyers. Charlotte nodded. He wanted to get the money so that he could give it to Uncle Ben. Going to deliver goods to the gangsters. It would be better to rob the gangsters directly. No, not for the gang. Feeling Charlotte and Harry's misunderstanding, France quickly explained, it's like delivering food. Delivery, that's it, what a waste of my expression. Feeling Charlotte's disdain, Francie's self-esteem couldn't stand it anymore. And she blushed and explained, this is not just a simple food delivery. It's an underground courier business. It's very difficult. There are time limits. First, once an agreement is reached, the content of the agreement cannot be changed at will. Second, no names will be mentioned. At third, the package must not be opened. Realizing that the two still didn't quite understand, France patiently explained while holding her little cun. Of course, you only do a small share of underground delivery, which is not dangerous. In fact, we mainly deliver food. Charlotte shook her head speechlessly and had no interest in what Francie was talking about. The underground takeout industry. This is not as good as delivering food to the restaurant. Instead, Harry pinched his chin and asked, just the two of you, how are you going to deliver it? You need a car, but there's none. You need people, but there's none. Are you going to run to deliver it? France said. We both have electric cars. This year is only 2007. Steve Jobs just released the first-generation iPhone at the Macworld conference, and the internet is still in the 2.5G era. Using apps to order takeout is still a fantasy for people about the future. And underground takeout is still in a special period where old customers place orders by phone. It was also during this time that underground food delivery services emerged. Of course, this is related to the fact that the underground delivery industry in New York is very developed. Although they often deliver some shady things, there are many rich people, and they are willing to find professional couriers to deliver things that can be seen by the public. This also leads to people often using underground express delivery services to deliver meals to themselves. However, the commission for delivering food is very low and the frequency is high. In order to handle special foods, the waiting time is very long. So professional underground couriers are not willing to do the delivery work at all. Even though they were unwilling, no, one was willing. So the underground takeout business gradually developed and has finally reached a certain scale. Compared to ordinary delivermen of this period, they do not work for restaurant owners. They are more like the delivermen of the future, who are only responsible for delivering food and collecting money. Of course, the underground platforms also take a certain commission. In addition, underground delivermen who are good at delivery will receive certain training and be qualified to become real underground couriers. And France has a dream of becoming an underground courier. Wearing sunglasses, driving an Audi A8 and speeding down the streets, shaking off the police, telling customers that, as an underground courier, the mission must be accomplished, snapped. Charlotte slapped Francie's wandering thoughts back. Let me ask you, do you make money? Of course I make money. Francie happily shared his findings with Charlotte. As an underground food deliverman, you only need to be responsible for the customers arranged by the platform. In a word, get your meal delivered as soon as possible. I roughly understood what France meant by underground takeout. It is a byproduct of the underground express delivery industry. The deliverymen mainly earn tips from customers after quickly delivering the food. And it also involves certain risks, after all. There are no good people among those who use the underground express delivery industry. And the same should be true for those who use the underground food delivery industry. So there is only one last question left. Do you want to give it a try? Charlotte, you are so smart. If you are willing to team up with us, I am willing to provide a tram. Of course, I will charge you for the rent. Well, it's not a bad thing to give it a try. It's just delivering food anyway. So Harry, do you want to try it? Harry's eyes flickered, and he finally sighed and said, No tilde Charlotte, I know. I still need to go home and take care of my father. Losing the Osborne group was a big blow to him. And recently, my father started his own business. He has set his sights on military exoskeleton technology and flying skateboards. He said he would definitely take back everything he lost. There was a 2-second silence. Although he didn't want to see Osborne turn into the Green Goblin. Charlotte still said, I wish him success. The next day, it was a sunny day, Charlotte. With his hands in his pockets came to a shared yellow car. Gwen went to intern at Hammer Technology. Mary Jane signed up for vocal classes. And Harry and his father were starting a business, but Charlotte tested next to an old simple, modified electric car. Isn't he handsome? France asked, licking his face. Haha tilde, do you have any misunderstanding about the adjective handsome? Very ugly, an extremely ugly little electric car, so. Charlotte turned around and took a look at France's own car. A modified motorcycle that looked cool. I'm just riding this to deliver food, so what about you? Francie, Charlotte asked, taking a step forward and stroking Francie's motorcycle. Francie's eyes widened. Wait, that won't work, this is. Okay, Francie, don't worry, I don't think it will hurt. At worst, I can deduct it from my commission. Seeing Francie still hesitant, Charlotte began to change the subject. Francis, are you sure you can really make money this way? Even just renting a motorcycle is worth a lot, right? And where do you get your customers and platform from? Hehe. My brother is a member of the underground courier industry. He helped me make the connection. He said I should train myself in this industry first. And then he would send me to join the army. And then I can come back to inherit his legacy. With a silly smile on his face, Francie finally showed his true colors, revealing a smug expression and what could go wrong. I found all of you from school. You don't like to cause trouble. You are all students working part-time during the summer vacation. All I need to do is to dispatch you. Provide you with the location where you pick up the food, the customers you deliver to, and the time it takes for each order. I will take a cut from your commission and deduct the cost of motorcycle modification, etc. You guys are really cheap. I really can't lose money. I didn't expect that a big and strong like you, France, actually has the talent to be a profiteer capitalist. And unscrupulous businessmen should be hung by their underwear on street lamps. Seeing Charlotte's unhappy expression, France quickly pushed the motorcycle to Charlotte's side. What are you standing there for? Try your car. With a smile on her face, France handed Charlotte a schedule for picking up and delivering meals. Put the first takeaway that had been picked up in the back trunk, and handed over a motorcycle helmet. You're the one I trust the most, Charlotte. I think as long as the two of us are here, we can definitely make a lot of money. You're like a killer who kills with one blow. And I'm your agent. You just need to complete the mission on time. And I will provide you with other services. Then Francie smiled proudly and said, Besides, we're not in school now. You should call me by my codename Flash, Francie. Charlotte rolled her eyes and sat on the motorcycle. Eugene Francie Thompson, are absolutely crazy. And that's what we have always called you in school. Francie shook her head. This is different. He said solemnly, I just want you to know that I am really the boss this time. And you, Charlotte, are you my military advisor? Of course, when you are working. You are the killer, and I am your agent. So you understand what I'm saying, right? covering her forehead. Charlotte suddenly wanted to turn around and leave. France was really too stupid. He even felt that the place where they should meet should not be here, but in a mental hospital. Leave the role of military advisor to Yuan Hua. I am not interested in this. Install the skill card Lao Dang, burst gold coins. You are the eternal earth driving the will-o'-the-wisp. Boom, the motorcycle ignite end in an instant. Charlotte felt that he and the will-o'-the-wisp became one. He even had the urge to lift the front of the motorcycle and use the 9 heavens thunder double kick. I am the eternal king of will-o'-the-wisp. With the corner of his mouth raised, looking at the delivery note in France's hand. Charlotte couldn't wait to ask, so, all we have to do is deliver the food within the time limit. Right, of course, Tilda. France swallowed and looked at Charlotte sitting on the motorcycle with his eyes widened. He found that the aura of the man in front of him was different again. It turned out that his choice was definitely not wrong. My God, Parker is indeed my strategist. He looks like a natural delivery man, twist the handlebars. The whole motorcycle roars. Put on the helmet and start at high speed. The whole car was moving as fast as lightning. And at the same time Charlotte cursed the system. He knew that there were absolutely no normal skills in the system. As soon as he started driving, he couldn't control himself and rushed towards the crosswalk. And he turned the front of the car flexibly, dodging one threat after another amid shouting and cursing. Will-o'-the-wisp, will-o'-the-wisp. It is as dangerous and annoying as it can be. He was on the edge of an accident every second. His driving skills were cool, was as steady as an old dog. And he was a one-man army, under Francie's envious eyes. He showed a posture that the spirited young man could never surpass. Even if there is no danger, he has to create it. Charlotte drove very fast, although he tried his best. He couldn't control his restless hands and raised his head like a dragon. It was running at top speed, with the body of the motorcycle tilted 90 degrees and making a creaking sound, as if it was in danger of overturning at any time. The front of the motorcycle also blocked Charlotte's view of the front. But Charlotte had a blank expression on her face and was not panicked at all. He not only believes in himself, he also believes in the system. The system has never flipped over bang. The motorcycle ran over a small rock and instantly lost control. It flew into the air in front of the horrified eyes of the sports car next to it, somersaulted several times, and landed steadily in the tunnel. Then it accelerated, reaching the maximum speed of reincarnation, blessed by the system, and disappeared in a flash. Oh my God, how did he do it? In addition to being shocked, he glanced at the 180 on the dashboard and felt that his worldview was challenged. This isn't a technique, this is an art. Frog fun awesome. How did he do it? Before the sports car driver could continue to ponder this profound question, he saw that the motorcycle that had long gone away inexplicably slowed down. Soon, it was moving side by side with the sports car. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Charlotte raised the protective mask on his helmet, reached for his waist with one hand, paused for a moment, took out the delivery note, and asked the frightened man in the sports car, "Is this the lightning takeaway you ordered?" "Ah, no." "Yes, it's me." The man who thought he was going to be shot replied stutteringly. The first delivery location, provided by France, was on the highway, and the recipient only had the license plate number. As for where he would be, Charlotte had to find it herself. The license plate number that he just caught a glimpse of while driving at high speed, and the cargo manifest that he glanced at. The two things combined perfectly told her to Charlotte were simple and harmonious. He let go of the handlebars with both hands and continued to drive smoothly. Under the shocked eyes of the man in the sports car, Charlotte turned around, took out the tightly packed takeaway without any damage from the takeaway box, and threw it into the man's arms. Turning around, Charlotte waved at the man and said, "Enjoy your meal, kid. All right, now give me my tip." Of course, the man didn't have the courage to let go of the steering wheel to look for money. So the two of them stopped in the emergency lane. And soon Charlotte received a generous tip. "Brother, add my contact information. I will follow you in the future." The man stopped with a smile on his face. Just based on Charlotte's impressive driving skills, it is enough to make him look up to him. Okay, Tilda, Charlotte nodded. After taking Franklin, Charlotte put on a friendly smile. See her as long as your tips are always so generous. You can contact me at any time. I will provide all delivery services, originally. Charlotte was full of disdain for this industry. But a Franklin, us $100, immediately changed her mind. Waving at the man who drove away, Charlotte couldn't help but smile and flicked the bills between her fingers. Then he lifted the front of the car, turned around, and drove in the opposite direction he came from. In fact, some people must be curious about why Charlotte always points to spirit instead of strength. Physique and life, the main reason for this, of course, is not just that Charlotte is afraid of becoming mentally ill, but the pleasure that spirituality brings to the brain. As the spirit value increases, the first attribute to be improved is agility, which does not exist on the system panel. In other words, it is the speed of mental reaction. As long as he focuses his attention, his thoughts will soar into the clouds. Free and unrestrained, his thinking will speed up, and the whole world will slow down. It seemed that the motorcycle was rushing forward quickly, and it seemed that Charlotte had no time to react at all. In fact, all the changes were within Charlotte's judgment, just like simple mathematical formulas, calculating quickly in his eyes. Sometimes his brain gave his hands an intuitive reflex before he even started to act. Every time his mental value increased, he would have an orgasm in his brain and could not extricate himself. Physical comfort, life evolution, and great strength are not as great as the pleasure of a roaring brain. Coupled with this skill card, Charlotte can walk on the most dangerous edge and perfectly control the trajectory of his own life. He feels so refreshed that he wants to scream as soon as he opens his mouth. Although his current physical condition and strength often cannot keep up with the speed of his thinking, the feeling of accelerated thinking always makes people intoxicated. Everything is simple and everything is within reach. It was a busy day and nothing unexpected happened. Even the waiting time seriously affected the number of meals Charlotte could deliver. At night, holding a glass of milkshake, Charlotte sat lazily opposite Francie with her legs crossed. He looked speechlessly at the burly France, who was seriously tapping the calculator with 2 fingers. It's been 3 rounds, and France's calculation results are different in each round. Fortunately, his main source of income was tips. Charlotte had calculated the commission from delivering food himself. After deducting the cost of motorcycle rental maintenance, fuel, and France's commission, there would not be much left. I've calculated it. Francie scratched her head, looking puzzled. I should have paid you $1,000, but why did I lose so much? This doesn't make sense at all, you idiot. You still want to be a capitalist. Charlotte rolled her eyes and said, You don't pay attention in class. You don't take responsibility for your work after school. You work hard to start a business, but don't make any money. You can't even do addition and subtraction. Look carefully here, and here. I should give you $20. Is that so? He tilted his head and looked at the full page of calculation formulas he had written. Although he didn't know where he had made a mistake, he was full of confidence in Charlotte. So he stretched out his hand to Charlotte and said, Okay. Then give me the money, Tilda. No money, Charlotte said calmly. Deduct it from my commission later. Oh, okay. Francie nodded, studying her calculations in anguish. I said I should be able to make money, Charlotte. Please help me check. Did I calculate others wrong? As he spoke, France showed the delivery records of 7 other people. Looking at Francie's messy notebook, Charlotte's brain sorted it out for him. But, Francie, why did they only deliver so few orders? They didn't deliver as much as I did this morning. And the money is so little. They are newbies. They are just doing normal delivery work. Francie gave Charlotte a thumbs up with a silly smile. And you are the top star of our Lightning Underground takeaway. Top star? Charlotte raised her eyebrows. Are you looking for trouble? Charlotte, you are smarter than us. Yesterday, I learned that you are better at fighting than us. My brother taught me, since I was a child to get along well with smart people. Interesting. Now think about the days when Charlotte was bullied. So this is how you get along with smart people. I saw that you were too lonely before. So I often brought my friends to play with you. You were not in good health before, so I helped you exercise. My brother taught me that the best way for a person to learn how to fight is to start by learning how to be beat. Sure enough, you have learned how to fight now. Shut up, Francie. Those who don't know would think that you have equipped the friend out of nothing, skill card, and created a brother to help you clear your name. Do you think I would forgive your bullying so easily? Charlotte, look, after calculating for a long time, France chose to use the simplest method, which was to directly count how much money was in his cash box. The two of us earned a total of $879.03 today. It's $889. For you idiot, wait, the two of us, Charlotte blinked. That's right, as the top killer of Lightning Takeaway. You should own 5% of Lightning Takeaway's shares. Then I'll buy you an Audi A and then a Harley Davidson. And fuck your soul and make you bigger and stronger. Create more glory after returning home. Charlotte placed her tip in front of Uncle Ben with a proud look on her face, looking at the pile of bills amounting to more than $300. Ben and May looked at Charlotte in surprise, although Charlotte had informed them in advance that he was going to deliver food. Is it possible to make money by delivering food? Pulling out a $20 bill, Uncle Ben smiled and pushed the remaining paper and pen towards Charlotte. With great power comes great responsibility, but these, Mr. Parker, are what you deserve. They are the result of your hard work and earning. Every wrinkle on Ben Parker's face was filled with joy for Charlotte. Looking at the dusty Charlotte, he was still as proud of her as ever. Looking at the banknotes in front of him, Charlotte smiled and took $10 from them and said, "Brother Ben, you really underestimate me, don't you? I'm now the top ace. I can make hundreds of dollars every minute." Aunt May looked at Charlotte's worried face. "You have to. Be careful, I just saw you driving back on your motorcycle. It was really scary. Don't be like this, Tilda, Aunt May. Aunt May, you have to have faith in me." Pointing at the banknotes in front of her, as if presenting treasures, Charlotte pushed them towards Aunt May. "Look, this is 290 Franklin. I think with my efforts, we can definitely live a better life, Tilda." Although the family was already in financial difficulty, and $290 was indeed a large sum for them, Aunt May's eyes still stayed on Charlotte. "Charlotte, we just don't want anything to happen to you." Looking at Aunt May's sincere gaze, and Uncle Ben's head tilted to avoid her sight, Charlotte fell into silence for a moment. They really care about you, and they really don't want you to get hurt. How can you bear to hurt them who are so sincere to you? With the corners of his mouth raised, Charlotte suddenly felt that since he came to this world, everyone he met was a good person, and this world loved him so much. Charlotte showed all 8 teeth and narrowed her eyes in laughter. "Aunt May, don't worry, there won't be any accidents. Don't worry about me, I'm a very steady driver." "That's good, Tilda." Aunt May felt much more relieved after hearing what Charlotte said. She picked up the banknotes on the table and said to Charlotte solemnly, "I'll save this money for you first. Otherwise you'll spend it carelessly. Maybe you'll need it when you marry a wife, Tilda." Hehe, Tilda, is this a universal saying? Now it seems that even the other world has learned it. Okay, Tilda, Aunt May, Tilda. After eating and drinking, I returned to my small room. The first day of the holiday was so fulfilling. I set the alarm for myself and prepared for the next day's meal delivery trip. Lying on the bed with her hands behind her head, Charlotte raised the corners of her mouth and then fell into a wonderful dream. Ding 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 ding. At some point, the urgent ringing of a phone made Charlotte open her eyes. Her beautiful dream disappeared, and she looked at her phone with a frown. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and the call was from Gwen. "Is this something unexpected?" I answered the phone immediately, and Gwen's crying voice came from the other end of the phone. "Charlotte, can you come to my house?" "Charlotte, no, Tilda, what do you want to do?" Without waiting for Charlotte to ask, Gwen on the other side of the phone continued, Charlotte. Today, when I was working at Hammer Technology, I was accidentally bitten by a spider. I didn't realize it until now, Charlotte. Am I going to die? Huh, you were bitten by a spider. What? You were bitten by a pig, then you are not pig man. It's a spider. Oh, tilde tilde tilde, it's pig tilde. After hanging up the phone and climbing out the window, Charlotte flipped over nimbly and landed on the ground like a superhero without disturbing Aunt May and Uncle Ben's rest. Charlotte sneaked downstairs to Gwen's house skillfully and saw Gwen standing at the door. Crying and looking haggard, she was wearing pajamas. Her clothes were soaked with sweat and completely stuck to her body, showing off her fair skin and beautiful figure to the fullest. But she looked pale and haggard, with two very clear dark circles under her eyes. Feeling Charlotte's gaze, she quickly pulled Charlotte into the house. After seeing Charlotte, her complexion improved a lot. For some reason, she felt that Charlotte was particularly handsome and charming today. Charlotte looked at her frightened and terrified look and roughly guessed what she was thinking. After Alan the Spider-Man story, there is only one outcome for people bitten by a spider, and that is to transform into a superhuman, becoming a superhero who can fly over rooftops and save the citizens of New York. Holding the mentally collapsed Gwen in her arms, Charlotte comforted her. It's okay, Gwen. You're okay, tilde, you're not going to die, trust me. You don't know. Gwen was not comforted by Charlotte's words. That's not an ordinary spider. It's a project that Osborne has been researching. It's a combination of 3 or 4 types of spiders. It has radioactivity and toxicity that you can't imagine. At this point, Charlotte was also slightly stunned. After all, being bitten by a spider and becoming Spider-Man is just a scene in a Spider-Man movie. If it happened in reality, it would really be life-threatening. Is Gwen going to be all right? He pinched Gwen's wrist, felt her pulse, then opened her eyelids and looked into her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out and wiped her heart. What are you doing? He slapped Charlotte's hand away. Charlotte felt Gwen's strength and watched her face quickly regain its rosy complexion. It was confirmed that Gwen was fine. Fuck. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. After learning that Gwen was fine, Charlotte listened to Gwen's story patiently. Gwen's internship experience at Hammer Technology was not pleasant on the first day. Perhaps it was because Hammer Technology did not take Osborne's once most outstanding biotechnology seriously. And in just one morning, it encountered 4 incidents of lost biological experiments, including a green monkey, 2-meter-long lizard, a radioactive poisonous spider, and a glow-in-the-dark puppy. Of course, Gwen was not surprised at the time. She just secretly felt that Hammer Technology was indeed unreliable. She thought that it was a bit stupid for her to believe in the reputation of Hammer Technology and choose to intern at Hammer Technology. But when she got home, she was somehow very tired and found that George was not at home. She even forgot to contact Charlotte about going to dinner and slept until now. When she woke up, she reached behind her head and discovered the dead, black and white radioactive poisonous spider. She immediately broke out in a cold sweat. 2 people sat at the dining table. On the table was placed the long-dead radioactive poisonous spider. Charlotte nodded thoughtfully. So, it was it that bit you and turned you into Spider-Gwen. Gwen, with a rosy and shiny complexion and a charming face, was crying, facing death. She once again showed a cowardice that she had never had before. Charlotte, do you think I will die? If I die, my father will be very sad. Will you miss me in the future, holding the spider Silk? Charlotte looked at the black and white poisonous spider and comforted Gwen like a top student. Trust me, you will be absolutely fine. As for the venom of this spider, he opened his mouth and threw the black and white remains of the spider into his mouth without hesitation. He calmly looked at Gwen opposite him with wide eyes and opened his little mouth. Charlotte casually reached out his hand to help her close it. Chewed twice, felt the spider burst in his mouth, and sucked the spider Silk into his mouth like noodles. Before the horrified Gwen could stop her, Charlotte had already swallowed it. Hehe tilde since being bitten by a spider will turn you into Spider-Man. Then if I bite a spider I must be even more awesome. With a look of hope, Charlotte gave Gwen a thumbs up. Chicken flavor crunchy. And don't worry, it's really not poisonous, you'll be fine. Ding, congratulations, you get the skill card. Identification. Keep your tongue tip on the target for 3 minutes. Or chew it directly. You can identify anything you want to identify. Free attribute points plus 2 ding, congratulations. You got the skill card Spider-Man Pig. You are a unique pig. Free attribute points plus 2 congratulations. You have successfully upgraded to the 4th stage of Madness Power. You gain 1 more skill card slot and 5 free attribute points. Raising an eyebrow. Charlotte opened the attribute panel with anticipation. After eating the spider, I am now Spider-Man too. My attributes will definitely improve a lot, Charlotte. Level, the 4th stage of Insane Power. Age, 16 years old. Power, 3. Spirit, 14. Characteristic, you are very spirited. Constitution, 3. Life, 3. Appearance, 11. Features, you always attract the attention of unknown life forms. Attribute points, 9. Equipped skill cards. Word spirit technique, the dirty words you say have a certain probability of coming true. That's it, all attributes plus 1, what a joke. How can the spider that made Spider-Man become Spider-Man only have this much ability? Spit it out, it's poisonous. Anxiously, Gwen reached out to pry open Charlotte's mouth. Charlotte didn't want to be caught by her. If she lost control, Gwen would tear her jaw off. With a nimble dodge, Charlotte moved aside and explained. This is my unique identification technique. Believe me, I can use this to identify anything. Includes plants, animals, food. And stockings of an unknown woman. Putting on a serious attitude. Charlotte began to talk nonsense based on the plot of the movie. This is a good spider. It has an 8-year-old mother and 3-month-old baby spiders. And it has never hurt anyone in its life. Until it saw you, its destined owner. Its fate is destined to be closely linked with yours. And it chooses to give up its own life to make you unique. Let your genes be transformed and your destiny be rewritten. Make you a superhuman. Even stronger than the superhumans on TV. What nonsense are you talking about? Gwen didn't believe it at all, baring his teeth. Charlotte punched the dining table, leaving a small dent, standing up. Charlotte bent down and pressed her face against Gwen's with a sense of oppression. Looking at Gwen's red face and rolling eyes, Charlotte exhaled spider breath and said seriously, "So now you have to remember. With great power comes great responsibility. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. It's like a curse. Spider-Man is destined to lose his loved ones, become a prey entangled in the web of fate, and live a lonely and painful life in response to this." Charlotte could only say, "Don't worry. Father-in-law George, I will help you take care of Gwen." Huh, why wouldn't it be me who got into trouble? Are you kidding me? Is fate going to do me a disservice? I am a legendary, ruthless person with a system. The next day, half asleep and half awake, Charlotte straightened her abdomen. Ding. Congratulations, you get the skill card. Superpower, when you use this card and the Spider-Man card at the same time. Your strength and physique will be doubled. Free attribute points plus 2. Ding, congratulations, you get a skill card. Zia knew it was shocked. If you use this card and the Spider-Man card at the same time, you will have the Spider-Man reaction. And you can feel the malice within a radius of 50 kilometers. Free attribute points plus 2 ding, congratulations. You get the skill card. Spider Silk Launch, when this card is used together with the Pig Spider-Man card. Your wrist can shoot out spider silk and spider webs as thick as hemp rope. Free attribute points plus 2 ding, congratulations. You get the skill card. Static Adsorption, when you use this card and the Spider-Man card at the same time. You can crawl like a pig. Free attribute points plus 2 ding. Congratulations, you get the skill card. 400 Armor. This card and the Pig Spider-Man card can be used at the same time. And after your strength physique Queen spirit exceed 1,000. You can summon Leopardin. Free attribute points plus 2. After waking up, It seems that his Spider-Man superpowers have also arrived. As expected, all Spider-Men need to sleep before becoming Spider-Man. As for why it's Pig Spider-Man instead of Spider-Man, who cares? It's just the system's bad taste, by the way. It seems that all of Spider-Man's good friends eventually became his enemies and died in Spider-Man's arms. Then wouldn't it be very dangerous for me? As I was thinking about this and was about to turn over and continue sleeping, I suddenly felt a weight on my chest. Frowning in confusion, Charlotte opened her eyes. There is an unfamiliar ceiling in front of me, and in my arms is a familiar little beauty. The light pink room has a faint scent of lavender laundry detergent, which makes people sleepy. Looking at Gwen, who was wearing the same pajamas as yesterday, with a flushed face laying on her abdomen, Charlotte immediately remembered that she had fallen asleep while chatting yesterday. Without any mercy, Charlotte pressed Gwen's mouth and nose with her palms, as if she wanted to suffocate her to death, and successfully woke up Gwen, who was pretending to be asleep. Looking at her threatening and angry look, Charlotte asked calmly, "Gwen, how do you feel now?" Covering her abdomen, feeling the inexplicable extra muscle outline on it, Gwen's face turned red, and she pursed her lips and said embarrassedly, "I feel so hungry, Tilda. This is normal. The first thing you need to do when becoming a superhero is to increase your food intake several times in order to balance your energy consumption." Charlotte played the role of an expert seriously, pinching her chin and looking at Gwen's whole body carefully. It must be said that she herself did not realize that Gwen's originally petite figure had grown taller again, and her proportions became more perfect. A white arm was casually placed on Charlotte's abdomen, and two chopstick-slender legs were intertwined behind her. Her pretty face blushed slightly. She turned her eyes away from Charlotte's figure and tucked her blonde hair behind her ears. The fair and round feet were clasped together, and she couldn't help but twist them slightly. "Charlotte, what nonsense are you talking about? What superpowers?" Seeing that Gwen still didn't understand, Charlotte immediately demonstrated it to Gwen. He clenched his right hand into a sandbag-sized fist, and with a grim smile on his face hit Gwen's head. "If this caressing punch lands on me, I'm afraid I'll get a concussion." The spider sense activated immediately. Or maybe this was Gwen's subconscious reaction. Charlotte's fist was clearly visible to her, and all the lines on the skin were visible to her. Following the curve of Charlotte's muscles, I saw his face with a hideous grin and then looked down. Gwen was originally half lying on Charlotte's body, but now she straightened up, tilted her head, and her fist flew in front of Gwen. Gwen looked at the slow fist, then at the handsome Charlotte, and then at the fist and the charming Charlotte again. And her expression was incredulous. The next moment, the spider sense sounded and Gwen jumped up from the bed, dodging Charlotte's ruthless kick at her butt. Looking at Gwen clinging to the roof, Charlotte shrugged her nose. "It's really boring if you can't hit it." It's conceivable that Spider-Gwen's attributes are definitely higher than hers now. But how much higher, Slurp, do you want to identify it? Gwen, who was still angry, suddenly realized her position. Is she sucked on the roof? She was like a spider hanging upside down, hanging from the ceiling in a weird posture. Gwen raised her hands in disbelief and said in shock, "Charlotte, oh my God. I really have the same superpowers as a spider, but how does this superpower work?" Before she could figure it out, her unfamiliar superpowers suddenly disappeared. With a scream, Gwen fell from the ceiling and landed heavily on Charlotte. Charlotte let out a scream, grabbed Gwen by the back of her collar, and threw her aside with an innocent look on her face. She covered her little brother and curled up on the bed in pain. "Charlotte, you've grown taller too." Tilda. The scene changed, and the two of them were sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast. Looking at Charlotte's expressionless face, Gwen showed an embarrassed expression. That's right, in just 1 month, Charlotte grew from 1.78 meters to meters. Spider-Man's official height is meters. Gwen also looks to be about 1.7 meters tall and beautiful. This also made the clothes of both people shorter. Gwen looked at Charlotte expectantly and said, That spider bit me, and you ate that spider. Now we both should have the same superpowers, right? No. Charlotte quickly stuffed the oatmeal into her mouth and looked at Gwen calmly. What, the spider bit you, so you want to bite me? Don't dream on, I won't let you bite me easily. Thinking of his own identification skills, Zia Liuxu narrowed his eyes and said, But if you let me bite you for 3 minutes first, I'll let you bite me for 2 hours, sticking out her tongue. Gwen rolled her eyes and made a face, then grabbed a spoonful of oatmeal and stuffed it into her mouth. The oatmeal porridge that used to taste bad tasted particularly delicious today. Gwen soon finished a whole bowl of it. But when she touched her flat belly, she still felt unsatisfied. Eat again, it's too late. If we eat any more, we will be late. Don't worry. Gwen Tilda, Charlotte calmly raised her wrist and looked at her children's watch and said, I'll take you there, trust me, I won't let you be late. Gwen looked at Charlotte with some suspicion and hesitated slightly. Between trusting Charlotte and leaving immediately, she chose to eat another bowl with an innocent look on her face. Amidst the roar, a motorcycle rushed across the crosswalk. Jor, who had slept a whole night in the police car and had a sore back, was woken up. He opened his eyes painfully and looked up. Hey Tilda, your driving skills are really good, so cool. During the morning rush hour when traffic is jammed, the elegant, charming and fast-moving motorcycles are definitely an eye-catcher. It also caused pedestrians on the sidewalk in George to go blind. After tracking the Arkham terrorist attack case for several days, the clues finally came to us. And a non-governmental organization called Life Returners announced that it was responsible for the incident. They are determined to kill all superpowered people and return superpowers to all life in this world. George originally thought it was a small group that was committing fraud. But what he never expected was that in the video they pushed out Dan, who was beaten beyond recognition and brutally killed him. And they claim that they have found the next super-powerful bastard, and they want to cut that guy into pieces. The video caused an uproar, putting the police under great pressure and giving them a clearer goal in their investigation of the case. George and Hank found the cause of Dan's neighbor. And after days of hard investigation, they finally found the direction. This also allowed George to finally have a good sleep in the car after being drowsy and tired for several days. Looking at the motorcycle, still moving forward, George clenched his fists and touched the Nizer rifle at his waist. The spirited will-o'-the-wisp boy in front of him was obviously accompanied by a cute girl with yellow hair and short clothes. I don't know whose house this little cotton-padded jacket is leaking. Her old father must be very worried, right? Unlike me, my Gwen was always a good kid. OMG. Sooner or later, something bad will happen to them. I have to teach them a lesson today, 2 minutes ago. Without any longer clothes, Gwen had no choice but to expose her white belly. Pulling Charlotte's clothes, Gwen reluctantly boarded his precious horse. On the way, Gwen said anxiously, It's over, it's over. There's a traffic jam. I'm going to be late for my internship today. Traffic jam. Charlotte said slowly, Where is the traffic jam? Look, isn't the sidewalk wide enough? Gwen was horrified. Charlotte, what are you doing? Don't mess around. SHH Tilda, Charlotte Tuho was driving the motorcycle. Smiled and said, Don't talk, hold tight. Gwen quickly took out her phone. Okay. I'll call the police now, with a light tap. Charlotte stopped the car, concentrating on feeling the soft Gwen hitting her back. And a cell phone flew out from the right side of her body. Looking at the slowly flying phone gracefully, Charlotte grabbed it and put it into her pocket. A super accelerator roared towards the crosswalk. Prepare skill card, Lao Dang burst gold coins. Just as Charlotte was feeling proud and speeding along the sidewalks, feeling Gwen's tight embrace behind her, an old man stood in front of them with a Nizer rifle. Police freeze stopped the car. The process went much more smoothly than George had imagined. It seemed that, when the rider saw that it was him, he obediently chose not to resist. The motorcycle stopped in front of George, and the driver took off his helmet very naturally, revealing Charlotte's face underneath. Hi, old D. Good morning, Officer George Tilda, with a smile on her face. Charlotte raised her hand and greeted him in a friendly manner. George was slightly stunned. Charlotte. Glancing at the girl dodging behind Charlotte. She could tell from her slender height that she didn't look like short Gwen. But her temperament and movements were somewhat similar. George first showed the relief of an old father that his daughter did not ride on Charlotte's will-o'-the-wisp. But then he became furious. You bastard. You actually abandoned my little potato after having sex with her. Charlotte was puzzled by George's rapidly changing expression. And then she saw George roaring with a dark face. Get out of the car, show me your driver's license. And your insurance documents, at this moment. Gwen took off her helmet, shook her hair. And said embarrassedly, Hi Tilda Dad. Hiss, George widened his eyes and took a breath of cold air into his stomach. Thinking back to Charlotte's driving behavior just now. And then thinking about Gwen sitting in the back. George's eyes went dark. Even though Charlotte didn't perm his hair to make it blonde and wear shabby leather clothes. George felt that he looked like a drug addict and a gangster. George, exhausted from days of hard work, almost choked. Charlotte Tuho realized something was wrong. Stepped forward, supported George. Patted him on the back and said, Take a deep breath, dizziness is normal, get lost. George shook off Charlotte and resisted the urge to shoot her. His expression changed continuously, and he looked at Gwen. Gwen, you seem to have grown taller. Dad. I still have to go to work. Gwen quickly changed the subject. In front of her was her familiar family. George, who loved her the most. Which caused her tone to be a little forceful due to her eagerness. She bared her teeth awkwardly, stepped forward. Grabbed George's arm and said coquettishly, Dad, please let us go quickly. I promise that this will be the last time for Charlotte. And I have been trying to persuade him all along. He is not causing any danger, George with a sullen face. Turned around and saw Charlotte smiling and handing him his driver's license. Just because Francie doesn't have a brain doesn't mean Charlotte doesn't have one. He had already arranged for Francie to deal with these problems. After taking a deep breath and glancing at Charlotte's ID, George still felt a little dizzy. Looking at the two of them, George said seriously, Let's go, Gwen. Charlotte, after I finish this case. The three of us should have a serious talk. Love you. Dad. Tilda. Gwen jumped into the car and put her arms around Charlotte's waist. Bye, father-in-law. Charlotte started the motorcycle without hesitation, leaving George with a mouthful of exhaust fumes. George gritted his teeth, and his waist and legs no longer felt sore. He felt that he had enough energy to work another month of night shifts. Just now, that bastard shouted at me what? George roared with murderous intent. Gwen was certainly not late. Because Charlotte's watch is broken. The minute hand ran faster than the second hand, causing Gwen to arrive more than an hour early. Under Gwen's resentful eyes, Charlotte ran away and started her delivery career for the day. Charlotte was slightly stunned when she took the order from France. Today's order is being delivered to one place and to one person. Ordered the same thing, this made Charlotte curious. An hour later, carrying a heavy package, Charlotte came to a semi-abandoned sewer with a flashlight and many connections. Looking at the arrows marked on the wall, Charlotte's heart sank slightly. He equipped the skill cards with Do You Want to Dance Too and Word Spirit technique, and was ready to fight at any time. Follow the arrow signs and move forward, gradually getting farther away from the dirty sewer area. Jumping off a platform, Charlotte arrived at an abandoned subway station. Looking at the distant lights, Charlotte clenched the package in her hand. Focus your mind and walk in slowly. This is an underground laboratory. Looking at the dust cloth on the door, Charlotte frowned. After a slight hesitation, he went in. At the door, he consciously cleaned his whole body. After hesitating for a moment, he put on protective clothing and threw the package on the spot. After a second disinfection, Charlotte opened the door and entered the laboratory. In the laboratory, a man with a broken arm and a bald head was sitting in front of the experimental device. Working hard, he heard the voice behind him. The man turned around slowly with a smile on his face. There was a strange expression on his face. and the corners of his thin mouth curled up. "Hi, Parker Tilda." "Hello, Tilda." Professor Connors, looking around. The clean experimental environment came into view. With a friendly smile on her face, Charlotte calmly strolled over to Dr. Connors. Although she didn't know what Connors was doing, Charlotte had a rough guess. Looking down at the experimental instrument Connors was operating, it was a valuable electron microscope. Kurt Connors. Perhaps you are not very familiar with this name, but you must remember his nickname is Dr. Lizard, a professor who once taught Charlotte several classes. According to the story setting, Connors was once a military doctor. He accidentally lost his right hand due to the war and became Yang Gu. In order to restore his lost arm, Connors began to study the regenerative system of reptiles and how to transfer the genetic characteristics of lizard regeneration to humans to regenerate broken arms. It's a good idea, but it's also naive, because countless comics and movies tell us that Dr. Connors will never succeed, is destined to face failure, and the arm he lost fighting for the United States will never heal itself. And now Connors has got what he wanted. He has successfully developed a plasma extracted from reptilian DNA and is ready for the final experiment. "Look, Parker Tilda." Connors' expression was a little excited. He gave up his seat to make it easier for Charlotte to see the electron microscope in front of him. There was no need to hesitate, because the person in front of him was the powerless Connors, not Dr. Lizard, who was over 2 meters tall. Charlotte looked down at the microscope. The cells in the image were rapidly dividing and healing themselves, far exceeding the speed Charlotte had learned in the science. This scene really made Charlotte a little excited. He felt his scientific soul stirring, but was then suppressed by the powerful system plug-in soul. "Only rich people rely on science. I have cheats. See. Xianyu. Do you remember the formula you helped me change before? Xianyu, you are a genius, a real genius. We succeeded. We really succeeded." Oh, Tilda, Charlotte was not excited at all, because countless negative examples told Charlotte that no matter which version of Dr. Lizard would succeed, let alone his version. "Sincerely, Dr. Connors, I'll round off the tip to $29. Hearing Charlotte's words, the excited Connors stood there in a daze, looking at Charlotte in disbelief. "Parker Tilda, aren't you excited? Remember, this is a masterpiece made by both of us. Have you forgotten that happy time? You asked me to borrow half an eraser. I peeked at your diary. You looked through old photos and I tied up your long hair." Charlotte rolled her eyes. "I picked up the pen and paper on the table and wrote down a new formula." Laughed Dr. Connors, "You haven't contacted me for a long time. I thought you had given up. Shortly after I gave you the formula, I got a new inspiration and found the error in the formula. Dr. Connors, this is a new formula, and it is worth mentioning that." With a smile on her face, Charlotte said lazily, "I also discovered that this formula has huge side effects. Lizard genes and human genes are destined to not coexist perfectly and will inevitably produce adverse effects. Its only use is to transplant lizard genes into lizards." No, Charlotte Parker, you really forgot. You were weak, timid, and poor back then. You longed to be strong, you longed to not be hurt again. And you hoped that no one would bully you. We have come to this point today step by step. Now there is only one step left. Now there is only the last step left. Connors said anxiously, "Okay, Dr. Connors." Charlotte interrupted. Connors looked around, and finally walked in front of a little white mouse with green eyes. Compared to the other mice that were shy and hiding, this one seemed very brutal. It rushed into the cage and tried to attack Charlotte. It can no longer be described as wild. This little white mouse is full of animality. Its hair had fallen off, it was skinny, and even its teeth were broken and uneven. But it looked at Charlotte, opened its mouth, and made a sharp squeak sound. With one finger, the little white mouse flew away. "Dr. Connors, is this your final result?" Looking at the monster in the cave, Charlotte asked with disgust. "Of course not." Connors quickly began to explain. "This is the initial result. I discovered the problem with the equation a long time ago. So I conducted new research at the Osborne Group. I openly pushed the envelope and did not give them the research results. At the Hammer Group, I embezzled funds and continued to do our great research. After many iterations, we have finally reached the point where we are today. Oh. Charlotte became interested and, under the guidance of Knorsheim, to a little white mouse. Compared to other mice thighs, one was small and exquisite. With white fur, it had a pair of light red eyes that looked at the two of them stealthily. It was not so shy and looked quite cute. Look its tail. Its limb sits, ear sits, nose sits, all back tilde Charlotte. With such a strong self-healing ability, can I roast and eat it endlessly? Glancing at the equation Charlotte had just written, Connors wiped the sweat from his forehead, hesitated slightly, gritted his teeth, turned around and picked up his notebook, took out the final equation he had written after scribbling some corrections, and handed it to Charlotte. He said excitedly, "Charlotte, I need you to help me. Let's create a miracle together. I know we can do it." Taking the equation, Charlotte raised his eyebrows. It was very similar to what he wrote, and it could be said to be a correct result. However, when it comes to science, there is still a long way to go between theoretical results and scientific facts. Especially in this subject, the theoretical results of a half-baked surgeon and a high school student seem unreliable no matter how you look at it. What Connors is a genius, but who isn't? Maybe we can become experts in animal protection. Turning to look at Connors, Charlotte dissuaded him again. But we still have a long way to go if we want to conduct research on the human body. Kurt, why don't you take the formula and ask the experts in the field? I know Tony Stark. I can show him this equation. Tony Stark. This was the first time Charlotte saw Connors show undisguised disgust towards someone. A damn warmongerer. A capitalist bastard who makes money from war. A playboy built on the lives lost in war. No way. Our equations must not be shown to him. He will create more wars. And he will use this technology to make a fortune from war. No, Charlotte Parker, you must not let him see this formula. Grabbing Charlotte's wrist, a pleading look flashed in the eyes of the crazy Connors. He has participated in wars, so he hates war the most. Charlotte didn't have much of an opinion on this. Only respect. What about Professor Banner? Although I don't know him yet, I think we will meet sooner or later. Maybe he can, wiping the sweat from his forehead, doctor. Connors looked around and seemed a little guilty. In fact, he was not a mad scientist. And he had never even thought of stealing the credit for Charlotte Parker's work on the lizard serum. So when the result came out, he chose to contact Charlotte immediately. What he never expected was that the genius he once valued the most was now delivering takeout food due to the pressure of life, which made him feel sad and regretful as he had stolen funds from Hammer Technology and conducted secret research. Tade went to see Charlotte for only one thing, that is, Connors wanted to inject himself with lizard serum and become the first experimenter of this epic-making serum technology. He couldn't wait to see what his arm would look like. What? No human experimentation, DNMD. If human experiments are not allowed, then how was Captain America born? If human experiments are not allowed, why are there still super soldiers on the battlefield now? Since human experiments are not allowed, where do those injured and disabled soldiers go after they sign the confidentiality agreement? Since human experiments are not allowed, why do the faces of the homeless on the streets of New York change every year? This is a lie told by politicians to silence the public, and a weapon used by the media to attack other competitors. Having experienced the battlefield and the dark side of scientific research, Connors knows best the darkness behind these high-sounding words. Okay, Connors, wait a little longer. I've put your feet at the door for you. I'll go get you the second portion now. Having said that, Charlotte turned around and walked out the door. Looking at Charlotte's departing back, Connors wiped the sweat from his forehead and the light in his eyes dimmed. Maybe I can wait, maybe. I can't wait any longer. After delivering takeout to Connors all day, Charlotte asked for a tip with a clear conscience. What? Connors is an acquaintance of yours. How dare you ask for a tip? Connors is an acquaintance of mine. How could he have the nerve not to tip me at night? Charlotte, who couldn't sleep, took the elevator to the top of the building. After a day of restlessness, he couldn't wait to try out his Spider-Man skill card. Open the system panel, Charlotte. Level, the 4th stage of insane power, age, 16 years old. Power, 3. Spirit, 14, characteristic, you are very spirited. Constitution, 3, life, 3. Appearance, 11 features, you always attract the attention of unknown life forms. Attribute points, 19 first increase the spirit to 20. Then add 1 point each to strength physique wind life. The indescribable comfort made Charlotte sway all over, like a fool who was high on drugs. After lying on the ground for a long time, Charlotte recovered and stood up. After hesitating for a moment, he increased his physical fitness to 10 and fell to the ground comfortably again. Those who don't know would think that he came up here to reward himself. Those who know will say, your feeling is right. Then equip the pig Spider-Man skill card, Charlotte. Power, 4 spirit, 20 feature, telekinesis. A power that can be used by just talking. Constitution, 10 feature, you have a strong constitution. Life, 4 attribute points, 4 equipped skill cards. Spider-Pig, you are a one-of-a-kind pig plus. With her arms open, Charlotte felt refreshed. The moment the skill card was equipped, Charlotte's entire body was covered with the most classic red and blue spider suit. The comfortable suit fits perfectly, and the handsome inverted triangle glasses do not affect the vision at all. The only annoying thing is that there is a not-so-obvious pig nose painted on the spider on the chest. The moment you put it on, you feel the power of Spider-Man flowing through your body. Your arms are strong and powerful. Your chest is broad and majestic. Your skin is invulnerable to swords and guns. And all your loved ones are dead or injured. Tilda. Jumping onto the electrical box on the top floor of the building, Charlotte acted like a superhero. That's right, it is the almighty boss Spider-Man. Continuing the experiment, Charlotte only had to recite in his mind, and the spider suit disappeared quietly like a nano battle suit. Although it was not marked on the skill card, as soon as this card was equipped, Charlotte felt that his eyes were also strengthened and gained supervision. And he also had another powerful ability. That is, he could communicate with pigs. With an excited look on his face, Charlotte immediately began to try other skill cards. First inserting superpower into the skill card slot. There's not much to say about this card. I just felt how powerful it is. It's so powerful that it makes you intoxicated. So strong that you'll be addicted. Once you've equipped it, you won't want to take it off. Next is the skill card Static Adsorption. You can crawl like a pig. Charlotte tried, jumping over it and standing up. Charlotte equipped Charlotte's Shock, which is Spider Senseth card that he had just equipped. With a buzz sound, Charlotte's brain roared and countless information flooded into his mind. Fortunately, his 20 points of spirit helped Charlotte handle it perfectly. This is not spider sense, it's spider radar. A malicious perception with a radius of 50 kilometers successfully covered the entire New York City. And the radar is full of red dots. The whole city is filled with criminal intent. Then, Charlotte also saw a white dot with a slight sense. Charlotte immediately knew that the white dot was Gwen, a Spider-Man like herself. At the same time, George and Gwen were at home. Gwen was happily eating her egg yolk pie with a spoon. But her spider reflex inexplicably kicked in, and her head began to shake rapidly and uncontrollably like a rattle. George looked at Gwen's head with a confused look on his face. Fortunately, Gwen's head stopped shaking quickly. As if she had taken ecstasy, she stopped what she was doing, staring with wide eyes and a confused look on her face. Just now, her spider sense seemed to tell her that a spider of the same kind had found her. Gwen, you didn't eat anything wrong, did you? George, with a tired face, looked at Gwen with scrutinizing eyes. My little sweet bear must have been led astray by that guy Charlotte. After a brief silence, George's expression became serious and earnest. He went home today to supervise Gwen and Charlotte and prevent them from doing anything that would endanger their personal safety. Although he knew Gwen and Charlotte and believed that they would not become poisonous, he hesitated for a moment and decided to say it himself. "Gwen, do you remember what I told you?" As soon as George opened his mouth, Gwen knew that George had misunderstood something. "Dad, I didn't just now. I might have caught a cold. Charlotte and I would never touch that kind of thing." Although I was surprised that Charlotte has become obsessed with motorcycles recently, it doesn't mean that everyone who rides a motorcycle is a bad person. He is a good person. Speaking of Charlotte, thinking back to the spider sense just now and the spider that Charlotte ate, Gwen's sixth sense shook her head firmly. It was him. It was him. Our friend Charlotte, who just made a fool of us. Did that guy really not gain superpowers after eating that spider? Or is he lying to me? Spider silk launch. Charlotte shouted excitedly and raised her middle finger to the sky. A finger-thick strand of hemp rope spider silk shot out from his wrist and shot straight up into the sky in a manner that was not in line with scientific laws, blasting a small hole in the wall he was aiming at and forming a spider web. Charlotte pulled hard to feel the strength of the spider silk, her face full of excitement, in one word, awesome. Broken voice, he couldn't wait any longer. So Charlotte jumped forward without hesitation, pulled his legs together, and swung forward, pulling on the spider silk. Yo-ho. Pulling the spider silk. The flexible Charlotte drew a graceful arc in the air, as expected of a man named Parker. As soon as Charlotte touched the spider silk, she felt a connection with Ida, feeling of intimacy. As if it was a part of her body, Charlotte closed her eyes, her body turning gracefully in the air, performing various poses flexibly. Then, the short arc came to the end, and Charlotte slammed hard against the wall. As soon as his hands loosened, the whole person fell from a high altitude and hit the ground 1 meter below. Haha, Tilda, that's right. Charlotte changed the place where she swung the spider web. After all, who would go to a skyscraper for the first time to try to commit suicide? Charlotte stood up happily with her hands on her hips and said, "I'm so awesome." He hesitated for a moment. Call out. 1 spider silk shot to the left and 1 spider silk shot to the right. Charlotte pulled himself back with force, a wicked smile on his face, and the next moment he took off and flew into the night sky. Yohu, Tilda, your good neighbor Spider-Man is online today. As they became more familiar with each other, Charlotte grinned and swung higher and higher. Following her spider sense, Charlotte moved forward quickly and, using her supervision, she looked down and saw a black man stealthily prying open a car. With a deft somersault, Charlotte landed on the roof of the car in a Natasha-like superhero move. "Hi friends, I am your good neighbor. Would you like to get to know me? Let me introduce myself first. I am a superhero. My name is Spider-Man, remember this name. I will test you next time we meet. And you will definitely fall in love with me in the future, Tilda." Seeing Charlotte on the roof, the thief was startled, slipped and fell to the ground cursing. "You damn psychopath. Get away from me, or I'll stuff this clown costume up your ass." "Oh damn, you are so rude." Charlotte looked down at him, then looked around in a fake manner. "Omen. Where are you hiding? Why can't I see you? Oh my god. You are also a superpower who can become invisible." Charlotte leaps down and performs her first superhero activity as Spider-Man. I have to say, this feeling is really great. With his middle finger raised, 2 thick spider webs shot out from Charlotte's hands, instantly engulfing the black man and sticking him completely to the ground. With a nimble leap, Charlotte stepped on his stomach. The compound inverted triangle eyes looked down at the thief, and the black reflection in the eyes was full of oppression. "Remember, Tilda, I'm Spider-Man, a good neighbor to the citizens of New York. And you are the first criminal I caught. Come, Tilda, let's take a photo together to commemorate it." As he spoke, Charlotte took out his phone from his pocket, grabbed the thief's head and started filming. "Smile. Smile quickly, this one doesn't look good. Let's take another one. Do you want me to change my pose? How about this? Damn, your face can't be seen in this photo. Open your eyes wide and show your teeth, Tilda, you son of a bitch. The thief was furious. This is my own car. I just forgot my keys, huh? Charlotte was stunned when he heard that. He glanced at the photos stored in his phone, then turned his head to look into the car. Sure enough, he saw a photo of the man and his girlfriend. I'm so sorry, Tilda. Charlotte seemed a little embarrassed because of his unsuccessful start. He cut the spider silk with a stroke of his hand. Forgive me. This is my first time being a superhero and You look like a criminal and you even broke into a car. It's not my fault at all, you shit-eating bastard. You damned bastard, you tiny budgie or shit. Staring at the black man who stood up and cursed. Charlotte blinked and grinned. Okay, baby Tilda. Well, now that the superhero event is cancelled, get ready to loot, boy, hand over all the valuables on you. Or I will strip you naked and stuff them all into your ass. 10 minutes later, Charlotte was swinging in the air, wearing a big gold chain around her neck in her spider suit and a gold watch on her wrist. And she was smiling very happily. Skipping past the previous episode, now it's time to go and be the superhero Spider-Man for the first time. My first victim. Ah no, it's the victim, the rescued. Anyway, that's what I mean, so where would she be now? Out of boredom. Charlotte swung on a swing in New York City for an entire night and saved several innocent citizens. He deliberately slowed down when reporters were taking pictures, kicked the robber away and posed handsomely. Sure enough, the next day news about Spider-Man was in the newspaper. Sitting behind Charlotte, Gwen pulled Charlotte's clothes with an expression of undisguised suspicion. Charlotte, a superhero appeared in New York City last night. Oh, Tilda, Charlotte responded perfunctorily as he started the motorcycle. So Spider-Man is really not you? Gwen came up with a straight shot. Of course not me. Charlotte answered without hesitation. After all, not only did good neighborhood Spider-Man save some people yesterday, he also robbed a black guy and took his gold necklace and gold watch. Although the news has not yet broken, Charlotte feels it would be embarrassing if Gwen knew about it. Although Charlotte gave the gold chain and gold watch to a homeless man who looked unshaven, but pleasing to the eye. Robbery is always wrong. Tilda. Gwen was skeptical. Sitting behind Charlotte, her spider sense was completely silent. If Charlotte was really the Spider-Man, her head would have been shaking like a rattle. Could it be that spider sense can also control whether it is activated or not? Based on her own experience, Gwen was certain that spider sense was a body instinct, like a passive ability that could not be turned off even if she wanted to. Gwen suddenly had an idea. Wouldn't it be easy to find out if she tried it? Sitting behind Charlotte, Gwen clenched her fists with ill intent, ready to make a move. Charlotte in front of him was driving his motorcycle without knowing it. And he commented happily, Spider-Man tilde Spider-Man tilde Spider-Man tilde. Which superhero would call himself Spider-Man? I think Spider-Man sounds better. What do you think of this name, Gwen? And what will your hero codename be, Spider-Gwen? I think, Dwang. A punch hit Charlotte on the back of the head, causing Charlotte's helmet to shake. After parking the car on the side of the road, Charlotte took off his helmet, and then took off Gwen's with a frown on his face. Looking at Gwen's awkward smile, Charlotte raised his hand with a ferocious look and clenched his sandbag-sized fist. I was just trying it. I thought you could dodge it, Tilda. I mean your superpowers. Where do I get my superpowers from? Gwen tilted her head and used her spider sense to avoid Charlotte's sudden attack. Gwen pretended to imitate Charlotte's expression and voice and said, Don't pretend. Charlotte Tilda, remember you told me that with great power comes great responsibility. You act like a master, so you must be a superpower, admit it. The Spider-Man that appears at night is you. No, Tilda, Charlotte glared at Gwen, who dodged his punches twice in a row and said, If you don't want to be left here, then sit still. Stay in your seat and don't do anything, Tilda. Putting on the helmet again and starting the scooter forward, Charlotte pretended to explain casually. How could I be Spider-Man? I ate a spider on the first night. And on the second night, I was walking around in a spider suit. How is that possible? This doesn't make sense. Spider-Man is definitely not me. How else do you explain where my suit came from? Gwen narrowed her eyes slightly, looked Charlotte up and down and said, so that's how it is. You actually have a cross-dressing fetish and have already prepared a tight suit for yourself. Hey, this is a blatant accusation, right? How could I possibly like wearing tights? The scene changed, and a pervert in tights, carrying a takeaway bag, was swinging through the sky. The spider suit tastes really good. Yoho tilde hehe, look forward to it. Your limited edition daily, use Good Neighbor Spider-Man is online. Let me see where the crime is, turning on the spider sense. A red New York appeared in front of Charlotte, falling rapidly in the air with arms outstretched. Charlotte's supervision saw more than a dozen crimes happening at the same time. Choosing one of them, Charlotte swung the spider silk and smashed it to the ground with the force of thunder, shattering the concrete floor. Stand up, this is a robbery case. The evil criminal pulled out a dagger against the underage girl and wanted to steal the homework in her school bag. And the city hero and good neighbor of New York citizens fell between the two. After giving the two of them a gentleman's salute, Charlotte raised his voice and introduced himself like a host. Nice to meet you too. I am a superhero walking between good and evil. I am a messenger from hell and your good neighbor Spider-Man. Please welcome with the warmest applause. Do you want to take a photo, Mr. Criminal? This kind of photo is very memorable. When you get to prison, you can show it to your colleagues. Charlotte covered her chest and said in a pleasant tenor, You bunch of criminal mediocrity. I was captured by the great Spider-Man. And none of you have the qualifications, damn it. The robber with a knife was surprised when he saw Charlotte in strange clothes. Asshole, where did you come from, you pervert? I don't care if you're Spider-Man or Papa Man. Now give me your money. Charlotte took 2 steps back and stood beside Mary Jane, who was also a little frightened and looked at the robber. Charlotte laughing so hard that she fell backwards. Hehe, Mr. Criminal. If I heard you correctly, just know where you robbing me, hehe. You are robbing Methies is really funny. You are robbing a superhero. This is my first time being robbed, so handsome criminal. Can I take a photo with you? As he spoke, Charlotte took out his cell phone from his pocket. Yes. His spider suit had a pocket, right on the pig nose on his chest. Without waiting for the robber to refuse, Charlotte turned around and took 3 consecutive photos. Oh fuck, the robber raised his hands to cover his face. But it was too late, he became instantly furious. He was robbing without wearing a mask. And someone actually took photos of him. Hand him over, you bastard. Hand him over, give him to me. Looking at the photos taken with her phone, Charlotte turned and showed them to Mary Jane. Hey, lovely lady, what do you think of my photo? Did it make my suit look fatter? Hehe. Mary Jane laughed dryly and clenched her school bag tightly. I just read the Spider-Man newspaper this morning. And I encountered Spider-Man in a robbery this morning. The whole story seems a little too magical. I think it was a great shot. Mr. Spider-Man, look. That guy is coming over here, without even thinking. He just raised his middle finger at the criminal. A spider silk as thick as a hemp rope shot out from Charlotte's wrist and hit the robber, who was rushing towards her with a roar. The impact of the spider silk sent the robber flying against the wall, where he was entangled in the sticky white web. With even his mouth sealed, he somersaulted to the side of the robber, took the dagger in the other's hand, raised it to his neck, and started posing for photos. Yes, that's the expression. I think you can be more fierce. No, this is a bit too much. Your expression makes me look like I'm the enemy who killed your father. Brother, please cooperate and don't look so desperate. I am your good neighbor. Thank you, Mr. Spider-Man. After a brief moment of shock, Mary Jane couldn't help but become curious about this newly emerged superhero. You're welcome. Remember to help me promote it, Tilda. Charlotte flew to the top of the building through the catapult spider silk, picked up the takeaway box she had placed there, and moved forward quickly again. Charlotte thinks that he is slightly different from the real Spider-Man. After all, he can't be late for delivering food. A few blocks later, Charlotte came out of the alley, got on a motorcycle, and soon arrived at the delivery location, on a remote road. An Audi A8 was parked on the side of the road, and a bald man was fiddling with something in the trunk. After parking the car, Charlotte greeted with a smile, "Hi. Guoda Statham, is this the takeaway you ordered?" Taking out the takeaway. Charlotte walked forward with a professional smile. Maybe she got infected with Jason Statham's talkative nature from playing Spider-Man. Charlotte looked at Jason Statham's face and couldn't help but said, "Did I call you the wrong name, Jason Arthur Clay?" Rolling her eyes, Charlotte pointed her fingers at Frank in a pistol shape and said with certainty, "Zio Shiwei. I'm sure I won't make a mistake this time, right?" Frank's face turned a little dark, and he frowned as he looked at the two takeouts in Charlotte's hand. The second rule of the industry regulations is that no names should be mentioned. No one's name should be mentioned, of course. He was not the people Charlotte had just mentioned. But Charlotte's act of mentioning the names made him feel that his professional ethics was challenged because Charlotte had violated industry regulations. Of course, and more importantly, he himself had just violated industry regulations. Rookie. Rule number 2 of the industry is never mention names. Okay, Tilda, Charlotte nodded and looked at the trunk he closed and said, "Then why did you order 2 KFCs? There must be someone in the trunk. Let me guess, she must not be a man. Let me guess again, Jason, you must be in trouble, Tilda. Shut up." Frank's face darkened slightly. He chose to order underground takeout in order to avoid some unknown troubles. But now the takeout he ordered has become his trouble. He took out his wallet, took out 2 bills, and handed them to Charlotte. "Put them away, boy. It's time for you to go." "Guess why I said you were in trouble?" Charlotte turned her head and looked towards the distance in the forest. There were some clothes that were not completely hidden behind some trees. Frank's heart sank, and he immediately thought that Charlotte was the crisis he was facing. Just as he was about to attack Charlotte, he saw Charlotte lower his head and lift his beloved car to block in front of him. Duh, the sound of the Chicago typewriter is very nice. And the feeling of typing in the car is also very pleasant. Also hiding behind the car. He cursed countless times in his heart as he watched Charlotte easily lift his car with one hand to block the bullets. "Oh fuck," Charlotte was the first to curse. Right in front of him 2 meters away. His lightning motorcycle was smashed into a sieve right in front of him. Similar screams were heard from the trunk of the Audi. And Frank then remembered that there were goods in the trunk that he needed to deliver. "Oh fuck," Frank cursed and screamed. "Damn it, kid, is there someone in the trunk? You can't use her to block bullets. Nothing can happen before the goods are successfully delivered." "Oh Tilda, sorry Tilda," he lowered the car. And while the other party was changing bullets, Charlotte opened the trunk, took out the bag, inside, and threw it at Frank's feet. "Jason, they came looking for you. And now they have damaged my motorcycle. So you have to compensate me with a new one. This motorcycle is Charlotte's powerful tool for delivering goods. Without it would he have to deliver food on a swing every day. That's stupid, they also damaged my car." The veins on Frank's forehead throbbed. Just by listening to the sound, he could imagine how his beloved car had been damaged. "First, my name is not Jason. Your name is Chu Yuk-sun. Shut up. Second, never mention the name. Third, never check the package. And the fourth one." Charlotte's eyes were full of meaning. She smiled at Frank and said, "Never have useless curiosity." Frank widened his eyes slightly and became wary of Charlotte again. Because out of useless curiosity, he checked the package in advance and found that there was a woman in the package. And now, Frank knew very well that the shooting he was experiencing was definitely related to this. The Audi's tires were reinforced, but not thickened. Fortunately, Lai in the trunk was only frightened and not injured. Frank opened the handbag, revealing Shuchi, who was tied up tightly inside. He took her out with a seal on her mouth and threw her on the ground. If necessary, they might need to coerce Lai to escape. With his head tilted, Charlotte looked at Lai, who looked pitiful and asked for help and asked curiously, "Why are you blinking at me? Are your eyes dry?" leaning against the car body and observing the other party's movements. Frank was stunned when he heard Charlotte's words and looked down at Lai. Lai's expression was completely frozen, and he looked at Charlotte in disbelief. "You must have dry eyes, your eyes are so wide open." Ignoring the car that was being hit and banged, Charlotte took out a bottle of eye drops from his pocket and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I brought eye drops with me," smiling. Charlotte unscrewed the bottle cap in Lai's face and dripped eye drops into her eyes. Hey. Frank simply couldn't stand it. This boy looked like a lunatic. It was already this late, and you were still thinking about putting eye drops in others' eyes. And there was only one question in Lai's mind: why do you carry eye drops with you? He pried open Kailai's left eye, dripped 2 drops into it, and then dripped towards his right eye. Be cooperative. 2 drops in each eye will be enough. With a squeeze of the bottle, the untightened bottle mouth fell off, and all the eye drops poured into Lai's eyes. Ah, Lai, whose mouth was blocked, screamed in fear. Ah, Tilda, I poured too much, Tilda. Charlotte smiled embarrassedly and threw the empty bottle aside. Ding, congratulations, you get the skill card. Are your eyes dry? When you have a bottle of eye drops in your pocket, ask the other person if his eyes are dry. If the other person answers no, you will force him to put eye drops in his eyes. Free attribute points +2, stop playing, you bastard. Frank opened the takeaway and handed the can of Coke to Charlotte. Just now I saw that you are very strong. Use this to knock them down. I just observed that there are 4 enemies in total, and they all have M4A1s in their hands. You take care of 2 of them, leave the remaining 2 to me. After weighing the can of Coke in his hand, Charlotte raised his eyebrows and said, "Sorry, my aim isn't that good, and they have guns. How about let's call the police, call the police." Frank widened his eyes, frowned, and stared at Charlotte. Never reveal your identity. This is the capital you rely on to survive in this industry. The underground world will never see the light of day. Those who see the light will die a violent death. Call out. A can of Coke flew out at high speed and exploded on the tree. The fragments that were ejected were almost like shrapnel from a grenade, spreading in all directions. The trees hit were directly penetrated with great power. But I didn't hit it, fortunately. There was a second takeaway, and Charlotte picked up the takeaway and started to open it consciously. Then he ate his burger as if nothing had happened. Frank was still observing the other party's actions anxiously. He waited for a long time, but still didn't see any movement from Charlotte. When he lowered his head, he found that Charlotte was eating his takeaway slowly. "What are you doing?" Frank took a deep breath, his eyes slightly darkened. If he stayed with Charlotte for too long, he was sure that he would definitely get high blood pressure. After waiting for a long time, Charlotte found that he did not get any skill cards. He curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said confidently, "I'm eating a hamburger. How can I have the energy to throw it without eating? It's very exhausting, justified, and convincing." Frank held all his words in his throat as he watched Charlotte wolf down her second takeaway and drink the whole Coke in one breath. After the second round of shooting, the other party found that they could not penetrate the car and immediately stopped. The forest was quiet, but Frank had a bad feeling in his heart. Charlotte raised his head with a hamburger in his mouth and glanced at the other party's position. The supervision of Pig Spider-Man made Charlotte hear and see clearly, and he saw the other party's plan at a glance. "Oh, Tilda, bald guy, we should go. The other side is preparing rockets, of course. If your car can withstand it, then just ignore what I said." Rockets? Len and Frank were horrified. He didn't even have time to care when Charlotte called him a bald guy. He picked up Lai and strode forward, with Charlotte following closely behind. Sure enough, as soon as the 3 people left the car, a rocket blew the car into the sky, duh-duh-duh-duh, with dense bullets sweeping across. Charlotte quickly equipped Charlotte's shock, and he did not dare to be careless in the face of bullets. His strength and physical strength are far inferior to the real Spider-Man. Even Spider-Man can dodge bullets, let alone him. A Spider-Man whose face was scratched by a blue melon bomb doesn't count. Following the spider sense, Charlotte was a little hesitant at first, but gradually. He moved leisurely, as if he was taking a stroll. He said that this is truly Spider-Man's strongest skill. Walking all the way to where Frank was hiding. Charlotte tilted her head and looked at the attacker. Asking, what should we do now? What to do? Run away. Woo woo woo, Lai said in a low voice. Run. Charlotte raised her voice. They destroyed our car. And all we can do is run away. The rocket affected everyone. And Charlotte's motorcycle was also blown into the sky. He quite likes this car. Charlotte wants to be a ghost fire boy, of course. He doesn't mean the ghost fire boy who rides a motorcycle through the city, but the ghost fire motorcycle surrounded by flames like the ghost rider. And Nohai's ghost fire motorcycle really caught fire. But Charlotte didn't feel happy at all. So what do you want to do? Rush up and fight them? You can do whatever you want, but I won't hold you back. Ha Tilda, Charlotte sneered, straightened his chest, and said with dignity, I'm going to curse them loudly. After taking a deep breath, Charlotte turned his head to look in the direction of the forest and roared loudly. I see. Okay, Tilda, Charlotte squatted next to Frank. Now that I'm done scolding you, when are we going to escape? Right now. While Charlotte was cursing, Frank untied the ropes on Len. Pulling up Lai, the three of them ran very fast. As she ran, Charlotte suddenly felt that she was out of tune with the two people. Looking at their hands holding together, Charlotte suddenly felt like a shiny light bulb. The smile on his face, which was originally immersed in the game, gradually drooped until it disappeared completely. Damn. I suddenly have the urge to turn around and surrender to the enemy. As the sky darkened, Charlotte sent messages to Uncle Ben, Aunt May Gwen, and even Francie to let them know she was safe. The three of them stayed in Frank's temporary secret base and were caught in the most embarrassing situation for a while. Frank's previous mobile phone was left in his car and now turned to ashes. He only had the delivery address, but no contact information of the other party. For a moment, Frank couldn't be sure who attacked him, or whether it was the client. After a moment's silence, he kept his gaze on Lai. This was the only way at the moment. I ask questions and you answer them, simple and clear. No nonsense, do you understand? Frank said with a cold face. Lai, who was tied to a chair and gagged, nodded. Frank then removed the tape from Len's face. Who are you? Frank asked seriously. My name is Lai, I come from. Before Lai could finish his words, Frank sealed his mouth again. I'll say it again. After taking a deep breath, Frank glanced at Charlotte, who was doing nothing not far away. He suddenly felt that it was really difficult to communicate with these Chinese Americans. I ask you questions, and you answer them. You don't have to say more nor less. Let's try again, Tilda. After untying the tape on Lai's mouth, Frank asked, Am I in trouble? Big trouble, super big trouble, they are black. No, Tilda, no, I won't say more. Frank covered Len's mouth with his hand and lowered his head heavily. Charlatuho was standing by, supported his head with one hand, and watched the two people playing couple games. He widened his eyes and tried to increase his brightness to show his presence. So what about you, kid? Who are you? Frank gave up on Lay and turned to ask Charlotte. Oh. Him, Charlotte raised her eyebrows with a smile. Do you need to seal my mouth and tie me up to play this game? I am happy to cooperate, and I am completely ready till to come on. Bro, I can't wait. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Frank covered his head as if nothing had happened and said, I ask you questions so you answer them. Simple and clear, don't say too much. Okay, who are you? Hehe, Tilda, Charlotte showed her 8 white teeth. Just a smile made Frank's face darken. Charlotte said loudly, the second rule of the industry code is not to mention names. I remember, Tilda, but it's not very convenient to call you without a name. You are not Jason's, I nicknamed you Bald Guy. And my nickname is Jason, as she spoke. Charlotte looked at Frank with a smile on her face. As if asking for praise, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, it's normal to be hypoxic. It's normal to feel dizzy, covering their heads. Frank and Lai had the same idea that this young man was the most difficult one to deal with. Come on, Baldy, let me ask you the second question. I can't wait any longer. Frank covered his head and let out a long breath. I know you are our biggest trouble. The fatigue from the long-distance march, coupled with the mental persecution, made Frank mentally exhausted. He held his smooth forehead and relaxed for a while. Then untied Lai inside, that's all. I'm going to have a good sleep first. And everything will be fine when I wake up. So, who are you going to sleep with? Charlotte teased with her head tilted. Frank did not answer, pretending that Charlotte did not exist, and said to Lai, Stay still, don't move. After saying that, he pushed the door open and walked upstairs. Now, there are only Charlotte and Lai left in the house. And there is only one sofa to sleep on. Charlotte turned her head and looked at Lai. HMPH tilde, Charlotte turned her face away proudly. Why are you looking at me? I will never sleep with you, don't even think about it. After saying that, Charlotte turned and went to the balcony. Who said I want to sleep with you? Don't be so conceited. Lai sat on the sofa in broken English, glancing at Charlotte as she left. Len looked around curiously and immediately caught his eye of the heavy file box on top of the cabinet. Seeing that there was no one around, she stood on tiptoe curiously to see what was inside. Thump. With a loud bang, the fallen file box almost hit her head. Unable to help but let out a cry of surprise. Lai hurriedly covered his mouth again. I had already thought of an excuse to explain, but there was no sound from upstairs or on the balcony. After hesitating for a while, Lai curiously looked through the documents, which contained information about Frank's military service. At this time, Frank came upstairs and opened the bedroom with a fingerprint lock. Seeing that the two did not follow him, walked into the room, opened the wardrobe, and took the secret elevator to the basement of the villa. Trust two strangers who meet for the first time. That kind of scene only happens in movies. Not to mention trust Frank was extremely wary of the two men. If the situation went wrong, he would immediately use the underground passage to escape. When he turned on the surveillance footage, he saw Charlotte leap off the balcony, then whistling while peeing in his garden. And Lai was sitting on the sofa, looking through the documents he had forgotten there. Damn it, Frank cursed inwardly. It was too late to retrieve the information now. Carefully observe Lai in the room. The other person was sitting on the sofa, reading the information with great interest. He had to admit that Lai was indeed the type he liked. And that was the main reason why he chose to save him. Love at first sight? No, it's just lust. As for Charlotte, I moved my eyes to the left again and realized that Charlotte in the garden had disappeared at some point. A hand wearing an evidence glove picked up a twisted bullet and put it into the evidence. Looking at the car that was burned to a frame and then glancing at the wreckage of the motorcycle, George's face was heavy. The only thing to be thankful for was that there was no blood or corpse here. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain to Gwen, although they had only met once the day before. Charlotte's motorcycle was engraved in George's mind. I even dreamt about it this morning in my nightmare. Now, only the wreckage of the Willow WO was left. George did not feel relieved, but was worried about Charlotte, another attack. Looking at the same type of bullet in the evidence bag as in the Arkham attack, George confirmed that the attack was aimed at Charlotte. The car frame next to it is not simple either. This reminded George of a bank robbery that happened some time ago. The other person was driving an Audi A8, and his driving skills were quite superb. He chased the car on the crosswalk and used a thrilling drift to pass in front of the locomotive, thus evading the police's capture. Recalling Charlotte's inherited sidewalk driving skills, and now that the two cars were scrapped together, George couldn't help but wonder if the two knew each other before. Of course, the most important thing is to find Charlotte. George couldn't imagine the consequences if he was murdered like Dan, and the video was broadcast all over the internet. Hank came up and said, "Don't worry, George. Yulan has already surveyed the attack site. Apart from the shrapnel from the rocket explosion that made the scene look horrible, no one was injured here. Remember those footprints? The three of them ran very fast, and it was obvious that they were not injured. Moreover, KFC wrapping paper was found at the scene. which seemed to be sent by Charlotte. And his fingerprints were also found on it, Tusk tilde. What a leisurely and elegant person. I guess he must have been hiding behind the car, eating the burger that was supposed to be given to the customers. Knowing that Charlotte was fine, George nodded and his expression looked a little better. Then the question is, how did the other party know that Charlotte was going to deliver food to this place? They were waiting here in advance, and they launched the attack as soon as Charlotte arrived. The two men came to the location where the gunmen were at that time. There were not many useful things left here, except for bullet shells scattered all over the floor. George said coldly, if they fail once, they will definitely launch a second attack very soon. One after another, how many times can Charlotte dodge it? Not to mention that they are a group of desperate gangsters. They will not hesitate at all in order to capture Charlotte. They could attack Arkham Mental Asylum before. And tomorrow, they will dare to attack the school directly. We can't wait any longer, Hank. We have to speed up and not let these bastards do whatever they want in New York. Hank nodded seriously as well. There has been resistance to our investigation. We originally thought that the resistance came from within our police force. But now it seems that the resistance comes from above. Remember the department that pretended to be the FBI? George raised his eyebrows and continued. Although their impersonation was unprofessional, their methods were very professional some time ago. They approached me again, hoping that I could cooperate with their investigation of Arkham Mental Asylum. I was prepared to agree. Maybe they would know something. Hank's mind emerged a man in a suit dressed meticulously, with blonde hair, high hair leaned a smile on his face. He walked up, took out an FBI ID from his arms, and said that he would take over the case. He was then pushed to the ground by the two men. And finally, the misunderstanding was cleared up by a phone call from the director. Hank nodded, that's right. FBI bastards never dress like that. A bastard who dresses like that is definitely not from the FBI. A key question that is full of lead-in reveals his flaws. Charlotte's life or death is uncertain now. I think I can agree to their request first and share all the information about the Arkham case with them. It's up to you to decide, by the way. Do you know the new superhero that appeared in New York City? Hank was also very interested in this. It seems to be called Spider-Man. What superhero? When George mentioned this, he said with a cold face, just a masked weirdo who does vigilante justice. His actions are crimes in themselves. Sticking people to walls all day, beating up thieves, and nearly suffocating a guy to death with his damn spider silk. Not to mention someone called the police and said they were robbed by Spider-Man. Don't get so excited, George. I mean, his methods should have been gentler. If we hadn't arrived in time, that man would have almost died. George, I mean, Spider-Man is the most famous superhero in New York City right now. Why don't they attack Spider-Man? There is only one possibility. They don't know who Spider-Man is. Suppose that Charlotte took a leave of absence and disappeared for a week. And during this week, her good neighbor Spider-Man in New York also disappeared. When Charlotte appeared, the superhero Spider-Man reappeared in the public eye. Wasn't it obvious then? Could it be that Gwen couldn't guess the connection? That's right. Spider-Man must have gone out with Charlotte and left her behind. Well, Tilda, in order to cover up this flaw, Charlotte traveled a long distance from the suburbs back to New York to enforce justice. Coming down from the sky, a knight kicked a woman in a tights who was running away after stealing into a wall. Looking at the other person's mature figure and sexy black leather jacket, Charlotte shook her head speechlessly. Is the competition in the thief industry so fierce now? Are they starting to compare uniforms? Shaking his head, Charlotte raised his fists towards the woman lying against the wall. Come on, Tilda, I can't wait to fight you. The woman rolled her eyes and slid down the wall, foaming at the mouth and falling to the ground. Helpless, Charlotte sighed. I haven't even used my full strength yet, and you've already fallen. Oh, I was looking forward to a hearty fight. Charlotte walked up to him and snatched the golden key from his hand, then turned around and looked at the person who had been robbed. He was a bald fat man with a strong build, wearing a clean white tailor-made suit. The fat all over his body made his baggy suit bulk up, and his downward slanted eyebrows and triple chin made him look even more ferocious. He exudes the aura of a big boss and doesn't look like an ordinary person at first glance. Hi tilde cute little white fat boy, is this the key you lost? A cute little white fat guy. The first meeting with Spider-Man was so unpleasant. Kingpin's face became even colder. Are you the messenger from hell, Spider-Man? This is the most widely circulated title among the victims of the gang. And Jin Bing has also heard of this insidious and vicious executioner. Thank God you called me by the right name, Spider-Man, instead of the idiot reporter's name, Spider-Man. Which is so unfashionable. What's up, little fat guy? You are my fan. Do you want to take a photo with me? As she spoke, Charlotte walked forward and handed the key to Kingpin. No, the thief who was lying against the wall looked at Charlotte handing the key to Jin Bing, covered his chest and stopped him. You can't give him the key. Putting the key into Kingpin's hand, Charlotte rolled his eyes under his mask and said, If I don't give it to him, then I'll give it to you. Returning the property to its original owner is what a superhero should do, Tilda. You will regret it, the thief said, gritting his teeth, patting Kingpin's exaggerated pectoral muscles. Charlotte said, She's so funny, Tilda, I'm going to regret this. Imitation, Tilda, no one can make me regret this. Not you, not her either, Tilda, little fat white guy. You won't make me regret this, right? Jin Bing narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the thief with fierce eyes, and then glanced at Charlotte's back and asked, Mr. Spider-Man, are you interested in working for me? You can keep me, but you can't keep my heart. My dream is to become a superhero and fight for justice and peace. So, how good are the benefits? How much is the salary? What are the benefits? Are there 2 days off a week? How many days of annual leave are there? What insurances and funds are there? Hehe, Tilda, Kingpin was stunned. He felt that he liked Spider-Man and thought Spider-Man had great potential. He smiled and replied, Don't worry, everything will be as you wish. Charlotte was full of desire. He hesitated between continuing to be Spider-Man and finding a job in a factory. He actually hesitated. In the end, he chose to continue going to school. The treatment is good, but it's not suitable for me now. Charlotte spread his hands helplessly, looked at Jin Bing, who was more than 2 meters tall, raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Leave the job for me. When I have had enough fun and want to retire, I will come to you again, Tilda, abandoning Jin Bing. Charlotte took 2 steps forward, put his hands on his hips, stared at the thief who had recovered his breath and smiled. Now I have to deal with the business, Miss Thief. Considering that this is the first time I catch you and you haven't caused any loss to the owner, let me give you a good beating. My fists are thirsty for it, Tilda. Spider-Man, standing in the shadows behind Charlotte. Kingpin spoke in a low voice, Just leave her to me. I will teach her a profound lesson. Leave it to you, no. Little fat man, you are neither a policeman nor a superhero. I do not advocate lynching. You should be law-abiding and peace-loving like me. Grabbing the thief by the collar, Charlotte lifted him up from the ground. Then he shot out Spider Silk and pulled it hard, sending it swinging towards the direction of the police station. Looking at Charlotte's departing back, Kingpin's expression hardened and he clenched the key in his hand. Spider-Man. We will meet again, asshole. The thief cursed angrily as he was held in Charlotte's hand and saw that he had failed in the end. You this, before she could finish her words. Charlotte sneered under the mask and threw her upwards with force. The next moment, Thief let out a shrill scream, drew an arc, and fell to the ground. The spider silk ricocheted around her waist. The elastic spider, silk as thick as a hemp rope, allowed the thief to experience the thrill of bungee jumping. Sitting on the top of the construction crane, Charlotte pulled hard and the thief rolled up like a yo-yo and was tied up with a hemp rope and held in his hand. Is it fun? Do you want to play it again? Looking at the thief in her hand, whose face turned pale due to shock and spinning, Charlotte excitedly introduced her. This is the Spider-Man amusement park experience project I invented. Only a few people have experienced it so far. And everyone who has experienced it says it's great. Charlotte paused, stared at the thief with his black compound eyes, and asked in a cold tone word by word. So what do you think of this project? He opened his mouth. His eyes were dizzy. And although he had countless curse words in his mouth, the thief still chose to admit his defeat. It is good. Hehe Tilda, Charlotte laughed maliciously from under the mask. Okay, then you want to experience it again. Do not. Before he could finish his words, Charlotte loosened his grip, and the thief spun and fell toward the ground. But Charlotte pulled him hard and sent him flying back. It's not that Charlotte doesn't want to play anymore. It's just that there are curious reporters taking pictures on the ground at this time. The thief, whose brains were almost all shaken up, was hung on the tower crane, looking at her vomiting crazily. He took 2 steps back in disgust and said from a distance, "As your good neighbor Spider-Man, I am here to show my concern for you. I think you must have learned your lesson. Don't be a thief in the future, of course. If you still want to play games with Spider-Man in the future, just ignore what I said. I still have many thrilling projects waiting for you to experience Tilda. So, bye, Miss Thief Tilda." Wait, Tilda. The thief bent over. She looked down at the sky below, her legs trembling. Superhero, Spider-Man. There are people who need your help, many, many people. Of course, Tilda. Charlotte spread out her palms. Everyone in this city needs my help. How can they survive without me? I mean, Kingpin is smuggling people. King Bing. Charlotte pinched her chin. Is that the fat little white guy just now? Although this was just a guess, it was finally confirmed when the thief nodded. So what? The thief continued with a weak voice. Spider-Man Kingpin. He is an unforgivable bastard. He smuggled 500 people for trafficking and slavery. So what do you want me to do? Sitting on the tower crane. Charlotte supported his chin with one hand and said, I, Spider-Man, am not a superhero who bullies the weak and fears the strong. But I have to make it clear in advance that I can't beat that fat white guy right now. Jin Binjavrion, who knows him, knows him. And those who don't know him, I will tell you now. This is a ruthless character. He is the biggest gangster boss in New York and even in the United States, ruling a huge underground dark kingdom. He is meticulous and intelligent beyond the average person. More than 90% of his body is muscle. He has amazing strength and can even kill a Spider-Man with his bare hands. To deal with him, you need to grow more and accumulate more attribute points, or get a cool and invincible skill card to kill him directly. Interrupting Charlotte's thoughts, a faint voice came from under Charlotte's feet. 500 people every month. 500 people per month, grabbing the spider's silk with one hand. He pulled the other person up from where he was hanging. Looking at her filth, Charlotte looked disgusted. And suddenly, an idea came to him. Do you want to clean up the dirt on yourself? Of course. It makes me feel uncomfortable, then leave it to me. What are you going to do? When the thief heard Charlotte's tone of, I have a good idea, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Sure enough, in a moment, Charlotte pulled her tightly onto the spider's silk, and she took off again, drawing an arc, and was swung over Charlotte's head. The filth all over his body fell from the sky like raindrops, landing on the heads of several gangsters on the ground. Brother, it's raining acid. Oh shit, let's run. It turns out that acid rain is sour and smelly. Brother, we are doomed, Tilda. Wow. Wow, I don't want to die yet, Tilda. I haven't built my bikini bottom yet, Tilda. Mom, save me, Tilda. Charlotte didn't care what happened to the gangsters on the ground. He swung forward by the spider silk on the thief's body, and soon threw her on the roof of a building. The filth on her body was indeed much less, but the lower half of her face, exposed by the thief's mask, was almost purple, and her originally red lips were even black. She wanted to vomit again. He took off the hood in a depressed mood, revealing the beautiful face of the woman underneath and her beautiful silver hair. This guy called Spider-Man is a devil. He made a name for himself in just a few days. Even in the underground world, the terrifying urban legend of Spider-Man has spread. And he is called Spider-Man, Spider-Man. A name even more vulgar than Spider-Man. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Charlotte tilted his head and said, "Hurry up and tell me, Tilda, I don't have that much time to waste. Spider-Man hasn't completed his mission target today, Tilda." As Charlotte spoke, his eyes stopped at the beautiful woman and threatened. "I've been liking the sunny smile with 8 teeth showing lately. In order to teach New York's notorious criminals a lesson, I plan to collect a total of 8 teeth today, so are you willing to serve me alone?" Covering her chest, the beautiful woman looked terrified. Suppressed her nausea and said quickly, "My name is Lingmao. I'm not a thief, I'm a chivalrous thief. Strictly speaking, we should be on the same side. Jin Bing and a gang are about to start cooperation. And these 500 people are the first order of cooperation. The evidence key I stole before can prove that Jin Bing is guilty. Even if he cannot be put in jail, he will choose to give up this deal from now on." "Hey, Tilda," Charlotte took a step forward and looked into the civet cat's eyes. Although the feeling of oppression was still strong, the expression under the mask was completely frozen. "Oh my God, what have I done? 500 people a month. Why do I look like a villain?" I took the civet cat's evidence key and returned it to the villain kingpin. Why is God so unfair to me? I just want to be a good person and do good things. Ask yourself if Spider-Man saw someone stealing something. Would he choose to stop it? Although the thief had a slim figure, and the victim was big and strong with a bad look, Spider-Man never judges people by their appearance. I asked myself again and again, and finally got the answer. I was absolutely not wrong, so it was all God's fault. And God made me do it. Hehe, Charlotte laughed wildly. A typical villain, laughing to hide his embarrassment. I do this all for the skill cards. That's right, everything is for skill cards. Having found the reason, Charlotte was still very confident and pointed at the civet cat's nose and angrily said, "Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier?" The civet cat looked at Charlotte's finger, pointing at her with a dazed look on her face. And for a moment, she felt disheartened with the entire city. With such a superhero, can New York really be okay? No. No, stay true to your original aspiration. Stay true to your original aspiration. Maybe I am old and can't keep up with the trend. It's time to retire, Spider-Man. Do I look old now? The beautiful woman who still had her charm sat on the ground, covered in dust and exuding a foul odor. Charlotte couldn't understand the old woman's jumping around at all. Aren't we still discussing the topic of superheroes? Why are you so jumpy? After a brief silence, Charlotte gently comforted him. What nonsense are you talking about? Auntie Tilda, you don't look old at all just. This woman looked to be in her 30s. And she was well maintained. In order to show off her observation skills, Charlotte deliberately guessed, you are probably around 50 Tilda. Click there seemed to be a crisp sound. Looking at the ant, who was broken in front of her, Charlotte blinked innocently, ding congratulations. You have obtained the skill card. The little secret of a woman's age. You can tell the exact age of a female life. Free attribute points +2 a Tilda. Charlotte blinked and silently changed the skill card. 37 years old, cough, cough, cough. After a few dry coughs, Charlotte quickly changed the topic. I was just joking, Auntie. You don't look that old. You're probably only 36 years old. Are you satisfied now? I deliberately said you were 1 year younger. Woo woo woo. The civet cat sat there and burst into tears. This is my last activity as a civet cat. I want to retire. Take care of my husband and children. And take good care of myself. Don't do that, Auntie. You've embarrassed me, if I didn't know. I would think that my good neighbor Spider-Man in New York City bullied me. There was a brief silence. Charlotte was very experienced in dealing with women crying. With a somersault, Charlotte jumped off the building and swung away. The experience is, the best thing to do is to run away. As long as I'm far enough away, I won't be able to hear her crying. And if I can't hear her crying, it means she isn't crying. After venting the anger that had been accumulating in its heart, the civet cat left the rooftop with a bitter look on its face. walked carefully through the block, and arrived at the door of its home. Looking at the lights on the second floor and a slim figure, the civet cat let out a long breath, gathered his strength, and secretly opened the door. Hanging at the door was a bright yellow student-style women's shoulder bag, which had a cute doll and the school emblem of Midtown Science High School on it. Exhaling silently, the civet cat took off his boots and stepped carefully on the floor with his bare feet without making any sound. But Felicia Hardy still poked her head out from the second floor and looked at the civet cat in a tight outfit, trying to go to the bathroom with a smile on her face. Hi tilde mommy tilde, tilde I didn't update yesterday. I downloaded Black Myth, Wukong, and got addicted to it. Hehe tilde spider sense spreads throughout New York. Charlotte first found Gwen's location and made her feel her presence, proving that Spider-Man was in New York at this time. As for Gwen, who was wandering on the street, Charlotte didn't care at all about the way her bag was shaking. But the mischievous smile on his face gradually disappeared. Charlotte slowly shifted his sense away from Gwen and carefully felt the familiar source of malice nearby. In an instant, Charlotte flew into the air, leaped 3 meters high, and then landed stiffly on the ground, keeping his middle finger pointed to the sky. Seeing that there was no one around, he silently withdrew his hand. Tilde, I forgot tilde now that I have changed the spider sense skill card. He can't swing on the spider silk anymore. After a moment's silence, Charlotte, wearing the spider suit, took a step forward and ran towards the target. On the street, a few hooligans who were running away saw Spider-Man, who was also running forward. One of the clever guys shouted, "Brother, look. Spider-Man's spider silk has also been corroded by the acid rain. He can only run to move forward today." His eldest brother, who had a toad tattooed on his chest, slapped him on the head angrily. "Are you stupid? Let's ignore him as long as we run faster than him. The acid rain won't get on us." But they were doomed to miscalculate, as Charlotte ran so fast that he disappeared in a flash. Several club members gritted their teeth and chased in the direction where Charlotte left. Following the escape ladder to the top of the building, Charlotte looked down at the crime scene. There were 3 burly men in suits, holding paper cutters and trying to snatch a briefcase from a white-collar man with glasses. No, the man with glasses clenched the briefcase in his hand and shouted for help. "Help me, Spider-Man, Spider-Man, come and save me." One of the men in suits looked around and saw no movement. He raised the dagger in his hand and pointed it at the man with glasses and said, "Don't waste your energy. Spider-Man won't come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Give me the $1,000 million in your hand, or we will kill your son. No, you can't do this." The man with glasses cried out with an ugly expression, "Then bring the money. And then put this briefcase with the bomb in it into the bank. We are going to blow up the entire Midtown area tomorrow." He said this with a cold face and turned to look at his companion. Seeing that he nodded, he threatened confidently, "Otherwise, we will chop your son into pieces and feed it to the dogs, and send the video to your wife and your elderly mother." Holding the briefcase in his hands, the man with eyes wide open wanted to cry, "Save me, someone save me, please. Please save me." Suddenly, the only person who hadn't made any move, the man in a suit with a zombie face, changed his expression, pointed a knife at the half of Charlotte's face that was exposed on the roof, and said, "Who is it? Damn it, it's Spider-Man. Boss, he discovered our plan." The leading criminal pulled up the man with glasses from the ground, stepped on the briefcase, and threatened coldly, "Come down, Spider-Man, you must come down immediately, or I will kill him." Okay, don't get excited, I'll be down soon." Seeing that he was discovered, Charlotte stood up helplessly and waved at them, reciting his opening remarks. "That's right, Tilda, I'm your good neighbor Spider-Man." After saying this, Spider-Man, who was not equipped with the spider silk card, turned and walked towards the escape ladder. Thump, thump, thump. The 4 people on the ground listened silently to a series of footsteps coming from the escape ladder, and couldn't help but look at the man in a suit carrying a bomb briefcase. "Are you sure this is Spider-Man?" "Yes, it should be him. But doesn't Spider-Man know how to climb walls?" Maybe he had a stomachache today, with a small jump. Charlotte jumped from behind the wall to the center of the alley, half crouching on the ground with one hand in front and the other behind. Doing her own spider pose, "Don't get too excited to see me. Guys, I'm your super idol, Spider-Man." Clapping his hands contentedly, Charlotte stood up, put his hands on his hips and said, "Bad guys. What you did is wrong, now put your hands on your head. Kneel on the ground and beg me to let you go, then. Are you Spider-Man?" The man in a suit holding a bomb on the left interrupted Charlotte and took a step forward, staring at Charlotte coldly and asked, "Charlotte." I let out a sigh of relief. It's really hard to communicate with these bastards who can't understand human language. Charlotte rolled her eyes and said, "Who said I'm Spider-Man? I'm not Spider-Man. Ah." The man in the suit in the middle was stunned. His hand reaching for the pistol behind him, paused, and asked in astonishment, "Then who are you?" "Hey, Tilda," Charlotte sneered and looked at them and said, "I am your father, bastard." The three men couldn't bear it anymore. They kicked the briefcase away and pushed the man with glasses towards Charlotte. Each of them pulled out a gun and pointed it at Charlotte's head. The man with glasses screamed, stumbled, picked up his briefcase and hid against the wall. "Tusk Tilda," pointing at the three men in suits. Charlotte said disdainfully, "With your ugly appearance, you are still no match for Grandpa Spider. Be smart and hand me your pistols with both hands, or I will make you die in an ugly way." Relying on his spider sense, Charlotte walked forward lazily with his hands behind his back. The spider lowered its head slightly, and there was undisguised murderous intent in its black compound eyes. The three men in suits looked at each other. They were actually a little intimidated by Charlotte. The first one to take action was the man with glasses. He suddenly opened his briefcase and looked at Charlotte walking past him with his back to him and a vicious look on his face. Without hesitation, he took out his M4 and pulled the trigger, da-da-da. Bullets sprayed, but Charlotte, who had already discovered their identities, had expected it with the help of spider sense. He twisted his body suddenly, and bullets flew past his eyes as Charlotte's vision slowed down. He stepped back and turned his head to look in the direction where the bullets came from. The man in a suit standing in the middle covered his bleeding neck in disbelief. He opened his mouth, and before he could say anything, another bullet shot into his mouth. He didn't die, but was shot twice more and lay on the ground in pain. "Damn it," looking at the man in a suit who fell to the ground. Another man carrying a briefcase also opened the briefcase and took out the M4 hidden inside. "Fuck." The man with glasses' face turned black when he realized that he had accidentally injured his teammate. Looking at Spider-Man, standing between him and his teammates who were pulling out their M4s, he gritted his teeth, lowered the muzzle of the gun, and aimed at Charlotte's legs, da-da. Before the two bullets were fired, the spider sense had already told Charlotte the result. Charlotte nodded nonchalantly at the man with glasses and jumped up. He not only dodged the two bullets from the man with glasses, he even dodged the three bullets from the stiff-faced man holding a pistol. He turned over and jumped behind the man in a suit who had just taken out the M4, and grabbed his right hand that was on the trigger. Under the severe pain, the trigger was pulled uncontrollably. The muzzle of the M4 with the safety off shook, and flames spurted out by chance. A bullet hit the left hand of the man with glasses, causing him to cry out in pain. The muzzle of the gun swung away and a flash of fire appeared. In the blink of an eye, the stiff-faced man next to Charlotte was shot in the forehead and fell to the ground with his eyes open. Tilda. Charlotte released his hand that was holding the rifle-holding man in the suit, his face expressionless. The huge force pushed the man in the suit who wanted to resist, and he quickly came to the front of the man with glasses, putting the whole body of the man in the suit against the muzzle of the gun. Charlotte showed his head from behind and asked gently, "Friends Tilda, I'm glad to see Yauso. Tilda, now tell me, why did you attack me? Damn it, you super bastards. I'm going to kill you all." The man in a suit who was blocking Charlotte's view turned red in the face and roared angrily. The man with glasses looked fierce on the outside, but was actually timid on the inside. His left hand was shaking as he looked at the angry man in the suit and Spider-Man's tilted head behind him. His heart was filled with despair for a moment. "I'll ask again," Charlotte's voice cooled, and the ugly and distorted face of the man with glasses was reflected in his black compound eyes. "Tell me, who are you? Why are you attacking me?" "Ha." The man in the suit laughed at him and roared. "We are the Life Returners. We will return superpowers to the world. You can kill me. You can kill him. But can you kill everyone in our organization? We have fought one after another. We are united as one. Now we have failed to kill you. In the future, we will kill your family or friends. Your loverio will be torn to pieces by us. Kill you." Charlotte shook her head quickly. "No, Tilda, don't talk nonsense, Tilda. I Spider-Man. I'm a non-killer and never kill anyone, Tilda." Charlotte acted as if she was framed and feigned anger as she retorted. "They were killed by this man with glasses. I am so weak and innocent. As for killing everyone in your organization." "Oh my God, that's horrible. So where is your organization? How many people are there? Don't get me wrong, I'm just asking around. No. It's not me, it's you who did it." There was fear in the eyes of the man with glasses. It was the fear of their Life Returners organization. Even if they accidentally kill their companions after being controlled, they will face horrific punishment within the organization. The entire organization is under high pressure, transmitting hatred towards those with superpowers. Looking at the frightened man with glasses, Charlotte narrowed his eyes slightly. "Everything should be based on facts. You don't want to frame an innocent Spider-Man, do you?" "Oh my God. You are so mean, Tilda. The whole world knows that Spider-Man is a good man, let alone killing people. Spider-Man doesn't even dare to kill an Arctic wolf, Tilda." He gripped the muzzle of the M4 and stabbed the man in the suit in the heart. "Shoot, the fact is established. You killed their people. The Life Returners will not let you go. And he is the last one. You don't want him to report to the organization, Tilda." With a smile on her face, Charlotte closed her mouth. The man with glasses had a flicker in his eyes and pursed his lips tightly. That's right, even if he returned alive. The fact that he killed the captain was already doomed. The man in the suit would never speak for him and would only report the facts. Thinking about that cruel way of dying, he doesn't want to die yet, but if the man in the suit can't go back. There was a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the man with glasses. Returning successfully alone was the only way for him to survive. And Spider-Man, he says he doesn't kill anybody. Seeing the gradually changing expression of the man with glasses, the man in the suit immediately realized that the other party had been persuaded. "You idiot, this is a counterespionage plot. Didn't you read The Art of War in Prison?" The man in a suit, with his eyes red from anger, cursed loudly. Trying to wake him up, fuck. His mouth opened, but no matter what he wanted to say, only that single word came out. The man with glasses looked at the man in the suit with murderous eyes and immediately became afraid. Bang, the muzzle of the gun shook, and several bullets shot into the body of the man in the suit. Blood spurted and splashed onto the man with eyes. As soon as Charlotte let go of him, he collapsed to the ground with his eyes open. After replacing the language master, skill card, and switching back to spider sense, Charlotte felt the hot muzzle of the gun in his palm and watched the man with glasses pull the trigger and empty the bullet, and smiled. "We two should probably have a good talk now, otherwise. Hehe, I will tell your Life Returners organization that you killed them, Tilda." Putting her arm around the man with glasses' shoulders, Charlotte sat against the wall with him as he slumped on the ground, the bloody scene in front of him. The M4 in his hand fell to the ground, and the man with glasses said with trembling lips, "You are a devil. I've already said it before, I'm a messenger from hell." Patting the glasses man on the shoulder to show his closeness, Charlotte asked in a relaxed tone, "Okay, little glasses, can you tell me? How did I get exposed? Why did you attack me this morning?" Exposed in the morning, attacked. The man with glasses finally realized something. His face turned pale and even his voice was shaking. So, you are Charlotte Parker, oh Tilda my friend. It seems you don't know who I am Tilda. Yes, I am Charlotte Parker. Oops Tilda, I accidentally let you know my name. It seems I can't keep you here. Sighing softly, Charlotte asked gently, if killing Charlotte and killing Spider-Man are two different things, then can you tell me why you want to kill Charlotte? And tell me everything about your organization. And I will make your death less painful. I. The man with glasses turned pale. I am just an ordinary member of the action team. Charlotte is a superpower. Charlotte killed one of us. I only know that we traded with your delivery location from the underground and we're ready to kill you. As for our organization, I only know that the slogan of the top leaders is something like "Long live the nation," and our team's hiding place is, bang, a gunshot rang out, and the man in the suit was shot in the neck and mouth. He fell to the ground unable to speak, and lay on the ground covered in blood. He shot the bullet that was originally aimed at Spider-Man at the man with glasses, with a bullet in his heart and blood spurting out of his mouth. The man with glasses tilted his head and took his last breath in despair. Having kept the secret, the dying man in the suit smiled. Charlotte took off her spider mask. She was not angry, nor even disappointed. She just showed her smiling, innocent face to the man in the suit, standing up. Charlotte nodded at him with a smile, and listening to the sirens getting closer. He walked to the man in the suit who was having difficulty breathing and said, "Thank you, me friend Tilda, like I said before. Spider-Man won't kill anyone Tilda, ha ha ha." The man in the suit laughed miserably, with blood bubbles coming out of his mouth. His breathing was weakened, he couldn't utter a word. "What did you say?" Charlotte lowered her head and put it close to her ear, exclaiming in a serious tone, "You're hiding in an industrial building on 3rd Street in Hell's Kitchen." With his eyes wide open, the man in the suit looked at Charlotte with horror. Charlotte smiled with her white teeth and looked at the man in the suit with a meaningful look. The sirens stopped and a hurried voice was heard. Charlotte shook her head, turned and walked to the other side of the alley and said, "Okay, goodbye, my friend. I have to go now. I wish you a peaceful death." Tilda, looking at Charlotte's back. The man in the suit raised his hand with his last bit of strength. Bang, without even pausing. Charlotte nonchalantly turned his head to dodge the bullet. The man in the suit had blurred vision when looking at Charlotte, and at the last moment, before the police arrived, his head fell to the ground as soon as Charlotte left. A Chinese policeman with a buzz cut poked his head out from the wall. Staring at the chaotic scene, Yulan was shocked. He quickly looked around, looking up and down, searching for any suspicious persons. Another police officer came up behind Yulan with a gun, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, "What's the situation?" The gunshots at night were extremely clear, echoing throughout the entire street. All the residents around chose to call the police, and they could hear them clearly even several blocks away. Just before they entered the alley, there was still a sharp gunshot. The police officers swallowed their saliva. If they didn't handle this kind of gunfight scene properly, they might even get themselves involved. They could never be too careful. The situation is still unclear. Yulan seemed much calmer. He frowned, took a step forward, and emerged from the wall. His eyes swept over the 4 people one by one. First, the man with glasses died tragically against the wall, with a bullet in the heart. And then the man in a suit fell to the ground in front of the man with glasses, his body full of blood holes. Next was the stiff-faced man with a gunshot wound to his forehead, who died with his eyes open. And finally, there was another man in a suit lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, holding the gun. Yulan stepped forward and looked at the slightly rising and falling chest of the man in the suit. He was startled and quickly walked to the lying man in the suit and shouted, "Call an ambulance quickly, this person is not dead yet." Police backup came from the other side of the alley, with George leading the way with a Colt M2000 in hand. After quickly observing the current scene, George ran to Yulan's side, looked down at the man in a suit who was turned over with blood in his mouth, and frowned. Hank, who followed closely. kicked the pistol out of the suit man's hand, and cursed. These damned gangsters should be killed. Why are they coming here to trade and fight? Are they just too bored? Rescuing people is the most important thing now. He must know more about what happened here. With great effort, the police officers who followed lifted the man in the suit and carried him out of the alley. Only then did George have time to observe the scene carefully. He first walked to the corner and picked up the M4 rifle thrown against the wall with his gloved hands. "That's right, Tilda, Yulan, who was taking pictures," said seriously, "it's indeed the same rifle." Picking up a shell with tweezers and handing it to George, Yulan confirmed, "That's them." Looking at the shell, George nodded, "It's them." Hank poked his head out from the shadows like a ghost, with a look of disgust on his face. "What are you two talking about, theirs and theirs? Can't you just speak more clearly? Oh, Tilda, fuck." Hank's sudden appearance scared Yulan. His hand trembled, and the shell fell back to the ground. George, who was already used to it, was much calmer. Holding his hand over his heart, Yulan explained, "They. The life returners. The bastards who attacked the Arkham mental asylum." "What?" Hank was shocked and looked down at the body of the man with glasses. "Is it them?" Suddenly thinking of something, George bent down, shone the flashlight on the ground, and looked at the messy footprints on the ground with a thoughtful look on his face. Evidence collection at the scene is ongoing, and cordons have been set up at both ends of the alley. Soon bad news came. The man in the suit died in the ambulance before he was taken to the hospital. Or it could be said that he had already died before being taken to the ambulance, but was not saved in the ambulance. The 4 people at the scene were already dead. Looking at the bullet shells and the fired pistols scattered all over the floor, Yulan began to analyze from the current perspective. The 4 of them seemed to be killing each other. He tapped the briefcase on the ground and said, "It started out as a deal. But the 2 men hid the M4 in a briefcase and attacked the other 2. Glasses wanted to keep it all for himself, so he killed his teammate by surprise. However, he never expected that the man who was shot in the neck and mouth did not die. Instead, he shot and killed Glasses at the last moment." Looking at the trajectory of the bullet on the stiff-faced man's forehead, Yulan shook his head and said, "This is my rough guess. There is no trace of the 5th person at the scene." "The 5th person?" George narrowed his glasses and squatted in front of the man with glasses. Looking at the fear still in his eyes, said solemnly, "I think the truth is not that simple. Maybe there really is a 5th person at the scene, controlling them to do all this. Don't forget, Tilda, they are life returners. Their purpose is to attack humans with superpowers. They may have gotten into trouble that they shouldn't have gotten into." After taking the breakfast prepared by Frank, Charlotte stuffed the fried egg into her mouth and swallowed it without chewing it a few times. Frank, holding the chopsticks, had a slightly stiff expression. This was the breakfast he was going to deliver to Lai. Charlotte had not returned all night, and he thought Charlotte would never come back. Gudu gudu Tilda. After drinking a glass of milk, Charlotte burped and started eating bread. Frank pursed his lips. This glass of milk and bread were his breakfast. After finishing their breakfast, Charlotte rubbed her stomach and asked Frank, "Anything else? I'm not full yet." "I thought you wouldn't come back." After hesitating for a moment, Frank decided to reheat 2 cups of milk. "Of course I'm coming back." Charlotte looked at Frank seriously. "You haven't compensated me for my motorcycle yet. Although, those people were the ones who attacked him and Frank was the innocent victim. But Charlotte couldn't afford to compensate Frank for the car. Not to mention that he also needed a motorcycle. On the contrary, Frank is very rich, so it must be Frank's fault. "Let me compensate you for your motorcycle." Frank was so angry that he laughed. "Then who should I ask to compensate for my car?" "You can totally ask Lai to accompany you." Tilda, excuse me, Tilda." Lai poked his head out of the door and asked the 2 people in the kitchen, "What are you talking about? I think I heard my name." "You're here at the right time." Charlotte stretched out her hand and asked Lai, "I need you to compensate me for my motorcycle and he. The bald guy needs you to accompany him." "Shut up." Fleck was furious. I never said that. Clenching his hands, Lai hesitated for a long time before he seemed to make some kind of decision. I can compensate you all. After a dry cough, Charlotte said, just to clarify. You mean compensation for the motorcycle ride? Of course, Lai glanced at Charlotte and explained. There are 500 people. The man who hired you is called Wall. He has trafficked 500 people. They are detained in a container at the dock. I beg you to save them. I am willing to pay any price to save them. Human smuggling. 500 people. The image of Kingpin immediately appeared in Charlotte's mind. Frank doesn't think he is a good person. But he is definitely not a bad person either. 500 people were trafficked when he heard this. His eyes burned with anger. In Lai's mouth, a tragic story slowly unfolds. She was born in XG and lived a rich, happy life. But the good times did not last long. When her father's investment failed, he wanted to make a comeback but was cheated out of everything and owed a huge sum of money through loan sharks. That was a sum that her father could not repay even if he worked hard all his life. And the other party forced him to sell his children. Out of desperation, her father chose another path, selling his property and illegally immigrating to the United States. So he used his connections to contact a human trafficker he knew and mobilized his entire family to set off. But he never expected that they would be thrown into a bottomless abyss. It started off well, as they successfully evaded the loan sharks and boarded the cargo ship. But they can only stay in a dry and sealed container until they get out to sea, where the snakeheads put on another face. And all the pain has just begun. First, every penny was squeezed out of them. And then they were forced to transfer to a smaller ship, with countless people crammed into the same container. You have to know that there was not only her father on the boat, but also her younger brother and her sister. In this way, after going through numerous dangers, I finally arrived in the United States. What she got was not the good life her father longed for, but was sold like goods. Lai could not imagine what was waiting for them, and now, someone has taken a fancy to her, and she is being sent to her destination via underground express delivery like a cargo. Thanks to Frank for saving her, but her seriously ill father, her beautiful sister, and her young brother are all in Wall's hands, as are the 500 illegal immigrants who have also been deceived and trafficked. Listening to Lai's story, Charlotte scratched her ears. Unmoved, but Frank was moved, and his eyes gradually became firm. Lai's eyes flickered. With tears and themas, he looked at Frank and begged, help me, Frank." Frank was not surprised at all when his name was called. It was all because of that damn box of information. The two looked at each other. There seemed to be sparks flashing. Their breathing stagnated, and even the air began to become hot. Their gazes conveyed hormonal signals. Just by looking at each other, the expressions of both of them underwent subtle changes. Frank did not refute being called by name directly, but his resolute eyes softened. But the kind-hearted and righteous Charlotte corrected him. Lai Tilda, you called him the wrong name. You should call him by his code name, Bald Guy Tilda, Bald Guy. Len couldn't help but look up to the top of Fleck's head, where the dazzling sunlight was reflected. The graceful atmosphere was instantly destroyed. The temperature dropped suddenly. Frank bit his back teeth, turned his head and looked at Charlotte, who was drinking milk, and said, "Little brat, you should really shut your mouth. You should call me Jason Tilda, and I won't lelelelel." Frank let out a long breath and suddenly felt his fist itchy, while Charlotte's head looked very comfortable to hit. Lai interrupted his restless thoughts and said helplessly, "But what should we do now? I don't know where they are holding those people. Nor do I know who to look for. I only know one name, Wall." "It doesn't matter." Frank tapped his temple and said confidently, "They left me an address and owed me a car. Maybe we should go there and ask. You have a car?" Charlotte's eyes lit up and asked, "So will there be a motorcycle? I lost my will-o'-the-wisp, and now I can't work properly. I guess you two dogs, crazy men and women, probably want me to leave too. Just give me a motorcycle, and I will disappear from your sight and not disturb your love affair." Of course there will be. Len gave an affirmative answer, as long as you help us. He made a gesture of putting on a straw hat. Hit his right palm with his left fist and said passionately, "Friends, let's set off immediately. New adventures are waiting for us." Sitting on the sofa in the villa, Wall's face turned purple, and he was in a terrible mood. There's still no news about Lai, which should have been delivered yesterday. He felt like a stupid donkey for having believed in underground couriers and those 3 damn rules. In New York, they look very impressive. Wearing designer suits, living in villa, smoking cigars, driving luxury cars, running Campanisec, but in fact, they are just an insignificant small gang, engaged in the dangerous and stagnant small industry of sea human traffickers. It was only recently that he came into contact with the overlord of the underground world empire. Jin Bingen thus gained a tiny say. It is nothing but a pipe dream to mobilize the underground forces in New York to search for the 2 people. It would be more effective to call the police and let them handle it. Have you found them? Wall asked with a dark face when he saw the 4 younger brothers opening the door and coming in. The 4 men looked at each other. The leader was wearing a white vest, revealing half of a toad's head tattooed on his chest. A long tongue was sticking out and wrapping the worm around his neck. He scratched his purple buzz cut. His entire eye sockets were tattooed black. And he looked at Waldo ingratiatingly. "Sorry, Boss Tilda, last night we were looking for it, and the result was..." He swallowed his saliva. He really didn't have the courage to tell the truth, so he could only embellish it. "In the end, we found Spider-Man, and I suddenly had an idea. Spider-Man must know something, but when I asked him, he turned around and ran away guiltily. We chased him for the whole night." The other brothers looked at each other and quickly echoed, "Yes, yes, yes, the boss is right." Wall's hand holding the cigarette paused, and looking at the younger brothers in front of him. He was unable to tell for a moment whether this was true or not. If it is true, it is too outrageous. Noticing that Wall's face was getting worse, Toad Tattoo immediately announced the good news. "But I'm not without gain, as far as I know. There was an attack on the highway leading to our villa yesterday. A rocket blew an Audi A8 into the sky. It exploded into the sky." Wall's face became even uglier, but Toad Tattoo's voice changed rapidly. "But the people in the car did not encounter any accidents. They should have escaped in time after being attacked. According to the information I received, they were a man and a woman, so. Wall clasped his hands together with a dark face, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. He violated the first clause by not delivering the package on time as agreed, and also violated the third clause by opening the package without authorization. Guru Tilda. After swallowing his saliva, Toad Tattoo continued. "According to the information I received, there was also a delivery kid involved, a child." Wall raised his eyebrows. He was totally uninterested in this. That's not the key. "Jason, the information you got is very useful, but I want more. It's better to find them as soon as possible. 2 weeks have been completed, and all 81 difficult achievements have been collected. Brothers, I am back again. Infiltrate." Charlotte's eyes lit up when she heard Frank's plan. "Wow, I like this plan. So what should we do?" "A feint to the east and attack in the west. Lure the tiger away from the mountain, alerted the snake. Be sneaky or cover up the truth." Frank's thoughts were confused for a moment. He was silent for 2 seconds, choosing to ignore Charlotte, and just said, "Follow me closely and be prepared for any possible danger at any time." Lai Dao didn't have too many thoughts on this, but Charlotte, who was curious, had many different opinions. "Deal with danger, infiltrate, so. You mean to kill everyone who finds you, oh Tilda Guad. I should have thought of it earlier. That's how it's played out in the movies. What's needed for a stealthy infiltration is stealth." No matter what Frank was thinking, he remained expressionless and maintained his tough guy persona. But Lai has to consider more, looking at Charlotte. Lai's right eyelid twitched and he blinked, falling on Charlotte's faces if thinking about something. Hesitating for a moment, and asked hesitantly, "Jason, He's just a childo, we really want to take him with us. Charlotte's eccentric behavior often makes people ignore his age and focus on his somewhat crazy personality. It wasn't until Lai raised this question that Frank woke up from his dream. That tough guy's face actually seemed to have a sense of joy that came from the bottom of his heart. You're right, Jason Tilde, I'm sorry, you're too young, it's too dangerous, we can't take you with us. You'd better behave yourself, their target is me. Don't worry as long as I take action. They will not attack you again. Hehe, oh, asterisk asterisk. Oh, is it possible that those people came to attack me? And you were the innocent victims? No, Charlotte was furious and indignant. Don't even think about leaving me and living your own world alone. I'm not going anywhere until you return my motorcycle. Charlotte widened her big bright eyes, pointed at the pair of eyes, and then at the two people. Threateningly, I will just keep watching you guys. Watching you guys, in fact. The main reason why Charlotte did not go home recently was that she was worried that she would bring unnecessary danger to her family. At present, there is only a mysterious name like Life Returner. And until now, he has not fully figured out who the other party is. But Hydra is undoubtedly the most likely possibility. After all, Marvel only has a handful of persistent villains. If she were alone, Charlotte would have nothing to fear. But having family and friends means you are tied to and constrained by this world. Hide your identity, hide your identity. Only then did Charlotte realize how important this matter was. It could really avoid a lot of unnecessary dangers and troubles. He only used his ability once in Arkham Sanatorium. And danger naturally found him. Faced with a crisis that might bring trouble to his family, Charlotte was at a loss for a moment and didn't know how to deal with it. After Allet was not a person who was targeting him, but an organization with no bottom. Frank was not surprised by Charlotte's rejection. Instead, he started thinking harder than ever before, trying to think of ways to persuade Charlotte with both emotion and reason. As for using force, you must be kidding. This guy can throw a Coke can to make it look like a throwing weapon. As the night deepened, the chirping of unknown insects could be heard among the woods. The sky is dotted with stars, and colorful clouds are floating around the bright moon. In the woods, Charlotte, dressed in a nightgown, lay next to Frank and Len, who pretended that nothing had changed. Don't look at me like that, Tilda. Charlotte patted her black nightgown and raised the corners of her mouth. This is called professionalism. Glancing at the pair of helpless boyfriends, Charlotte took out 2 large bottles of black ink from behind and handed them to them. You're welcome, just apply it on your body. And the invisibility effect is comparable to that of a black person. Frank politely declined Charlotte's very mature suggestion and checked the equipment he carried with him with a stern expression. A tranquilizer gonna live revolver, prepared to deal with all dangers with the worst-case scenario in mind. Lai also tightly grasped the small pistol Frank gave her. Her body trembling and she seemed extremely excited. Taking the backpack full of Coke, Charlotte pouted with some disdain. Isn't there any other option, like a bag of beer, besides? The traces left by the canned explosion are too obvious. So it would be better to use real grenades instead. You don't need to do anything. Frank shook his head and turned to look at the heavily guarded villa. That was the address left by the customer, and he still couldn't be sure whether it was a trap. Bugs were crawling all over his body, and veteran Frank remained motionless, ignoring the itching. Len slapped the bugs off his body in pain and scratched his already red and swollen skin. On the contrary, the insects stayed away from Charlotte. Seeing him was like seeing their natural enemy. Play with the cute little spider in your hand and let it weave a web in your palm. A few hours later it was early morning, and Frank's aura finally changed with a gleam in his eyes. It's time to act. No matter what the other party wants to do, he must. Bang. Click gulp tilde tilde ah. Frank, who was interrupted, turned around with a dark face and saw Charlotte drinking Coke, holding the iced Fat House Happy water. Charlotte stretched his neck leisurely and found that Frank and Lai were looking at him. and smiled shyly. Would you like a kin too? Call. Exhaling, the tough guy never breaks down. Frank regained his composure, stared at the brightly lit villa, and said coldly, "Start to act." After saying that, Frank dropped the telescope, took the lead, crouched down, and quickly moved towards the villa. Charlotte followed closely behind, and Lai followed at the end, holding his pistol tightly. Pop pop. Two silent tranquilizer bullets knocked down the guard Frank had been observing for a long time. Then he grabbed the napkin on the table and walked quickly forward. He put a noose around the other guard's neck the moment he heard the unusual noise, tightened it, and then knocked him to the ground with his elbow. He raised his hand and fired again, and a tranquilizer bullet hit the neck of another guard who had just gone out to check. Without much noise, the three of them successfully sneaked in. Clap, clap, clap. With shining eyes, Charlotte applauded Frank's clean and efficient action. Great, I've learned it. Picking up the Thompson submachine gun on the ground, Frank frowned, held it in his hand, waved, and signaled the two to follow. After just one fight, Frank discovered that these people were just holding staplers. They looked competent, but in fact they had no fighting power compared to the attacks we encountered at that time. Those people were well equipped, just by listening to the frequency of the gun firing, the dense trajectory, tacit coordination, and the gun-holding posture. You can tell that they are definitely well-trained elites. One is in heaven and the other is underground. It shouldn't be them, they are just a mob. Could it be that an old enemy has come looking for him? Entering the bedroom, Wall was lying on the bed with his arms around a blonde swimsuit beauty. With a smile on his face, he seemed to be dreaming. Frank stepped forward, and with one slash of his knife, the blonde fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Wall, who still had no reaction, he became more certain of his previous guess. This is just a bunch of small-time hooligans. Hey Tilda, wake up. Hey Tilda, wake up, like a dream in the lace bed. The beautiful black-haired beauty who was chatting and laughing with Wall suddenly turned into a black-haired gorilla and slapped him twice on the face. Then it opened its mouth full of yellow sharp teeth and bit towards him with smelly saliva flowing. Hoolies it, Wall was suddenly awakened. Before he could get up, a hand covered with gun calluses slapped him hard in the face twice. With a red and swollen face and wearing only shorts, Wall woke up as if from a dream. He struggled to get up and looked at the burly man Frank in front of him. Although he was just a minor character, Wall reacted very quickly. His face turned grim, and he immediately grabbed under the pillow. Wall's heart sank as his palms grasped nothing. He asked with a sad smile, "What do you want?" Frank picked up the M1911 that belonged to Wall, removed the magazine in front of Wall, and unloaded the bullets one by one, looking at him with a sense of oppression. After glancing at the dead blonde woman lying next to him, Wall wisely raised his hands and chose to surrender. He calmed down, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the three people in front of him with an evil smile. A man, a woman, and a child. Children are not important. He didn't know any of them except Lai, looking at Frank, who was pointing his revolver at him with a stern look on his face. Wall's expression became solemn just by observing his aura. Turning off the safety and pointing the gun at Wall's head, Frank asked, "Before we get down to business, tell me, why are you trying to kill me?" "Kill you." Wall was stunned and looked at Frank with a puzzled expression. "Now you are pointing a gun at me, and Tilda, bro, who are you? I don't even know you." After a 2-second pause, Wall reacted and tried to probe. "Are you the courier? When did I send someone to kill you?" And, turning his head to look at Lai holding a gun, Wall sneered. "Now it's you who broke the rules. It's you who didn't deliver the package to the courier on time as agreed. And it's you who opened the package without permission. I guess the last rule of not asking for names has also been violated. Right, Lai?" Although he was under gunpoint, Wall was indeed the one who was right, ignoring Wall. Lai, looking excited, began to search for information in the bedside table. "Tell me the ship's number." Wall glanced at Lai and ignored him, focusing all his attention on Fleck in front of him. Now, I have politely answered one of your questions, and I will not answer any more. So I suggest you kill me immediately, Tilda. With his arms open, Wall seemed fearless. Frank also frowned slightly. He was sure that these people were not the ones who blew up his beloved car. But smuggling people was not worthy of forgiveness either. Kill me, and then you can go and seek your own death, Tilda. Wall sneered as he looked at the black muzzle of the gun. He saw Frank's hesitation and his reluctance to cause trouble, and looked for a way out. Throwing the useless black market transaction information aside and looking at the safe at the bottom. Lai's expression turned grim, and he raised his gun and pointed it at Wall. Open it now. I know the news I want is definitely in there. Wall's eyes were still fixed on Frank. When he heard what Len said, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in disgust. His mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm. I know what you want, Tilda. Looking at Frank's expression, Wall mocked. Poor delivery boy, Tilda, what did she tell you? We are using cargo ship containers to transport illegal immigrants. You are indeed a lie. Lai, have you figured out how to explain this to your father? Lai's father. Frank frowned, turned his head and asked Lai. Didn't you say your father was in the cargo box on the ship? Yes, Lai quickly confirmed. Wall sneered and knocked on a photo beside his bed, which showed Wall, Lai, and Lai's father. Just by looking at the expressions on their faces, one could tell that the relationship between the three of them was by no means as simple as one had imagined. Realizing that something was wrong, Lai's eyes welled up with tears as he said, Frank, he's the smuggler I told you about. The one who has a good relationship with my father. The 500 people trapped in the cargo box are now in his hands. Realizing that something was wrong, Frank took a step forward and wanted to ask further questions. Although Frank had no ill intentions, Lai felt guilty and reacted extremely strongly. She turned the gun and pointed it at Fleck. Stay where you are. Don't come over here, with his eyes wide open. Frank looked at Len in disbelief. As if he was looking at a stranger. Well, Tilda, she is a stranger. Although I am attracted to her. We have only known each other for 24 hours. She broke your heart, Frank. Tilda. Wall added fuel to the fire. Lehu was a little out of control. Glared and walked towards Waldo with a gun in both hands. 10 seconds, I only give you 10 seconds. Tell me an answer now. Hand over the information or your head. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Lei, don't be impulsive. Frank dissuaded him as he looked at the pistol that Lei was holding tightly. I don't understand what you're talking about. Wall's expression also became more serious. He stared into Lai's eyes and concluded that Lai would never shoot. 4, 3, 2. 1. Wall stretched out his tone and set it for Lai in advance. Lying on his back on the bed, Wall mocked, Shoot, Tilda, Tilda, Tilda. Tilda, after watching the show for a long time with his head tilted. Charlotte finally stood up from the sofa beside him. At this time, the three people who were concentrating on the show remembered the fourth one. Wall also recalled Jason's words. There was also an unimportant child who was delivering food and was involved. I guess this is the unimportant child, Charlotte yawned. Feeling a little bored and walked to the side of Lai and Frank. Complaining. It's not fun at all. Lai, Tilda, when are you going to take me to get the motorcycle? Holding the gun with both hands. The nervous Lai almost laughed out of anger. It's already this situation, I'm about to kill someone. And you're still thinking about your broken motorcycle. Tilda, before he could finish his words. Charlotte stepped forward and snatched the gun from Lai's hand. Seeing that Len had lost his pistol, Frank and Wall both breathed a sigh of relief, completely unaware that it had fallen into the hands of the most dangerous person. Lai let out a short scream of fear. Having lost her weapon, she was at a loss as to what to do. Tears instantly wet her eyes as she said, Jason, give it to me. 500 people, that's 500 lives. 500 lives, Charlotte ignored it. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd, he raised the gun with the safety off and scratched his scalp nonchalantly. This is really troublesome. Looks like I still need to come up with a solution. Recalling Dan's appearance in her memory, Charlotte chose to imitate him. His eyes became blurred and dazed. He widened his eyes nervously, opened his mouth slightly to reveal his white teeth, and looked like he was laughing and crying. He made a humming sound in his throat, and his tone was full of madness. So, all we need to do is find out where he hid those 500 people. Ho 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 tilde, what an interesting game tilde. I like playing games the most tilde, after a brief eye contact. Wall's heart sank to the bottom when he saw Charlotte's excited eyes and the gun in his hand shaking with joy. But when their eyes met, Wall only saw stagnant water. He absolutely believed that this was a damn madman. Jason. Your name is Jason too, my. Wall smiled awkwardly and tried to get closer. But Charlotte didn't buy it at all. Jason, what Jason? I'm Dan, I'm just Dan. No. That's not right, Dan is dead. Well, tilde, my good friend, he died in Arkham Asylum. Who am I then? He covered his forehead with his left hand, put the muzzle of the gun in his right hand against his temple, and his finger on the trigger trembled. Ha 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 tilde, who am I? Who am I? Charlotte's vision was blurred, and his eyes quickly became bloodshot as he looked at Wall. He took a step forward, smiled strangely, and pointed the gun at Wall's head. I remember him. An Avenger hand. It was you damn bastards who attacked the Arkham Asylum. I will always remember what you bastards looked like. And now I want to avenge Dan. A chill ran through Wall's head and he couldn't help but shiver. The attack on Arkham Asylum, what the hell is that? Arkham Asylum, thinking of this name. Wall's pupils suddenly dilated and he was startled. And he immediately recalled the tragedy that happened not long ago. A group of heavily armed gangsters attacked Arkham Mental Asylum and brutally massacred a group of lunatics. No one knew exactly what happened, but the unusualness of it became an interesting story they talked about after dinner. As a small boss with some connections, Wall certainly knows more. Damn it, you're a lunatic. Don't you even check the news online? This was done by the Life Returners. It was that other bunch of crazy people. With his eyes wide open, Wall's mind turned and he understood more. Twice. Both times were actually attacks against you by the Life Returner. Looking at Charlotte's flickering eyes, Wall felt fear from the bottom of his heart. This was a disaster star, he said in amazement. You are a superpowered person. Frank's reaction was not slow either. Recalling the front of the car, lifted by Charlotte, the cans thrown hardened the enemies attacking them. He also understood everything. Frank originally thought that he was the most thoughtful and hidden one among the three people. But he didn't expect that Lai and Charlotte were the two sixth ones. While he seemed like a reckless man who was used at will. I'm not crazy. Charlotte immediately retorted loudly with a red face. Ding, congratulations, you got a skill card. Superb acting skills, give me a chance. How can I give you a chance? I didn't have a choice before, now I want to be a good person. Okay, go talk to the judge. See if he'll let you be a good person, that means I will die. I'm sorry, I'm an actor, free attribute points +2. The emotions on Charlotte's face changed drastically. From being angry and embarrassed to being calm. He did not give the three people time to react and return to his composure, and continued the previous topic. The one who gave life back. This keyword made Charlotte completely abandon Dan's disguise and return to her former self. With a curious smile on his face, he casually sat down on the bed, looked down at Wall, who was sweating profusely, and asked in a friendly manner, Oh, Tilda, my dear. I'm sorry, Tilda, I recognized the wrong person just now. I might have scared you AI mu sao rui Tilda then, can you tell me about this Life Returner? Charlotte looks relaxed like a sunny, cheerful and positive child. But this change seemed even more bizarre in the eyes of the other three people. Everyone knows about the Arkham Sanitarium tragedy. After Allet had only been a few days since the incident, and the entire tragedy was at the peak of attention in New York. Looking at Charlotte's neurotic appearance and rapidly changing personality. Sometimes cold, sometimes mannequined, sometimes jumpy. He looks like a mentally ill patient who escaped during the chaos. This made Lai want to call the police. stopping all the little thoughts in his mind. Lai looked at Charlatuho, was not very stable. Not far away with fear, life returner. Wall's smile was stiff, and he could only choose to explain the few things he knew. This is an organization that primarily targets people with superpowers. Most famous Lithi once raided Captain America's museum, setting fire to his suit and photos of him and his teammates. In addition to Thisti, spread dangerous words everywhere, saying that they would inflict the most horrific torture on all those with superpowers. They attack supernatural beings from ancient myths and legends online, even including Jesus. And not long ago, he attacked a magician who claimed to have superpowers. It can be said that the attack on Arkham Asylum was their most brutal action so far. Charlotte knocked on the bedside table beside her, holding the small Browning in her hand, thinking. A group of heavily armed gangsters, carrying out a carefully planned attack, coming and going without a trace. Wall tilde Frank, how do you think they could do that? Wall blinked his eyes, his expression stiff. How the hell would I know? Frank, in the other hand, seemed to be thinking about something. He weighed the revolver in his hand, looked at Charlotte with a sidelong glance, and replied, If you have an organization, a plan, parand, ability, you must have a background. The other side is well prepared, well equipped, and well trained. Not only are they very familiar with the police routes, they may even have insiders in the police force. The fact that they quickly disappeared after the attack suggests that they did not leave but were hiding in New York. The one hiding them would not be their official background, but only underground forces. And there is only one person in the underground forces who dares to do this in New York. Wall's eyes widened and his whole body trembled. Charlotte also listened with great interest, with a gleam in her eyes. It makes sense, what you said makes sense, tilde. Charlotte opened his mouth and uttered the name that Wall absolutely did not want to hear. The Emperor of the Underworld's Kingpin. Wall shuddered when he heard the name. It's really interesting, tilde, Charlotte said with emotion while fiddling with the small pistol in his hand. It's like a web of fate crisscrossed. Everything is silently entangled and linked together. Kingpin, Wall, I remember he is your partner, right? How did you know, although he was shirtless? Wall was sweating profusely and his scalp was tingling. The Emperor of the Underworld. This not only refers to identity and status, but also Jin Bing's means. No, I can't say. I don't know anything, tilde. Wall was trembling. He didn't even dare to think about betraying Jin Bing. In front of the three men was facing only death. But betraying Jin Bing was something more terrifying than death. Okay, tilde. Charlotte patted Wall's shoulder gently and comforted him. Don't be so excited, Wall, tilde. I'm just asking casually. You don't have to tell me, Charlotte said with a smile. Because I know the address, tilde. With his eyes wide open, Wall felt a chill in his heart. He knows the address, he knows an address. Although he knew nothing about it. Given Jin Bing's suspicious personality, would he think that he was the one who betrayed him? Once suspicion arises, the crime is established. Wall's face was extremely ugly, looking at Charlotte. His expression suddenly changed to a pleading one. You can't do this, tilde. Jin Bing won't let me go, please. I can tell you anything you want to know, but please let me go. Charlotte raised his eyebrows, playing with the cold gun in his hand, eyes blurred. I want to know why. I actually don't know what I want to know, tilde. Maybe you can tell us the address of the container and compensate me with a motorcycle. I've been playing games for a few days, and now I'm not only stuck, but I also feel like I'm not in the right state. Gritting his teeth, Wall chose to tell everything. The mastermind behind the incident was his immediate boss, Lai Lai's father, Lao Lai. In his early years, Lao Lai worked hard in XG. With his ruthlessness and unscrupulous means, he accumulated some wealth. Later, he encountered misfortunes and followed the wave of immigration to the United States to escape the disaster. Of course, the road was not smooth at the beginning. He served dishes, cleaned toilets, and went to jail. He went through some hardships before finally seeing a turning point. In prison in order to survive, he chose to join a group and did everything he could. and finally succeeded in joining the Huishui gang. He was then released from prison and seriously ran his gang business. It just so happened that someone from XG contacted him and wanted to come to the United States. He had an idea and started to speculate. So he sold his property to set up a company and bought a small cargo ship. He used the relationships he had accumulated to get through the crowd and successfully completed his first order without any trouble. From then on, he became a human snakehead. Later it got bigger and bigger, and now it is here. Lao Lai has always understood that it is good to lean on a big tree for shade. After hesitating for so long not long ago, Lao Lai saw his chance again, Jin Bing. These 500 people who smuggled in were the first cooperation with Jin Bing, and Lao Lai attached great importance to this. No matter what Lao Lai wants to do with the 500 people's money, he doesn't care. What he sees is just an opportunity. An opportunity to take another step forward. One has to be ruthless to stand firm. Lao Lai has been a ruthless person from the beginning. He is ruthless to himself, though his relatives, and even more ruthless to others. I left my family and children behind and came to the United States, and have come all the way to where I am today. As I entered my old age, I rediscovered my family ties. After investigating, we found out that because of what happened that year, his wife and children had already died tragically, leaving only a daughter wandering outside. So he chose to take Lai back, of course. This process was not smooth, and there were some minor incidents. The results were not satisfactory. Lai and his father were not on the same page, and he was opposed to the business he had been running for many years. But my daughter is not as important as my business. Lai ran away from home in anger but was later found, packed up and sent back via Underground Express. So far such an accident has happened. After listening to Wall's words, Lai's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He looked at Frank with tears in his eyes and said, "I'm sorry, Frank, I didn't mean to lie to you, I just, looking at Lai's appearance. Frank sighed and didn't blame him too much. With a father like this, Lai had no choice. He walked up to her and patted her shoulder gently to comfort her. Lai wasn't completely lying to him after all. The 500 people who were detained for smuggling were real. After being forgiven, Len hugged Frank's waist and burst into tears, well, glancing at the two people who were in cahoots with each other. Charlotte rolled her eyes in disgust. Playing with the pistol and putting it in his pocket, Charlotte blinked with a smile on his face, took a step forward and whispered in Wall's ear, "Let's make a deal, Wal. How about keeping these secrets for me?" Before Wall, who was pleasantly surprised, could agree. Charlotte said with a sad face, "But stories often tell us that only the dead can keep secrets." Pursing her lips, Charlotte stared at Wall expectantly with her big dark eyes and asked, "Mr. Wall, then, can I ask you to die?" No, Wall's body was pressed tightly against the wall, his face full of despair. The commotion here attracted the attention of the other two. Rejected. Charlotte hung her head and sighed in disappointment, understanding the importance of hiding one's identity. Charlotte never thought of shooting when he had the pistol in his hand. He wanted Charlotte to be clean and innocent forever. Don't get involved in any danger. The life returner kingpin is the biggest danger at present. Looking at her bony palms, Charlotte sighed softly, turned her head and said to Frank and Lai, "He told me the ship number and the container. So the deal between us is done. Now I want to know, where is the motorcycle I used to deliver food?" Wall, who had survived the disaster, let out a long breath and answered directly, "Mr. Jason. The car is in my garage. You can pick it up any time you want." Covering his chest, Wall said solemnly with a firm look in his eyes, "Don't worry. The reason why a secret is because it cannot be told to others. And I am definitely someone who can keep a secret." Frowning slightly, Frank glanced at Charlotte and his eyes fell on Wall. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, he would have to change his name and move to another city. However, we cannot just let Wall off so easily. It is better to make someone fear us than to make someone in awe of us. In the underworld, The majesty represented by means is often more important than words. Seeing Frank's cold eyes, Wall's expression froze. Next moment, bang, a gunshot rang out, and an anesthetic needle was inserted into Wall's shoulder. If I could do it the first time, I can do it the second time. I can guarantee that the next time it will be a bullet that shoots into you. After listening to Frank's words, Wall rolled his eyes wisely and collapsed. Looking at the dead Wall, Lai had a complicated expression. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, pushed open the door first and walked towards the garage. Charlotte and Frank followed closely behind, however. This time, the atmosphere among the three people was no longer as relaxed as before, and each of them had their own thoughts. Lai had a lot to say to Frank, but was hindered by Charlotte's presence. Frank was also thinking about how to get rid of this trouble. Charlotte was also full of worries. She was so hungry. What should I have for supper tonight? In the underground garage, Charlotte sat contentedly on a Harley Pan America. He smiled happily when he thought that his car would be replaced by this in the future. Taking the key that Lai threw to her, Charlotte started the motorcycle excitedly. He said to Frank, who had chosen a black Mercedes, "Frank, the deal is done, just as we agreed before. You have already compensated me for the motorcycle. So we are even now, right? Then we can say goodbye now." Frank stared at Charlotte with a dark face. "How dare you bring that up? My beloved car was blown up into the sky because of you. A bastard, moreover. This bastard concealed the truth and deceived me, almost making me a sucker. Jason, Tilda, aren't you going with us?" Lai took a step forward and asked, although I had always hoped that Charlotte would disappear. Now that I know that Charlotte is a superpower, we don't know how much trouble we will face next. And Charlotte will definitely be a great help. Charlotte raised his hand and glanced at his children's watch. "Invite me, don't forget. Those guys called Life Returners are still looking for me. Aren't you afraid that I might take you to danger?" After saying, Faith started the motorcycle, drove out of the garage and drove away quickly. It was already late, and Spider-Man was still rushing to work the night shift. "This is the investigation report of the accident scene, Tilda." Yulan shook his dizzy head and handed George a stack of information that he had compiled after working all night. Covering his short hair, Yulan's once resolute eyes now showed fatigue, and there were faint dark circles on his eyes that he tried hard to open. The information he gave George included case analysis, scene reconstruction, ballistic trajectory, evidence identification, autopsy report, character investigation ec. There have been many major cases recently, with the Arkham case and the alley shooting case being handled together. It took him several hours just to look through the information. He was really fed up with it. He couldn't help but stretch his muscles, making a crackling sound, and raised his hands to pose in a Jeet Kune Do stance. His fists clenched to show his strength, and complained with his short and sturdy figure, "Damn it. Compared to sorting out these crappy documents here, it's more suitable for me to go out on field trips." He raised his hands and punched twice with a loud bang, pushing off the ground while shifting his center of gravity forward and rotating his shoulders and hips, punching out a straight punch with his front hand, then chopped down with his back palm, and with another loud bang, slammed George's desk hard. Looking at the jumping water cup, George's temple also jumped. "Be patient, Yulan. The Arkham case is our most important case right now. There is a lot of pressure within the police station right now. The FBI and CIA have already begun investigating this incident. What we need to do is, with their help, unravel the mystery and find the real culprit behind the scenes." Looking at the thick stacks of information in front of him, even George felt a headache. He hadn't been home for several days and called Gwen every day to check in. The only good news he received in recent days was that Gwen told him that Charlotte was not in danger and was chatting with her via text message. The reason why Charlotte didn't go home was that she was very busy with work recently and didn't want to disturb Aunt May's rest by going back too late. Of course, Gwen used her clever little brain and thought that the main reason why Charlotte disappeared recently was that she wanted to use her busy life to distinguish herself from Spider-Man's leisurely movements, so as to achieve an effect similar to an alibi. But there is only one truth: bang. A loud noise woke George from his drowsy state. His hand holding the documents trembled, and he looked up suddenly, only to see Hank had fallen asleep with his head on the table. Yeah, Yulan Yon sat down in his seat listlessly and flipped through the documents in front of him with a dull look. The main reason for working so hurriedly today is that 2 FBI agents are expected to arrive tomorrow, and the director asked them to be fully prepared. Not only must they not embarrass themselves, but they must also give the 2 FBI agents a warning to ensure their dominant position. With one hand supporting his chin, Yulan looked at George, flipping through the documents, and forced himself to wake up. He muttered to himself and explained the documents to George. According to the on-site investigation, no trace of the 5th person was found. The trajectory of the bullets was reconstructed, and the trajectory of each bullet was perfect. No more, no less. And they were fired from the guns present at the scene. Moreover, the guns only had their own fingerprints and skin dandruff, and no traces of smearing or erasure, demonstrating gestures and trajectories. Yulan continued, the first person to be shot was Abel Bori, who died in the end. Alan, who had planned it in advance, took the lead and fired at Bori. The bullets immediately hit Bora first in his left shoulder, then in his neck and, finally in his mouth, piercing the back of his head. This was not a movie. The rifle was extremely powerful. Bori's shoulders, neck and head were almost broken, but his will to survive allowed him to hold on for a few minutes. After gesturing on his head twice, Yulan said with emotion, Bori fell to the ground. The 3 people present at the time thought he was dead. Bori's companion Adam reacted very quickly and shot Alan in the left hand. But as luck would have it, Alan swung his left hand and a bullet hit Danik between the eyebrows. Danik died on the spot. Yulan paused at this point, because what happened next was indeed a little unreasonable. For some reason, Adam was shot like a sieve by Alan at close range. Bori, who fell to the ground first, shot Alan to death with another shot, in order to save the dying Bo Rui. The scene was damaged to a certain extent, and the footprints on the ground were completely unrecognizable, especially based on the direction of the gun muzzle when Alan fell to the ground. Yulan found that the last bullet fired came from the alley where George came from, and it seemed that someone had been there. Yulan couldn't help but sigh. We can't find any trace of the 5th person. He is very powerful, like a ghost. He didn't leave any traces and disappeared quickly. We can't even be sure that he exists. George covered his forehead, also confused. Who is he? What is he doing? Why is he doing it? How is he doing it? Why would the life returner attack him? Yulan was startled, his hair stood on end. And he said with wide eyes, you mean the 5th person without a trace is a superpower? George nodded seriously. He couldn't think of any other possibility, because this case seems to be a case of infighting with irrefutable evidence. But there are still many doubts. In particular, the 4 deceased were all members of the Life Returners. It was said to be a gang deal, and no reason was found at the scene for them to kill each other. Yulan, I can't confirm whether there are superpowers, but what I can be sure of is that the killing between them is definitely not without reason. George took out a file bag from the drawer and handed it to Yulan, looking at the logo and the long, ugly name that he had never seen before. Yulan was slightly stunned. He took the file bag, opened it, and took out the documents inside. After flipping through a few pages, Yulan was shocked. Damn it, they are veterans who died in battle. They are the former teammates of Blinken, the suspect who died in Arkham. This Life Returner is much more complicated than we thought, including Blinken's superior. Their team once had 11 people, according to archival materials and subsequent investigations. Blinken said that they were conducting a rescue operation at the time, but incorrect information led them to be lured into a trap by the Kabul organization. The bomb exploded and all the members died. Only he, who was responsible for the rear guard survived by chance. He did not dare to stay and fled back, but now. These 4 people are all Blinken's former teammates, which makes the case even more tortuous. Looking through the information of the remaining 6 people, Yulanhu was much more energetic, asked with a bitter face. George, what should we do now? Once a case involves the military, it becomes more complicated and difficult to investigate. Fortunately, George had another helper this time. Time passed, and several days and nights passed in the blink of an eye. George has been extremely busy these days. He hasn't dealt with the things on hand yet, and a human smuggling case has fallen on his shoulders. All kinds of miscellaneous things are like leaks, one after another. In addition, Tony Stark encountered an armed attack in the Middle East 3 days ago, was kidnapped and disappeared. As the war in Afghanistan intensifies, gun smuggling is becoming more and more serious. The international situation is not optimistic, and the crime industry in New York is booming. Homeless people in the bridge tunnels began to disappear in large numbers without explanation, and the sound of gunfire, like frying beans, was often heard in Hell's Kitchen. Spider-Man became more and more rampant, and when he had nothing to do at night, he started a live broadcast business. He stripped the 2 rapists naked, tied them together in a weird shape, and hung them on a tall street lamp. He also live-streamed a video of the lynching of 2 robbers, in which he took them high into the sky and let them do a special Spider-Man version of multi-level bungee jumping. Under Spider-Man's indiscriminate targeting, the entire New York Police Department's temporary detention center was overcrowded. For a while, Spider-Man was the talk of the town, and many newspapers competed to report on him. These events brought fresh fun to the boring lives of New Yorkers. Every morning, you might see a surprise Spider-Man has prominently placed. Spider-Man, you all know Spider-Man. Squeezing the dropper, Gwen stared at a drop of light blue liquid dripping down and landing in the test tube. Then she raised her head and shook her short golden hair. I also rescued a cat, a girl, and a bearded homeless man. How come no one ever reported my deeds? She shook the test tube in her hand with an unhappy look on her face, inserted it fiercely back into the instrument rack, and boringly did the experimental task assigned to her by Hammer Technology. Complaining, Spider-Man must be Charlotte. This bastard had planned it all along, covering her head. Her fair skin flushed slightly. Gwen sighed. My God. He actually made a battle suit for himself a long time ago. Is he really a pervert? Or is it a direct manifestation of his mental illness? Gwen brushed the dust off her white coat and sat down on the chair in boredom. Her thighs closed together, watching the beeping experimental instruments. There was no one else in the entire laboratory except her. The leader of the experiment team saw her ability and gave all these miscellaneous and boring tasks to her. Although she was a little powerless to complain, Gwen still learned a lot by using these latest experimental equipment, and it also allowed her to do what she wanted in her spare time. Those boring little jobs are finally over. Putting on gloves and goggles, Gwen checked around to see if there was anyone around. Then she chuckled and locked the door of the laboratory. He trotted to the test bench, cut the prepared spider silk into pieces with scissors, dripped some medicine on it, and placed it under the electronic detector. Then compared it horizontally with the spider silk produced by natural spiders. She enthusiastically recorded the research data with the pen and paper at hand. Feeling the joy and couldn't help but curl up her red lips. Soon the test report appeared on the computer. Looking at the data on it, Gwen couldn't help but sigh that Shanuo was truly a genius. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the data excitedly. And when she saw something exciting, she couldn't help but puff out her lips. This spider silk material is not only natural and pollution-free, but can also be naturally degraded over time. High viscosity, high toughness, high strength, high elasticity, and excellent biocompatibility. The only problem is that Charlotte's is too thick, making it inconvenient to use and carry. In my imagination, Shanuo has a lot of bottles and jars on his back, connected to his wrists. and he uses them to swing on the swing by spraying spider silk. He saw himself again, wearing the red and blue spider suit, using the slender and perfect spider silk, with his head raised proudly passing in front of Charlotte. Gwen's eyes lit up as she thought about it, and a brilliant idea came to her clear mind. She picked up the pen and paper at hand and quickly wrote down a new chemical equation. With great power comes great responsibility. And Gwen has never forgotten this, watching reports about Spider-Man's heroic deeds every day. She had already had other little thoughts in her mind. She clenched her fists and wished she could punch Charlotte twice, because being a superhero is such an interesting thing. But not only did he not take her with him, he also deliberately hid it from her. It was really too mean. Since Zia knew wouldn't take her with him, she would do it on her own. Debugging began according to the latest formula, and soon the experimental equipment started up again. In her spare time, Gwen pondered and created in a small notebook based on the style of Spider-Man's suit. She drew the most elegant battle suit she had designed on paper and drew herself in a sexy pose. The initial red and blue colors like Spider-Man were changed to black and white. And after multiple repaints, she finally got her most perfect work. Looking at the spider suit she designed, the pink eyeshadow hood, and the pair of sparkling blue ballet shoes on her feet, Gwen finally smiled with satisfaction and held it high in front of her eyes with joy. When the experimental apparatus finished its work, Gwen quickly opened it and took out the prepared spider silk test tube. Gwen's eyes widened as she looked at the milky liquid inside, looking at it as if she were looking at a crystal-clear gem. I couldn't wait to install it into the spider silk launcher that had been prepared long ago. He triggered the switch nervously, and a thin spider silk suddenly shot out and connected accurately to the target. Staring at the glittering spider silk in front of her, Gwen's eyes flickered with colors. Her beautiful eyes stared at the colorful light on it. She opened her red lips, revealing her white teeth and a smug smile. Then the instrument was turned on to test the strength of the spider silk. It was evening at home. Gwen put on her school bag and took a screwdriver to debug the spider silk launcher. Her room was full of spider webs, especially the photo of herself and Charlotte, which had been targeted by the spider web's call out. Another spider silk shot out and stuck to the roof. Gwen grabbed the spider silk arm and hung upside down in the spot, spreading her legs and performing one movement after another flexibly. Gwen silently noted the shortcomings of the spider silk launcher's design, and her expression became serious. It was time to conduct the final test. Although her battle suit has not been completed yet, she can't wait to fly between the cities. After hesitating for a while, Gwen put on the battle suit she had sewn herself. This battle suit was modified from a Halloween party costume, which was originally a court jester's costume. She also Suicuten drew on it herself, adding spiderweb patterns and black and white lines. The former clown mask was bleached and painted with light pink eyeshadow. Although it looked a little strange and loose, Gwen had no better solution at the moment. However, standing in front of the mirror and looking at her ugly self in the mirror, Gwen fell into speechless silence. This. It would be too embarrassing if someone I know saw this. Gwen stuffed her battle suit into her school bag, changed into a beige coat, pulled up her sleeves to cover the spider web shooters on her wrists, put on her hood, and prepared herself as she sneaked her head out of the door. Gwen breathed a sigh of relief when she found no sign of Charlotte. Gwen slammed the door shut and ran away with her purple backpack in hand. Not long after, she wearing pink headphones, took the elevator to the top of a tall building. Standing on the edge of the building, she raised her pretty fair face and gazed at the sky in the distance. The sky gradually darkened under the setting sun. A few strange birds could be seen flying in the sky. The lights were sparse, and there were a few wisps of smoke floating in the air. She has been a strong-willed person since she was young. If Charlotte can do it, why can't she? Gwen took a deep breath and steeled herself. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. She gritted her teeth, took out her battle suit from her school bag, and put it on herself swiftly, testing the spider silk launcher on her wrist. Gwen began to make final adjustments, preparing for the birth of the ghost spider. Look up and gaze at the dazzling starry sky. And look down and overlook the brightly lit streets. The breeze blew on Gwen's face, bringing freedom and wandering. She seemed to be floating on the sea of clouds, feeling leisurely and contented, with her arms open. Gwen was full of confidence, recalling Charlotte's appearance in the video. With a determined expression, Gwen raised her wrist and aimed the spider silk launcher at the building not far ahead. If I were you, I would never choose to do this. Then a sudden voice startled Gwen. She quickly turned around and saw that the leisurely Spider-Man had appeared on the top floor of the building at some point, leaning leisurely next to the water tower with a cup of American coffee in his hand. After just a few days of playing Spider-Man, Charlotte got 2 good skill cards. The quality and efficiency have made Charlotte satisfied. I secretly gave myself a short vacation just in time. Well, actually, it was Charlotte who turned on her spider sense and immediately discovered Gwen's strange movements. I don't know what Gwen is doing here, so I sneaked over to peek. Compared to the curious Charlotte, Gwen's first reaction when she saw Spider-Man was a fragile like a kitten. She raised her hands in panic to cover her ugly mask. Gwen gritted her teeth secretly, thinking that no one would know about tonight's experiment. But she didn't expect to be caught by the person she least wanted to meet. Yawning, Charlotte stepped forward, shook the coffee he had snatched, tilted his head to look at Gwen's strange-looking battle suit, and couldn't help but teasing. "My dear lady, are you going to a masquerade?" "Oh, my spider god, I remember it wasn't even Halloween yet." After taking a sip of coffee through the mask and glancing at the patterns on Gwen's uniform, Charlotte quietly approached and stood beside Gwen, pretending to be surprised and joking. "Oh my god. The pattern on it is a spider web and it's so cute, Tilda, I know. You must be my little fan," with her head held high. Charlotte displayed her idle demeanor and condescendingly commented on Gwen's crudely made battle suit. "Of course, I have to say that your craftsmanship is really bad. And Spider-Man is very unhappy about this. But Spider-Man likes your love for Spider-Man." As a senior, Charlotte explained to Gwen earnestly. "A superhero's suit is his second face. A beautiful suit is sometimes more important than doing 100 good deeds. Because humans are visual creatures. Vision plays an important role in information acquisition and communication, which is not only reflected in daily life, but also in all aspects. So a good first impression is the key to success. Wearing an ugly battle suit is no different from running naked." Gwen stared coldly through her fingers at Charlotte, who was standing and talking without any pain in her waist. And she covered her face with her hands, feeling so angry that her teeth were itching. If she had a nice-looking battle suit, why would she come out wearing one like this at this moment? Charlotte secretly equipped the Spider Sense skill card, preparing to interact with Gwen in a friendly manner. "Play a game where you're Spider-Man, I am Spider-Man. And we are all Spider-Man." Just at the moment of activating the skill card, Gwen, who was holding her head, began to shake rapidly like a rattle. Charlotte blinked his eyes. It was the first time he used this skill in person. Looking at Gwen's head, leaving an afterimage, Charlotte was completely stunned. Gwen quickly canceled the skill card and then paused. Feeling very depressed, with a dry cough, Charlotte pretended that nothing had happened and said, "Ah, you are Spider-Man too, a cute little spider. If you want to become a qualified superhero, you still have a long way to go, HMPH." Gwen snorted angrily and took off her clown mask, throwing it hard on the ground, revealing her rosy face underneath, opening his mouth. Spider-Man put his hands behind his back and explained seriously, "The first rule as a superhero is to hide your identity well. Try not to reveal it to anyone. Otherwise, you will bring unknown disasters to your family and friends. This is extremely important." Charlotte has a deep understanding of this. Gwen pouted, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. "Charlotte, I know it's you. Do you think I won't recognize you if you put on a leather jacket?" Gwen was too familiar with Charlotte. Not only was she aware of her tone of voice, her figure, Her voice, but also her standing posture, the little movements of her hands, and her attitude towards her, but also a subtle feeling that made her very sure of this. Staring at Spider-Man's mask, she could already see Charlotte's grinning face underneath. Charlotte, what Charlotte, you got the wrong person. Charlotte instantly changed the actor's skill card. Charlotte restrained her smile and faced Gwen's questioning, acting very naturally like she was at a loss. The instant reaction suddenly wiped out Gwen's previous sense of familiarity, and the person in front of her seemed to be a very strange stranger. Gwen had a look of suspicion on her face. Could it be that she had really recognized the wrong person? You are Charlotte. Gritting her teeth, Gwen chose to trust her sixth sense. Unless Spider-Man takes off his mask now, or another Charlotte runs in front of her. She is sure that this Spider-Man is Charlotte. A little spideral though, I don't know who Charlotte you're talking about. I am sure that he must be a handsome guy like me, Tilda. Without further ado, I have actually noticed you for a long time and knew that there is someone like me in New York. With a confident smile, Charlotte analyzed, let me guess. You were bitten by a radioactive poisonous spider. And when you woke up the next day, you found yourself with superpowers. But you were also confused and at a loss as to what to do. But you are lucky you have met an old predecessor like me. I will teach you step by step how to become a qualified superhero and let you inherit my mantle. Tisk Tilda, what old senior Tilda. Gwen crossed her arms across her chest, squeezing out a full arc from the baggy clown suit, and commented with a look of disdain. You were just a few days ahead of me, of course not. Kid, using the actor skill card. Charlotte gave a kind smile. Quickly write a biography for yourself. One lie often requires countless lies to cover it up. The more lies you tell, the easier it is to be exposed. But only lies can cover up lies, so Charlotte had an idea and decided to increase Gwen's strength. Since you ask sincerely, we will tell you out of compassion, to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect world peace, carrying out the evil of love and truth, cute and charming. Decent character, Spider-Man. I am the messenger from hell and a good neighbor to the citizens of New York. Black holes and a black tomorrow are waiting for you. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Xianyu added in a shrill voice, that's it, meow Tilda. The corners of Gwen's mouth twitched. She now felt more and more that the lunatic in front of her was Charlotte. With his hands behind his back, Charlotte had a sad expression under the mask and quietly fabricated his identity. I understand your suspicion of me, so I choose to be honest. Gwen's expression changed slightly. Is Charlotte going to admit it? Charlotte sighed and said, actually, I'm not from this universe. I'm Spider-Man from a parallel world. This shocking news made Gwen's expression completely fall, and she listened blankly to Charlotte's lies. It all started with a radiated spider biting me. And for the next 22 years, I thought I was the only Spider-Man in the world. But the story took a turn. One day 22 years later, Kingpin had a sudden idea. He wanted to resurrect his dead wife and children. So he ordered his scientists to invent a powerful particle collider. The collision of particles successfully connected several different parallel worlds. And his evil plan was about to succeed, fortunately. The great wise smart mighty hinsom and elegant. Spider-Man successfully stopped him. But an accident happened, and it turned out that everything was an evil conspiracy. This was a trap set for Spider-Man to exile me. A dazzling light sucked me into the door to the parallel world. And when I woke up again, I was here. Gwen rolled her eyes and was speechless at Charlotte's story. Could your fabrication be a little more far-fetched? This sounds like a completely random and nonsense story. With his hands on his hips, Charlotte solemnly introduced himself to Gwen. And my name is Peter Parker. Huh, Gwen looked confused. Charlotte seemed to have opened up a chatterbox and began to fill in her identity. I know you don't believe me, which is normal for a rookie like you, after all. You haven't seen much of the world and don't know how absurd this world is. And me's a Spider-Man with 22 years of experience. I have seen it all, no matter how strange something is. It's not surprising to me anymore. What a mess. You are clearly talking nonsense. Gwen raised her slender hand and touched her cheek. Then asked silently, 22 years so, how old are you now? 40, Charlotte replied proudly. Hehe, Tilda, I'm older than you, call me daddy. You don't believe it. After glancing at Gwen's expression, Charlotte felt lost and told Gwen her story with nostalgia and sadness. Okay, I'll tell you my story. I still remember the beginning of everything. The first enemy I encountered, the Green Goblin. Green Goblin, Gwen was surprised. You can even create new characters, glancing at Gwen, signaling her not to interrupt. Charlotte regained her composure and continued her story with mixed emotions. He was the first enemy I dealt with, and also the most difficult one to deal with. He had a dual personality, was sinister, cunning, crazy, extremely intelligent, despicable, and could see through people's hearts. He is totally unworthy of forgiveness and is an unforgivable bastard. More importantly is Spider-Man. I investigated and found that he was Roman Osborn. Uncle Osborn, Gwen, who was listening intently, pinched her chin and exclaimed. After a brief moment of surprise, she was filled with anger. Charlotte, how can you say that about Uncle Osborn? He has always been very good to you. He just got sick recently and needs treatment. Not to mention Uncle Osborn is Harry's father. Charlotte rolled her eyes and thought very into the play. I told you I am that kind of person. Parker, you've got the wrong person. Ignoring Gwen, Charlotte continued to speak. I recognized Roman as the Green Goblin, and the Green Goblin recognized Peter as Spider-Man. The exposure of my identity brought me an unprecedented crisis. Let me know never to ask for mercy from a criminal. A pumpkin bomb was thrown into my room, and it exploded with a bang. I had tried my best at that time, but it was still too late. I only had time to save Aunt May. When I dug Uncle Ben out of the building, he was already on the verge of death, Uncle Ben, lying in my arm, shielding my hands with blood all over his face. His eyes were so bright, full of expectation and appreciation. And he said to me, with his last bit of strength, with great power comes great responsibility. For some reason, Gwen felt her whole body tremble. Hearing these words in this story, she was deeply moved and even had a sense of horror as if she were there. Charlie Tuho was immersed in the role, had a fierce look in his eyes, and cried in despair. It's my fault, everything is my fault. I accidentally exposed my identity. I found out that Roman was the Green Goblin, and I had illusions about his kindness. I didn't have time to save Uncle Ben. I was also the one who brought the Green Goblin back home. At that time, hatred devoured my brain. After comforting Aunt May, I immediately chased after the Green Goblin with spider silk. Charlotte's lips trembled twice and the voice paused. It was a fierce battle, we were evenly matched. After fighting for dozens of minutes, I used up all his pumpkin bombs and smashed him into an abandoned building. I knocked him to the ground, and just when I was about to smash the Green Goblin's head with a punch, I stopped. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In the Green Goblin's crazy laughter, I saw evil and depravity. He couldn't wait for me to kill him. He wanted to see Spider-Man's hands covered in blood, to see a cruel and crazy soul born in me. Spider-Man couldn't let hatred consume him, nor could he let Harry's father die at the hands of his best friend. I stopped, but the Green Goblin didn't. He secretly activated his own flying machine and tried to kill me. This attack was as fast as a sword, but I used my spider sense to dodge in time, and the Green Goblin died in his own flying machine. Right in front of me, after listening to the whole story, Gwen blinked in a daze and said, "Okay, Charlotte. The story you made up is indeed very interesting, but..." Then the news of Spider-Man's murder was published in the Daily Bugle, and the New York Police Department issued a wanted order for Spider-Man. The former superhero suddenly became a wanted criminal. My best friend Harry thought Spider-Man was the murderer who killed his father, and in order to avenge his father, became the Green Goblin. Gwen was shocked to hear such explosive news from the Green Goblin, but Charlotte didn't give Gwen any time to react, and was determined to confirm her identity first. Professor Connors wanted to heal his broken arm, So he injected himself with lizard serum, turned into a lizard man, and lost his human sanity, and wanted to convert everyone into lizard men. I was able to stop him, but he died in the battle when the Osborne building collapsed. Then there was Vulture, a thief who used alien technology. Ohen, by the way, was also the father of my crush. And he died in an explosion caused by a technological failure while fighting me. Secret crush, Gwen's eyes flicker edge bit her lip, and quickly caught the blind spot. Charlotte remained unmoved and continued calmly. Then came Professor Octavius, the octopus doctor. In order to create a new energy source, he invented a mechanical tentacle. The probe of the tentacle penetrated deep into the central nervous system. But because the control chip was damaged, he and the mechanical tentacle formed a new nerve center. It was during the battle with me that the new energy source he created went out of control. In order to stop all this, he sank into the sea, holding his greatest invention. Next is Venom as an alien creature me god. He enhanced my dark side, made me play music, and do all kinds of evil. Although I got rid of him, he copied my superpowers and then possessed my colleague Eddie. In order to take revenge on me, Venom teamed up with the Green Goblin and the Electro, who was defeated by me, to formulate an evil plan. In a fierce battle, Harry discovered my identity and chose to help me. But he's dead, and so is Venom, and so is Eddie. And so is Max the Electro, and so is Mary Jane, who they brought to threaten me. Oh my god. Gwen covered her mouth while listening to the story. His expression became serious, and Charlotte said solemnly, "The second rule is never to use spider silk to save people." I tried my best, and the silk stuck to Mary Jane, but inertia still caused her to fall heavily to the ground. She closed her eyes as if she was asleep, and lay quietly in my arms. Not long after that, I sent Aunt May away. Oh my god. Looking at Charlotte's eyes, Gwen couldn't help but look full of sympathy. Gwen, she died the most tragically. Charlotte recalled the past with melancholy. While Gwen's mouth twitched, what? Gwen blinked and immediately understood. Yes. All those who could die had died. And it was indeed her turn next. Her father, Sheriff George, died in the Lizard Man incident. Knowing my identity as Spider-Man, she resented me. Gwen paused for breath and bit her lower lip. Hearing this, she frowned and sighed in her heart. Charlotte is really good at making up stories. She made up such a detailed story and even included her father. But she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. For some reason, she actually believed that what Charlotte said was true. Dead Tilda, all my family and friends were dead. And I fell into despair until I met Gwen again. We had just reunited and were so happy and cheerful. But one day right in front of me, we kissed. Gwen turned to ashes in my mouth, leaving no trace. I spat out a mouthful of sand and cried as I asked Iron Man, Tony Stark, what had happened. Only then did I learn that during my decadence, a war that affected the entire universe had begun. Charlotte paused and closed her mouth, feeling that she had revealed too many spoilers, and quickly began to make up for it. Ahem, Tilda, of course. These are all things that happened in our world. In your world, these may not necessarily happen. After listening to Charlotte's ups and downs in life, Gwen rolled her eyes, keep on making it up. It also becomes quite storytelling and layered. I am worthy of my evaluation of Charlotte's genius. But I didn't expect that Charlotte also has the talent to write novels. Charlotte said solemnly, in short, in front of you is a senior who has 22 years of experience working as Spider-Man. I'm not Charlotte, I'm Peter Parker. And I didn't come here on purpose. You are the Spider-Man of this world. And I just need to train you well so that you don't repeat my mistakes. Hehe, Tilda, Gwen sneered, keeping her arms crossed over her chest, and looked at Charlotte's little action of scratching her ears, and said sarcastically, Okay, Tilda, so, senior, what should we do first? He took a step forward and stood right in front of Gwen. The pair of black compound eyes on the spider mask stared at Gwen at a very oppressive distance. But Gwen did not feel intimidated at all. Instead, she straightened her full chest. Charlotte lowered her eyes, then took a step back and said with disdain, the first thing Of course is to tailor a suitable suit for you. All Spider-Men in the parallel universe are craftsmen. But I have to say go Spider. Your homemade suit is really terrible. Ah, Gwen screamed as she felt the pain and looked at Charlotte coldly with anger. Don't mention this again. This is just a rushed piece of work. The final suit I make will definitely not look like this. Charlotte snapped her fingers absent-mindedly. He reached out and pinched the thread sticking out of Gwen's battle suit shoulder. Gently pulled it and commented, "This is terrible," before she could finish her words. She didn't expect that this pull would cause Gwen's battle suit to quickly disintegrate, revealing her light yellow casual clothes underneath. Gwen looked at Charlotte dumbfounded, with an expression of shame and anger. Charlotte had never expected this situation. Ding. Congratulations, you get the skill card. The enemy is ashamed. I will take off his clothes when the enemy is defeated. You can remove his clothes, free attribute points +2. Then Charlotte put the angry Gwen behind her and admired the skill card she had recently obtained. I want to fly, briefly paused in midair. Live broadcast, you are currently broadcasting a live broadcast. Charlotte, Spider-Man. What on earth do you want to do? Gwen's roar came to his ears. Glancing at Gwen's clenched fists, Charlotte explained awkwardly, I just pulled gently. Bastard you, before Gwen could finish her angry words. Charlotte immediately interrupted with a solemn tone. As your superhero mentor, the first thing I have to do is, of course, tailor a suit for you. I think you already have an idea in mind, so give it to me. I can leave the rest to you. After taking a glance at Charlotte's battle suit, Gwen calmed down his anger, took out a small notebook from his backpack, and was hesitating whether to give it to Charlotte. But Charlotte was quick-witted and snatched it away. I flipped through the pages and saw the sexy poses that Gwen had drawn for herself when she was free. Wearing the spider suit, she lay on the bed with her legs crossed, with one hand supporting her chin. Her battle suit was pulled open at the chest, and her arms and the bed sheets formed an arc, with simple yet perfect lines outlining her slender legs. Charlotte expressionless, glanced at Gwen's figure excellently turned to the next page, and immediately saw the battle suit she designed for herself. Making battle suits is of course a craft, and Charlotte is very talented in this craft. He reached out and took out a carbon pen from the pig nose on his chest and began to write down the data on the notebook. Gwen stood on tiptoe to take a look out of curiosity, and was so angry that she almost punched Charlotte on the head, because the first data written down were her height and measurements. Asshole, how did you know that? Glancing at Gwen, Charlotte said righteously, as an experienced driver, skilled, tailor, I can understand this kind of data at a glance. Then write down the sleeve length, trouser length, thigh circumference, and head circumference. Handing the book to Gwen, Charlotte asked confidently, Take a look, is there any problem? Gwen turned away. Her pretty face slightly reddened and shook her head. No need, I have confidence. Looking at Gwen in front of him, Charlotte rolled her eyes indifferently and continued to reconstruct the design of Gwen's battle suit in the notebook, marking the details on it and writing down the EVA material. After a brief thought, he smeared the material again and wrote down several new ones to be chosen based on his knowledge of this world. After finishing the preparations, I raised the pen and looked up to see Gwen's expression, which was exactly what I expected. Charlotte, you're exposed. You really can make your own suits. And you even made one for yourself. You perverted transvestite, what's wrong? Charlotte looked at Gwen in confusion. Are you dissatisfied with the details of the suit's design? Pinching her transparent and comfortable battle suit, Charlotte explained to Gwen with great interest, Rookie, every superhero has the ability to make his own battle suit. Don't ask me why. This is just a necessary skill plugin for superheroes. You are lucky I have been a tailor for 20 years. My craftsmanship will definitely not let you down. Hehe, thinking that she had caught Charlotte's flaw. Gwen raised her face with a little pride, stretched out her tone and asked in a sarcastic tone, So Spider-Senpai, what should we do next? Tilda looking at Gwen's wrist, Charlotte said, "Of course. It's to familiarize you with spider web swinging. I can see that you have a talent for it." Nonsense, of course Gwen has talent. Even if Charlotte doesn't exist, Gwen will naturally become the Spider-Man of this world. But Charlotte changed the subject. Choosing a tall building to complete your first jump is extremely irresponsible behavior. As a novice Spider-Man, you should choose a lower floor. In order to set an example, Charlotte happily told her dark history. "I once fell from a tall building and landed directly in a trash can because I ran out of spider silk. My back still hurts when I think about it now. And I have a chronic disease from it." Gwen didn't believe it. "You made up this story very convincingly." Middle-aged people. Glancing at Charlotte's standing posture, he saw that his back was straight and his shoulders were relaxed. He didn't have the posture of a middle-aged person at all. And he exuded the vigor of youth. The tights fit Charlotte's figure perfectly. The contours of her abdomen, lines of her arms, and even her hips looked very elastic. Gwen blushed and turned her head away, her slightly widened eyes showing that she was not at peace. For some reason, she thought of that morning again. Her head rose and fell with Charlotte's long breathing, and her ears could hear his strong heartbeat. Why didn't I think Charlotte was so handsome before? Hey. With a dark face, Charlotte took a step forward. Gwen turned around and saw Charlotte's face suddenly approaching, which made Gwen, who had ulterior motive, shudder. She stepped back quickly and almost fell off the edge of the building. "Ha ha ha, Tilda," Gwen laughed dryly, her cheeks flushed, and her expression looked unnatural, no matter how you looked at it. "What were you talking about? I wasn't listening, Tilda." "I said," Charlotte said to Gwen sharply, "jump." "What?" "I told you to jump." Taking another step closer, Charlotte looked serious. Charlotte's tone made Gwen feel inexplicably palpitating. She turned her head to look at the distant ground under her feet and couldn't help swallowing. "I told you to jump, don't worry with me here." "You will be absolutely fine, Tilda," Charlotte added behind her. Charlotte's words gave Gwen a full sense of security. She raised her right hand and aimed it at the building next door. Press the button on the palm of her hand, and with her anxious eyes, a spider silk was shot out and hit the target accurately. Gwen pulled the spider silk hard and felt its strength. Excitement flashed on her face. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. She turned around and looked at Charlotte, who was taking it easy. Then she jumped, a perfect arc was drawn in the air, and the sound of wind came to my ears. It feels like flying in the sky, making you want to shout out loud. But after a brief moment of excitement, Gwen became panic-stricken and flustered because the wall of the building was getting closer and closer to her. Bang! Gwen fell heavily on the building, dizzy and dazed. She grabbed the spider silk with one hand and covered her nose in pain with the other. Connected to the thick spider silk, Charlotte squatted on top of Gwen's head, looking down at the miserable Gwen, grinning and mocking. "Little spider, it feels great to swing on the spider web for the first time. Right, congratulations. You have completed the first lesson of Spider-Man." Injured Tilda, cursing Charlotte in her heart, Gwen, with a dark face, said nothing. She rubbed her nose and put her fingers on the curtain wall of the building. Sticking to it perfectly, after a little attempt, Gwen stood up and stood horizontally on the building. In front of her was the fallen Charlotte and the endless sky. The feeling was too novel. So Gwen took a tentative step and controlled her body to take a step forward. "Wow, that's a big step for you. But a small step for Ghost Spider-Man. Congratulations. Little spider, you are indeed very talented." Charlotte shook her arms hard, compared to the agile Gwen. Charlotte did not have the spider's suction ability and could only fall down like a maggot hanging on a silk thread. Gwen soon discovered this, with a sweet smile on her face. She squatted in front of Charlotte and opened her red lips. "Senior Spider-Man, why did you fall here instead of walking on the wall like me? Don't you like it? Haha, Tilda," Charlotte sneered twice. "You think you're funny. Let me tell you, you've succeeded in irritating me. Want to see what Spider-Man is really capable of?" "Oh, Tilda," Gwen squatted in front of Charlotte, looking at the fallen Spider-Man with a smile in her eyes. I'd be happy to have your advice. HMPH, with a cold snort. Charlotte turned around, pushed the wall hard with his feet, and loosened the spider silk in his hand. Before Gwen could understand what Charlotte was trying to do, she was shocked to see Charlotte, who had broken free from the spider silk floating in the air. Gravity seemed to have ceased to exist, and he just floated in the air with his hands on his shoulders. I'm so mad, ruffling her golden hair. Gwen looked at Charlotte in disbelief and screamed. This is unscientific. How did you do it? Is there a transparent spider silk above your head? Or are there ropes prepared in advance under your feet? Or... No, no, no. He denied these thoughts one by one and looked at Charlotte, who was suspended in midair. Gwen felt that the worldview she had spent more than 10 years building was collapsing bit by bit. This is incredible. How is this possible? This is totally impossible. Is it impossible for humans to fly? Gravity does not allow humans to fly in the air. I've said it before, you have too little experience. Little spider tilde tilde, when facing some situations. You have to learn to forget your science. After all, this is just the beginning tilde. The first time I used the skill card, I want to fly. I want to fly, briefly stagnate in midair. It brought me quite a surprise. It is true that Charlotte can only stay in the air for a short time. But every Charlotte in the air can stay in the air for a short time. Although Charlotte seemed to be standing in the air, he was actually falling towards the ground at a slow speed. Of course, Hehe is indeed unscientific, but it is very systematic, with a smile on his face. Charlotte watched Gwen's worldview collapse bit by bit. He felt very comfortable and had an idea to equip another skill card. The most handsome boy. When you equip this card, you are the most handsome boy. Beep tilde beep tilde beep tilde beep tilde beep beep tilde. As soon as the equipment was equipped, the explosive BGM sounded from thousands of feet in the sky, penetrating the sky, and the whole of New York could hear the sound. A Japanese song came from far away in the air, and everyone looked up at the sky in disbelief. Beep tilde beep tilde beep tilde beep tilde beep beep tilde. Oh my God. George, who was investigating, leaned against the car. The cigarette butt in his mouth fell on his trouser leg and burned a small hole. But he didn't care at all. Hank also poked his head out of the cab in shock and exclaimed, Mazefac, of course it's not just them. Everyone who hears this passionate music has a different expression. Is this the end of the world? Everyone poked their heads out and looked towards the sky where the music was playing. The sky was like a huge screen lighting up with a faint light, and a huge spider logo could be vaguely seen. Ah! A ghostly scream was heard in the music. And in the picture in the sky, a savage Spider-Man appeared in the shadows in the center of the sky. Everyone who looked up at the sky was stunned. And this is just the beginning. Yeah, wow. Yeah, yes, wow tilde tilde. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter. Shuttle between dark high-rise buildings, tilde. Spider-Man, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter. FU Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter. Angry eyes blooming. Spider-Man, as the blurry MV played in the sky. A bright spotlight descended from the sky, illuminating Charlotte in midair. Everything happened too suddenly. From the moment the music started, Charlotte's smug expression froze completely, and he looked up at the sky in disbelief. The system's label on the skill card echoed in my mind. When you equip this card, you will be the most handsome guy, W. Do you have to be so deceiving? After hastily changing the skill card, the strange scene that had caused the entire New York to explode disappeared instantly. Charlotte barely maintained his elegance and composure, and said to Gwen, who was staring at him with wide eyes, stunned, amazing, right, low-key, because every Spider-Man has his own BGM and theme song, and mine is indeed a little high-key. Oh my God, how did you do that? Gwen continued to look up at the sky, her mind going blank. She is indeed not well informed. This is no longer a scientific or theological issue. Why is there BGM in the sky, playing Spider-Man's MV? Charlotte seemed calm on the surface, silently blocked another skill card, and glanced at the people who had gathered on the ground because of the noise just now. They were pointing at Charlotte and Gwen. It was not advisable to stay here for long. So Charlotte shot the spider silk into the air and flew away into the distance. Gwen made a brief attempt and followed closely. Charlotte was the first to arrive at the rooftop next to the alley, standing there with her arms and legs spread wide, waiting for Gwen to arrive. Seeing Gwen had a lot of questions to ask, Charlotte raised her hand to stop her from speaking and pointed to the alley. "Spider-Man, what do you see?" He kept all the questions in his stomach and looked down at the dim alley. It was desolate, loneless parsley, populate dark cold. Dirty and damp. There was garbage everywhere, and the smell was terrible. Gwen shook her head in confusion. Charlotte said seriously, "This is evil. Most of the time, it hides in places you can't see or touch. The world is absurd, and human nature is ugly. A true superhero is not one who catches thieves or beats up robbers, but one who faces the ugliness of the world, struggles in the surging, crowd-end fights to the death. Little spider, are you really ready for this?" Charlotte's words made Gwen's expression freeze. She forgot about the strange experience just now and looked at the alley more seriously and focused unconsciously. Her father was a sheriff, out of curiosity. She had come into contact with some brutal cases, and only then did she understand how ugly human hearts could be. However, when asked by Charlotte, she didn't know how to answer for a moment. A faint feeling of shame arose in her heart. Gwen suddenly realized that when she said she wanted to be a superhero, it was more like a momentary passion. She had never considered what she would have to face, and she was not fully prepared for what she would have to encounter. After taking a deep breath, Gwen said firmly, "Although I am not fully prepared yet, I have confidence in myself, just have confidence." Charlotte nodded solemnly with his hands behind his back and said, "If you want to be a superhero, you should start with small things and hone your heart and will. Look at this alley, it's full of garbage, dark, dirty and smelly. Little spider, go down and pick up the garbage here now." "Huh?" Gwen's solemn expression suddenly relaxed, and she looked at Charlotte in disbelief. Picking up trash. Is this the darkness and evil you mentioned? No way. Little spider, you wouldn't be unwilling to do these little things, right? Or do you think that superheroes just swing around in the night sky, satisfying their own selfish desires under the slogan of protecting the world? You have a lot of hardship ahead of you, but now you're scared off by a bunch of trash in an alley." Before Gwen could retort, Charlotte shot out a spider silk and pulled it, grabbing a garbage bag and garbage tongs and handing them to Gwen. Every little thing is actually a big thing, and some are urgent and difficult things. If you are not willing to do even the little things, do you think you can do the big and difficult things well? Take them, little spider, this is your first lesson. Seeing Gwen, who was completely distracted taking them, Charlotte smiled and shot out spider silk, saying, "Okay, Tilda, you pick up the trash here first. I'm going to save the world, call out." Charlotte drifted away quickly, leaving Gwen standing there in a daze. The next morning, Charlotte drove the Harley that Yuan Hua had processed for him and parked it in front of Gwen's house. Gwen was wearing a sky blue shirt with a puffy white t-shirt underneath, tucked into slim-fitting jeans that hugged her graceful legs. She walked out listlessly with dark circles under her eyes, took a skillful step, and sat behind Charlotte. Charlotte pretended to be confused about Gwen's low spirits and asked casually, "Gwen, what happened to your eyes? Are they homemade eye bags? Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Gwen was extremely angry and took all the new and old grudges out on Charlotte. He stretched out his claws and grabbed Charlotte's waist hard. Feeling the pain, Charlotte slapped Gwen's hand away. And without stopping, he equipped the skill card and rode the motorcycle at full speed. In addition to sending Gwen away, he has more important things to do today. One of them is to make a spider silk shooter. I can't have to install a damn skill card every time I use spider silk Tilda. That also makes him look stupid. As long as the spider silk launcher is completed, it is equivalent to permanently equipping a skill card. and there is an extra skill slot. Carrying the box into the sewer. After several twists and turns arrived at Dr. Connor's underground laboratory again. Change into dust-proof clothing and disinfect before entering. Compared to the last time I came, there is almost no difference here. The only person who had changed was Dr. Cons. He looked much more energetic and full of energy, without any of the dejection he had before. Connors was a little surprised to see Shanuo. He didn't expect Shanuo to come here. Hi, Shano. Hi, Doctor. Connors, you seem to be in very good spirits. Charlotte, yours looks great too. A brief greeting was exchanged, and Connors returned his attention to the experiment at hand. Charlotte also tidied up his lab coat, walked to the lab table without any hesitation, and began to conduct his own material experiments calmly. He casually picked up a brand new test tube and watched Connors frantically fiddling with the device in front of him with just his left hand, even using his mouth from time to time. A simple operation made Connors busy and overwhelmed. Feeling a little strained, Shanuo couldn't help but ask Connors, "Doctor, why don't you find yourself a lab assistant?" Connors laughed and said, "I certainly tried to find it for myself, but you refused. Didn't you?" After pressing the start button, the high-speed cold centrifuge began to rotate. Doctor Connors turned around and looked at Charlotte, who was fiddling with it on his laboratory table. "Xianyu, this serum is the result of my many years of research. Countless people have ulterior motives and are trying to take it away from me by using both kindness and force. Now, I won't allow any despicable thief to get close to him. Those assistants are all a bunch of ungrateful people. Come and help me, Charlotte. I only believe in you. I know that the two of us can definitely do better." While talking to Connors, Charlotte's hands were not slow. Soon, she successfully replicated the spider silk material based on the equation recorded in Gwen's notebook. However, mindless replication was not enough to satisfy Charlotte. He planned to use the spider silk formula as a basis, make some changes, and add some auxiliary fillers to make a comfortable battle suit for Gwen. As for his own spider silk, Charlotte already had an inspiration in his mind. "I'm sorry, Dr. Connors. Using animal serum to modify the human genome editing system is very dangerous and uncontrollable. Except for the protagonist, few of the others who were injected with animal serum had a good beginning and a good end. Either the dark side is strengthened, or they are consumed by their own inner desires. Dr. Connors was the most miserable one. Having turned into a mindless lizard man, Dr. Connors, in my opinion, lizards are not a good subject. If you want to recover your arm, maybe you should change your track." Hearing this, Connors was immediately enraged. But because the person who said this was Charlotte, he suppressed his anger and asked in a dry voice with suppressed anger, "Charlotte, what do you think? Starfish, earthworms? Or sea cucumbers?" "Neither." Recalling the scenes in the movie, Charlotte said with a faint smile, "My suggestion is plants, ha doctor." Connors sneered. This was Charlotte's slander of his research topic, which made him express his strongest dissatisfaction. "I thought you were going to say salamander, plants." "Plants, no, this is so stupid. It's impossible to make a serum from plants with our formula." Spreading his hands looking at Connors, whose face was flushed and angry, Charlotte comforted him. "Dr. Connors, I'm just giving you a suggestion. If animal serum wants to be successful, it will only be possible if you meet a lucky person. No one can guarantee that their genes will match those of a lizard and merge perfectly. If there is even a slight mistake, a dehumanizing monster will be born." Opening the box, Charlotte began to assemble the experimental equipment. Before making spider silk, he planned to complete the production of the spider silk launcher first. Connors was still very dissatisfied with Charlotte's words. He said angrily, "Monster Charlotte, I have been researching lizard serum for 10 years. This is 10 years of day by day, 10 years of accumulation. Lizard, lizard, lizard. It is the most suitable organism for human genetics. It is the most perfect treasure given by God to humans, allowing them to have the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Think about it, Charlotte. We can help all those disabled people who have lost their limbs grow arms again, and give every resilient soul a brighter future. I never do it for myself. I just want more people who have lost limbs to be happy again. This is a rescue. Now it's just one step away, just the last step, with a sigh. Charlotte continued with the work at hand and refused. Kurt, you're a good man, but we're not a good match. Receiving the clear rejection, Connors was deflated. He snorted coldly and ignored Charlotte. He glanced at the engineering equipment Charlotte was installing, turned around angrily and walked towards the centrifuge. Without Connors, the annoying guy who wouldn't listen to any opinions, Charlotte was happy to have some free time. He put on his goggles and devoted himself to his work. What happened last night caused a big stir, with countless images captured by various devices. They quickly fermented on the internet and immediately attracted the attention of the whole society. Many people commented that Spider-Man is a damn alien who used alien technology to create such a shocking effect. Of course, there are also people who think that Spider-Man is an angel sent by God to people. The miracle that happened last night is proof of the existence of God. And Spider-Man is the modern-day Jesus. Conspiracy theorists say that this massive vision is a sign of the impending destruction of the world and a warning from God to mankind. The Spider-Man that appears in the vision is the executioner who destroys the world. And Spider-Man should be killed immediately to protect the world. The media reports may be late, but they will definitely not be absent. The Daily Bugle was the first to publish a newspaper. Blasting Spider-Man, Spider-Man is a bug, a freak that disturbs people's minds, and a cancer that destroys social order. We should resolutely boycott Spider-Man. The pressure finally fell on the police, and George was helpless about it. What can I do? Is it possible to capture Spider-Man and interrogate him? While talking on the phone, Yulan sighed and shook her head at George beside her. Looking at Yulan's expression, George put on a mask of pain on his face, with a sad look on his face, and pulled his hair in annoyance. Not long after, the investigation into the life returnees once again fell into a dilemma. Based on the clues, everyone traced the commander of the combat team at that time. But the military said that he had retired long ago and only gave George an identity information. But there was no news about him since then. Just a few days after the clues were lost, a similar gunfight broke out in the alley of Hell's Kitchen. Everyone who was nearby at the time rushed to provide reinforcements. But they didn't expect that before they entered the alley. A sudden gunshot was heard. This familiar sense of déjà vu made everyone's face change drastically, and they rushed to the scene. As expected, everything was both familiar and unfamiliar. There was only one person holding a pistol, with his chest heaving at the scene, and the remaining 6 people all died on the spot. Each of the dead men was holding an M4A1 and stopped breathing. Faced with the survivors, who were barely breathing, George didn't have time to think too much. He immediately started to treat the survivors. And this time, he tried not to destroy the scene. They have done everything they can, even things they didn't do in the past, but it backfired. Exactly the same scene, exactly the same events, exactly the same ending. After investigating the scene, there was no remaining evidence at all, and all signs pointed to an internal conflict that broke out suddenly. There were no extra footprints, no extra fingerprints, no extra gun sand, no extra bullet casings at the scene. Clean, the place is so clean. After a simple, on-site reconstruction, Yulan immediately determined that the first person to fall to the ground was the wounded man who died on the way. And it was also he who shot the last bullet. The detectives from Furball originally thought that George was making a big fuss. But when they heard the news that the injured in the ambulance had died, they immediately gave up the idea. One such incident can be considered a coincidence. But if the same thing happens a second time with preparation, it will no longer be a coincidence. It has been found out that the deceased in the ambulance was the former leader of their team, Ryan, whom we've been looking for a long time. Another piece of bad news that makes people feel dizzy. Smith, dressed in a suit and tie and wearing sunglasses late at night, seemed out of place among them. His identity is a military co-investigator. But he is tall and strong, stands upright, has a reserved edge, and is very heroic, compared to the so-called auxiliary investigators of the military. He is more like a battle-hardened agent. He has blonde hair, is young and handsome, and always has a faint smile on his lips. Appearing confident and calm, a few days ago Carlson, who came with him, was transferred away due to an emergency, leaving him to handle this incident. He walked forward and took a look at the corpse and the splattered blood on the ground. Looking at the pattern of the splattered blood, Smith narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his head, and looked towards the wall along the bloodstains on the ground. He walked forward casually in the blood with his leather shoes, stood next to the wall in front of Yulan's dumbfounded gaze, and raised his hand and placed it on the wall. George certainly did not underestimate Smith. He followed his steps closely and followed Smith's palm to see a bullet hole left there. He stretched out his hand to try to touch the height of the bullet hole, but he couldn't reach it. Smith smiled without any change in his expression and said, "Officer George, you are right. There was an eighth person at the scene, and it is very likely that this person left along the wall before we arrived, and then killed the last person." "You mean Spider-Man?" Hank exclaimed in disbelief. The way of leaving along the wall makes people think of the famous Spider-Man at the first time. How is this possible? How could it be Spider-Man? What kind of grudge does Spider-Man have against the life returner? How could he be able to do all this? George shook his head with a serious expression. He must not jump to conclusions before finding out the truth. Smith tapped his shoulder lightly with his fingers and said, "This is Hell's Kitchen. The life returners have been hiding here. Officer George, do you know whose territory this is?" Here, George was slightly stunned and said, "This is an area managed by the Huashui gang. However, just 2 days ago they were all caught in one fell swoop. Some died and some escaped, hiding terrorists. They can't do that." Nodding, Smith agreed with George's judgment. He suddenly thought of something and asked again, "By the way, Officer George, do you know a legend that has been circulating in New York? The legend about gangsters. Are you talking about the Imperial Organization in urban legends?" George asked thoughtfully. Yulan also has a say in this. The Empire Organization is also known as the New York Gang, which seems to refer to all the gangs in New York. It is said that they are all secretly following the movements of the New York Gang, spreading their influence from New York to all aspects of the United States and affecting the entire world. And secretly, the entire underworld empire has only one leader, who is the king of the entire underground world. This legend is particularly prevalent in Hell's Kitchen, but our police have never found evidence of the existence of this criminal empire, let alone the king of the underworld. It is probably just a fantasy made up by the gangsters through rumors and bragging. Smith paused, looked at George and Yulan sternly and said, "What if Tilda, I said, this so-called Imperial Organization really exists? Does it really exist?" George and Yulan were secretly shocked, and cold sweat wet their backs in an instant. On the contrary, Hank continued to sneer while Fobra remained silent. If there really was an organization in New York that was so deeply hidden and so widely involved, George couldn't imagine how much evil was hidden in it. Smith's eyes were full of meaning. "Officer George, assuming that organization really exists, do you think there is a perfect explanation for why the life returners could hide here, right under the noses of the New York police?" George opened his mouth but did not answer. Smith muttered to himself, "I think the king of this underground world must know something, but unfortunately we can't ask him." Looking at the bullet hole above his head, Smith said disappointedly, "The second is Spider-Man. We can't find him and ask him if he knows anything." After a brief pause, Smith turned his head and looked at George. "But there is one person who may hold other clues." With a slight sinking in his heart, George asked in a cold and hard tone. Who is this person you're talking about? Charlotte, Smith replied calmly. The survivor of the first Arkham attack. And who you slightly concealed. Was also the victim of the second attack, afterwards. By coincidence, all the members of the Life Returners who had attacked him died mysteriously. Officer George, do you think this is just a coincidence? George looked Smith in the eyes, clenched his right fist, and replied seriously, that's right. I believe all this is just a coincidence. Hehe tilde, after a few faint laughs, Smith said coldly. If you really thought that everything was just a coincidence, you wouldn't have concealed it for him. He put on casual clothes, tucked his dazzling blonde short hair into his hood, and threw his school bag behind him, recalling last night. She had been picking up trash all night long, and Spider-Man had never come back since he left, which made her face look a little dissatisfied. Turning right after going out the door, Gwen glanced at Charlotte's dark window, raised her eyebrows and stepped forward. Soon, she came into the dim moonlight and saw that there was no one around. She shot out spider silk with her palm and pulled it hard. Her body soared into the sky like an arrow from a bow. Now that she has decided to become a superhero, Gwen has no intention of giving up halfway. Although she was dissatisfied with what happened yesterday, she was bored at Hammer Technology today and thought about it carefully. She felt that everything that happened was just a test for her by Spider-Man. She became even more certain that Spider-Man was definitely that bastard Charlotte. What parallel world, what Peter Parker, what Lizard Man, Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin, Venom. They are all absolutely lies. He made up all this just to use this lame lie to hide his own identity. As for picking up trash, it was to test her determination, perseverance, and patience, and also to see if she would give up halfway. If my guess is correct, Spider-Man will definitely be there at this time. After figuring everything out in her mind, Gwen raised the corners of her mouth with a faint smile on her face. She quickly left the residential area, and among the tall buildings Gwen sped up again. Soon, she returned to the rooftop where she was yesterday and stared down at the alley that she had tidied up. The alley was dark, and there was no sign of Spider-Man waiting inside. Gwen looked around, her eyes flashing with anticipation, searching for any trace of Spider-Man. However, standing there, Gwen was surrounded by no one except for a stray cat that leaped past and flashed into a dark alley. For some reason, a huge sense of loss fell into Gwen's heart. She clenched her fists, and her originally straight shoulders gradually bent, and a huge gap spread in her heart. The inexplicable grievance made tears well up in her eyes. No, Tilda, what are you doing? Behind him, Charlotte fell from the sky and asked Gwen, who had been observing him for a long time in confusion. You run pretty fast, I almost couldn't catch up with you. Also, where is this? Gwen trembled all over, and her eyes widened suddenly. When she turned around, she found that Spider-Man was exactly the same as last time. Like a ghost, he appeared behind her again without anyone noticing. With her eyes twinkling, Gwen smiled sweetly at Charlotte. The light emanating from her made Charlotte dazed for a moment. But Charlotte just blinked and asked with interest, Are your eyes dry? Gwen was stunned, her face was filled with joy. She didn't intend to answer Charlotte's question. She crossed her arms and said, I'm not going to answer you. Wow, Tilda, Spider-Man, great hero of New York City. You're not going to ask me to pick up trash, dare you? I'll pick up trash, but I'm telling you I won't give up. Of course not, Charlotte shook his head. Yesterday's move was just a stopgap measure to divert Gwen's attention after he was embarrassed. Today, he planned to transmit to Gwen more useful knowledge points that he had recently summarized. He took a step forward and judged that Gwen, who had a proud expression, was ready. He raised his hand without mercy and, with a pop, he hit Gwen's forehead hard with his fingers. As the pain came, Gwen widened her eyes little by little and looked at Charlotte in front of her in disbelief. Rookie, the first thing you have to learn is to master spider sense and learn to perfectly control your super strength, supervision, and suction ability. There is an old Chinese saying that goes, Know yourself and your enemy. And you will never be defeated in 100 battles. To be a superhero, the most important thing is to have a clear understanding of your own abilities. Covering her red and swollen forehead, Gwen gritted her teeth with tears in the corners of her eyes. Glaring at Charlotte, put down her palm, clenched her fist, and took a fighting stance. Asshole. I know what you mean, then let's fight. Let me see what Spider-Man Senpai is capable of. And see how you can help me integrate my spider sense. Gwen has learned Sanda under George's guidance since she was a child. Even from the perspective of strength alone, Charlotte is definitely not Gwen's opponent now. But Charlotte was at ease and said calmly, "You'll see." Facing the confident Charlotte, the expression on Gwen's face froze little by little, and she stared in amazement at the pistol that Charlotte took out from the chest of his battle suit. The muzzle of the gun was aimed at Gwen's shoulder. Charlotte, under the spider mask, also showed a malicious smile and said, "The special training has already begun. Why don't you run away, little spider? If I catch you, Hehe." Staring at Charlotte's index finger, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Gwen was shocked. Everything in her sight slowed down, and she was forced to enter spider sense mode. She turned around, and the spider silk ejected. And Gwen soared into the sky. G-A-A-A-A-A. Immediately afterwards, Gwen felt a burning pain in her butt, with her mind blank. Gwen turned around and saw Charlotte took out another pistol, grinning and shooting several rubber bullets at her with both guns. The scene flashed by. The training was very effective. Gwen, with a flushed face, changed her body shape flexibly in the air, dodged the bullet attack, and immediately left the battlefield and fled into the distance. After replacing the magazine, Charlotte began to debug his spider silk launcher. Equipped with spider sense, Charlotte was very interested. He stared at the direction where Gwen left, and he also shot spider silk to chase after her. The spider silk created by the system skill card has the most suitable genetic sequence for Charlotte and is fully compatible with Charlotte. The spider silk is thick as hemp rope, completely ignores science, and is easy to use, just like a part of Charlotte's body. However, this kind of spider silk has many limitations. Compared with the skill card, it is inferior in every way and is just a soulless tool. The thing that made Charlotte most dissatisfied was that this spider silk actually followed scientific rules. A bad review, however, something is better than nothing. Using spider sense to successfully outflank Gwen, Charlotte, with a smile on her face, suddenly appeared in the blind spot of the building as Gwen was moving forward and attacked her. Soon, another one dropped from the sky and gave Gwen a big surprise. Charlotte had done special treatment on the rubber bullets, and now Gwen's originally soft gray clothes were covered with color marks from the impact, and even the left side of her face had a light pink mark. Looking at Charlotte right in front of her, Gwen's eyes were blazing with fire, and she wished she could cut Charlotte into pieces. This bastard, he is such a bastard. After chasing her for hours, he would always attack her when she least expected it. So now, she decided not to run away anymore. Gwen had already discovered that the Spider-Man's spider sense was much stronger than hers. Although she seemed to be running away, she was actually just a headless fly in Spider-Man's web, stumbling around and being in a passive position. It has to be said that Charlotte's special training was indeed effective. It made Gwen more adept at using spider sense, but also made her accumulated anger more intense. Now, she was ready to stop being led by Charlotte and fight face to face. He dodged several rubber bullets in succession, rushed to Charlotte with one fist, gritted his teeth and punched Charlotte in the chest. He slightly turned sideways to avoid Gwen's straight punch, glanced at Gwen's subsequent left hook that was about to hit him, and then leisurely took a small step back and bent down to avoid the side kick. He used Gwen's knee to gain leverage at a backflip, and slapped the ground with one hand, barely missing Gwen's hooked leg. The leap and the stagnation in midair that violated the laws of physics made Gwen's whip kick miss. Landing behind Gwen, Charlotte raised her thumb and poked the acupuncture point on Gwen's shoulder as she turned around. Gwen was quick to react and quick to move. But her action of bending down to dodge was full of loopholes in Charlotte's opinion. A moment later, Gwen covered her lower abdomen with a dull expression, where there were several bullet holes caused by rubber bullets. Gwen could only face defeat miserably against the Spider-Man, who started shooting naturally during the fight. Spider sense is indeed powerful, but its main function is to perceive danger and malice in advance. Facing rubber bullets, being hit by the bullets was not dangerous, and Charlotte, who fired the bullet, had no intention of killing her. This caused Gwen's spider sense to be inconsistent, requiring Gwen to be more focused and attentive. Finally, Gwen became furious and humiliated. She was so angry that she opened her arms to restrain Charlotte and bite her directly. She gritted her teeth and rushed towards Charlotte, ready to take revenge. But as soon as the aggressive Gwen approached, Charlotte raised his gun and stopped it in front of Gwen without changing his expression. Using her spider sense, Charlotte made Gwen feel a strong sense of crisis. Her pupils suddenly shrank. It seemed that what was in front of her were no longer ordinary pistols, but two weapons that could kill her, which made her tremble in her heart before Gwen could react. Charlotte turned the gun around and handed both guns to Gwen. Gwen's expression paused, and she took the double guns with a confused look on her face. Then, without further ado, Charlotte took out several magazines and stuffed them into her arms. Seeing that Gwen still didn't understand, Charlotte smiled and said, "Hehe, Tilda, little spider. Now it's your turn to chase me, Tilda. If you catch up with me, I will let you Hehe, Tilda call out." The spider silk ejected, and Charlotte soared into the sky, swinging forward quickly in Gwen's dumbfounded sight. Originally, after taking the double guns, Gwen thought for a moment that Charlotte had a change of heart and wanted to apologize to her. But reality hit Gwen hard, and her face turned black. He threw the magazine and pistol in his hand to the ground and shouted angrily, "Charlotte!" She wanted to chase him directly, but seeing the pistol on the ground, Gwen picked it up in anger. If rubber bullets were to hit all over Spider-Man's suit, Charlotte would be even happier if she could experience the same feeling she had before. Putting the pistol on his waist, Gwen quickly chased in the direction where Charlotte left. In midair, Charlotte's movements were neither fast nor slow, which was to train Gwen as well as herself, so that she could get familiar with the operation of the spider silk more quickly. A spider silk shot toward Charlotte's chest from a distance, but Charlotte simply let go of the silk and successfully dodged it. His body fell freely rapidly, descending toward the ground, and he shot out spider silk to connect to the building next to him, preparing to use the elastic force of the spider silk and his own inertia to launch himself out like a slingshot. The idea is good, but there are some minor mistakes in the implementation. Gwen, who was following Charlotte closely, naturally saw what Charlotte was thinking. She also loosened the spider silk and did the same movements as Charlotte, and her speed was even more agile and faster. However, Gwen was successfully bounced into the sky, while Charlotte's spider silk broke in his speechless eyes. Gwen reached the apex of her flight high in the sky and looked at Charlotte unhappily as she shot out another spider silk that swung out in an arc and quickly flew away. A few hours later, Gwen gained a lot from a whole night of training, and she finally got a pistol and trapped Charlotte in an abandoned building. Clap, clap. Raising her hands to applaud Gwen, Charlotte praised, "Well done, little spider, Tilda, congratulations, you caught me." "Haha, is that so?" With a sneer on his face, Gwen aimed the gun in his right hand at Charlotte's belly and suddenly pulled the trigger. However, the gun made a crisp sound, but no rubber bullet was fired. Seeing Gwen's smile frozen as she was eager for revenge, Charlotte shook her head and commented as a senior, "But you haven't done well enough, Spider-Man. You still have a lot to learn," as if realizing something. Gwen pulled out another pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Exactly the same, no bullets were fired. The magazine that Charlotte handed to her was thrown away by her on the roof. Only then did Gwen realize that she had chased Charlotte all the way with two empty guns in her arms in order to seek revenge. looking at Gwen, who seemed to be shocked. Charlotte spread her hands and said, "Don't let your emotions easily influence your judgment. And don't trust your enemies or your intuition too much." Call out there was no time to die. And a spider silk shot into Charlotte's chest. Seeing Gwen's expression of success, Charlotte was a little dazed. Pulling the spider silk, Gwen smiled and said smugly, "Who's Spider-Man now?" "Haha, Tilda," Charlotte said with a smile. "Well done, Tilda, you're growing really fast. I can't wait to retire." "Ahem, Tilda," after coughing twice, Charlotte said. "This concludes the basic course. See you tomorrow." As Charlotte spoke, she took something out of her chest and threw it towards Gwen. Gwen quickly caught it and took a look, and found that it was a digital card from a digital camera. He raised his head in confusion and wanted to ask, only to find that Spider-Man, who was just there, had disappeared, leaving only the empty spider silk at the other end. "This bastard runs pretty fast." He held the digital card in his hand and put it solemnly into his school bag. Gwen was going to go home and take a good look at what Charlotte was doing. After parting with Gwen, Charlotte headed towards home without stopping. Soon, she skillfully climbed over the window and entered her bedroom. But the moment he entered the room, Charlotte felt an unusual aura, which made him pause and narrow his eyes. At this moment, a confident voice sounded from behind Charlotte. "It's an honor to meet you, Charlotte Tilda. I have been waiting for a long time." Hearing the voice behind him, Charlotte was shocked. Although he did not turn around, he began to think about the other party's identity and how to deal with it. The first question is, who is the other party? A life returner, Kingpin's men, a policeman and agent, or a doctor from a mental hospital who came to arrest him when he used the spider sense skill card before. This place had always been his main focus, and he had not sensed any malicious approach. This means that at least it is not an unknown enemy. After thinking about it, a name suddenly flashed through Charlotte's mind, an agent of SHIELD, and he gradually became more determined in this idea. So how should we respond now? Charlotte stood there thinking about the problem, while Smith sat leisurely in the chair, his eyes under the sunglasses calmly observing Charlotte's every move. It was already early morning before he and George arrived, and in order to prepare for the surprise attack, he notified May and Ben only after his arrival. As he expected, the two of them couldn't contact Charlotte at all, and had no idea where Charlotte was at the moment. Of course, Georgiuho took the time to go home, also made his own discovery, that is, Gwen next door was also missing. This made his eyes go dark. His whole body trembling and his hands and feet shook. He called Gwen over and over again with his cell phone, and returned to Charlotte's door with a cold face. Before the call was connected, there was a noise in Charlotte's room. When he opened the door, he saw Charlotte standing by the window with her back to Smith, her head down thinking about something. "Charlotte!" George shouted angrily, "Where did you go tonight? Why can't I even get through on the phone? And is Gwen with you? Do you know where Gwen is now?" Charlotte remained silent. The confident smile on Smith's face became more and more intense. In his opinion, there was definitely something wrong with Charlotte, and Charlotte had been acting crazy from the very beginning. The first possibility is that the attack on Arkham Mental Asylum is closely related to Charlotte, and it is even very likely that Charlotte is the insider sent by the life returners to explore the way. He later killed the attacker when he wanted to silence him, becoming the survivor of the Arkham attack, and was attacked again afterwards. The second possibility is that Charlotte is a superpowered person, whose superpowers were awakened when he was attacked, and he killed the opponent in the chase. Although we don't know what Charlotte's superpowers are, the fact that no one has been in the kitchen for more than 2 hours and the attacker's miserable death have nothing to do with Charlotte. It's impossible to explain it no matter how you look at it. The third possibility is that everything is just a coincidence. Charlotte is just an innocent victim, or there is another person hiding behind him. So Smith decided to meet Charlotte, because he believed that no one could hide anything from him. Suddenly, Charlotte turned around and met Smith's eyes. Smith's eyes flickered, and the confident smile on his face froze for the first time. This made him doubt all his previous judgments, because through the instant change in her eyes, Smith was very sure that Charlotte was definitely not pretending to be crazy or stupid, but was really crazy and stupid, Uncle George. After changing the actor's skill card, Charlotte looked at Smith in confusion, then turned to look at the black-faced George. "What were you asking me just now?" Covering his head and pretending to have a headache, Charlotte looked confused and timid. Smith's familiar appearance made Charlotte believe that he was definitely an agent, and the kind of agent who was always surrounded by bad luck and encountered danger wherever he went. It seems that his previous abnormality did attract the attention of Hield, but everything was within his expectations. "You know, Greg," Smith interrupted George before he could finish his question. He put on a smile that showed everything was under control again, with deep meaning hidden in his eyes. He observed every micro-expression on Charlotte's face with his professional knowledge and qualities. He had already obtained Charlotte's information, and in his opinion Charlotte was definitely a smart person. A smart person who is a little crazy is definitely easier to communicate with than a fool. "Charlotte Tilda, we have new clues about the Arkham attack. So we came to you again to ask." After speaking, Smith turned his eyes to Charlotte, carefully examining the micro-expressions on Charlotte's face. What Arkham? I don't know what you're talking about." Charlotte answered innocently and confusedly. This answer left both Smith and George stunned, looking directly into Charlotte's eyes. They were crystal clear-filled with confusion, hesitation, and kindness. Smith. Charlotte's answer was completely beyond his imagination, and the micro-expressions and reactions on Charlotte's face also surprised him, because he actually felt that Charlotte was not lying. No one can control their micro-expressions. After all, humans are not machines. As for acting skills, how could there be such amazing acting skills in the world? For a moment, Smith was confused. "Charlotte," said George with a dark face sternly, "now is no time for jokes. Have you forgotten your friends in Arkham Asylum? Only if we catch the real culprit behind the scenes as soon as possible can their souls in heaven rest in peace." Charlotte tilted her head strangely, looked at George in disbelief, and said, "Uncle George, what are you talking about? What friend? What murderer? Why don't I understand anything?" After looking at Smith timidly, Shanuo suddenly seemed to have discovered something, looked around and asked helplessly, "Wait, what's going on now? Why am I here? I clearly remember that I was handing out flyers on the street just now." With a horrified expression, Charlotte pulled at the strange clothes she was wearing, and her face turned pale. "Uncle George, what happened?" The expression on Charlotte's face changed continuously, and it didn't seem fake, which made George and Smith look at each other, seeing the doubt and uncertainty in the other party's eyes. George slowed down his tone and asked, "Charlotte, do you really not remember anything?" Looking at Charlotte in front of him, George noticed something unusual, because the eyes, the toneth lowered head, timid, cowardly, and kind heart all reminded him of another person. That was Charlotte before he went to Arkham Mental Asylum. The somewhat dull and lonely nerd, their eyes met, and George was also stunned while Charlotte shook her head, with panic and helplessness flashing in her eyes. That's right, using the actor skill card. Charlotte chose to play the role of herself in the memory given by the system. Through observation, Smith also believed that what Charlotte said was true, but he also did not give up the test. He stood up and took off his sunglasses. His blue eyes were clear and shining. "Charlotte, have you forgotten? In the attack on Arkham Mental Hospital, 27 people were shot to death in just over 10 minutes. And you were one of the few survivors." Charlotte opened his mouth, his pupils dilated, and the expression on his face paused for a moment. As his pupils shrank, his whole person, both his eyes and temperament, changed abruptly. Hehe. From introvert to cheerful, from timid to crazy. Charlotte's eyes flickered, and his entire demeanor and temperament changed drastically. Although it was still the same face, he was like two different people. He looked at George and Smith in confusion, as if he had seen something interesting, and asked curiously, "Hey George, why are you and this man in black in my room?" Glancing at Smith's outfit, Charlotte's face was full of disdain. "Sorry, I don't plan to buy insurance." George opened his mouth and stared at Charlotte, who was jumping around in front of him, not knowing what to say. Charlotte's behavior only reminded George of a disease. That is schizoid personality disorder. It just so happened that Charlotte had just been released from a mental hospital, although George vaguely remembered that Charlotte was imprisoned because of paranoia. He did not rule out the possibility that Charlotte had a split personality. At that time, Charlotte was emotionally sensitive, lacked trust in others, and could not see her own boundaries clearly. He was talking a lot of crazy, saying he was mentally healthy, but he didn't even recognize Gwen and Ben, who came to visit him. Now it seems that Charlotte's delusional disorder has indeed improved a lot, but his mental illness has definitely not improved. The corner of Smith's mouth twitched, and he looked into Charlotte's eyes. He was silent for a moment and asked again, "Charlotte, do you remember what happened in Arkham Asylum?" "What Arkham Asylum?" Without waiting for Smith to question, Charlotte continued, "Please call it the Arkham Talent Training and Exchange Center. The people there are all talented and speak well. I like it there very much." Glancing at Smith, who had put on his sunglasses again, Charlotte curled her lips and said, "Wearing sunglasses at night? I guess you are not in your right mind. Do you want to use my relationship to become a regular visitor to Arkham Sanatorium?" "Leave it to me. I can introduce you to my most satisfactory room. After all, I am Arkham's VVVVIP. Charlotte Tilda, he was convinced that Charlotte's reaction was definitely not fake, which made Smith's face look a little ugly. He said, "There has been new progress in the Arkham attack case. I have some questions that I need to ask you," yawning, thinking of his departed friends. Charlotte drew an awkward cross on his chest and said, "From dust to dust, from ashes to ashes. They returned naked to God's house, leaving behind the burdens in their hearts. Mourn the passing of the living. Celebrate the rebirth of the dead. Remember the living, and sing the praises of death. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will answer them all." Smith nodded and asked, "The Life Returner has launched a campaign against you." Before the question was asked, Charlotte's expression paused, and his temperament and eyes changed again. He glanced at Smith with a confused expression, then looked at George. He raised his hands to cover his head. "Uncle George, what just happened? What Life Returner?" "Smith, George," click, the window was opened a crack. The three people in the room reacted very quickly and looked towards the window together. When the window was opened, a golden head popped in. She tried to climb in through the window skillfully, with a lovely smile on her face. Gwen, with a smile on her face, is ready to expose Charlotte's lies and confirm Charlotte's identity as Spider-Man. However, she maintained a stiff movement of climbing through the window, and the person in front of her was not Charlotte, who was pretending to be serious, but George Yuho had his hands on his shoulders and a dark face. The sweet smile on Gwen's face turned bitter little by little. She looked around with wide eyes and confirmed that this was indeed Charlotte's room. So she turned around and retreated without hesitation, muttering to herself, "Oops, sorry. These two houses are so similar. I went back to the wrong one without paying attention. I'll leave now." "Stop, Gwen," George shouted angrily. "You didn't go home through the main door. You sneaked through the window. And you dare to say you went the wrong way. I think you were not beaten enough." Gwen laughed dryly while leaning against the window. "Hi, Dad, long time no see. Ah, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Hi, Charlotte Tilda." He raised his hand and greeted Gwen. Looking at Gwen's embarrassed expression, his expression changed again, and Charlotte's face was full of gloating. "Gwen, come in. Tell me, where did you and Charlotte go tonight?" George's stern question made Gwen's pupils shrink. She entered the room, pulled her hair back in front of her forehead, looked away, and had a guilty look on her face. "We're not going anywhere. We're practicing the drums." Yes, that's right, the drums. Pa. Pa 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 tilde Gwen shrugged her nose and grinned. Haha tilde the drum set is so much fun. I can never get enough of it, tilde that's right tilde Charlotte and I are together. Who wants to play drums with you? Charlotte rolled his eyes in disgust. Compared to Gwen's poor acting skills and low-level lies. He is different, he is a systematic man, George. Gwen is lying to you, I don't play any drums. Gwen stared with a look of surprise in her eyes. I originally thought that the two of them could testify for each other. But I didn't expect Charlotte to be so direct and quick in destroying his bridges. Gwen, George emphasized again. Gwen sighed helplessly, sorry, Dad. I was in a bad mood tonight. So I spent the whole night driving around the city. Gwen's tone became low. And she glanced at Charlotte, not far away, and explained. I shouldn't have tried to get Charlotte to testify for me. The moment she entered the room and saw Smith. Gwen immediately realized that George appeared in Charlotte's room not to arrest her, but to handle official business. But Charlotte didn't look like she had just gotten up. It was more like she had climbed in through the window like her and was caught red-handed by the two people who were waiting for her. So, George looked at Gwen suspiciously and said, You two, are you really not together tonight? Of course. Gwen nodded and glanced at Charlotte, who stood beside George with a righteous look and seemed to be judging her together with George. She hated her so much, Spider-Man has been wearing a mask. Although Gwen is 99% sure that Spider-Man is Charlotte. There is also a 1% chance that Spider-Man really comes from a parallel world. Then who are you with? Gwen blinked awkwardly and replied, a new friend. I've been with Peter. Several question marks appeared in George's head. Who is this Peter? Who is Peter? Of course Gwen couldn't explain this question clearly. She could only say that it was a new friend she had just met. A cross-dresser with the second-year syndrome who liked to go for a midnight drive. We can't say that Peter is Spider-Man who came from a parallel world. A lonely and doomed star. After putting aside the interrogation of Gwen, everyone's attention was once again focused on Charlotte. This time it was Gwen's turn to scratch her hands and gloat over other people's misfortune. Gwen was smart enough to change her bullet-riddled clothes and wash up before coming to see Charlotte. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to get rid of her dirty look. At this moment, George was still filled with anger towards Gwen, who did not return home at night, and was thinking about settling the score later. However, there were more important problems waiting for him to solve. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Charlotte showed an embarrassed, shy smile on his face, raised his eyebrows, smiled and raised his hand to greet the three people. Hey guys, what's the problem? Before she could finish her words, Charlotte's entire demeanor suddenly changed under Gwen's shocked gaze. After a brief pause, he weakly raised his head and looked at the three people in front of him, his eyes revealing a distressing confusion, and asked aloud, Are you Gwen? When did you come in? Why didn't I see you just now? As she spoke, Charlotte covered her head in horror. Gwen tilde, is my brain broken? I feel like there's definitely something wrong with my memory. He was panicking on the surface, but he was a little annoyed in his heart, damn it. When will these three guys give me the skill card? Isn't my behavior unusual and exaggerated enough? Otherwise, step up the intensity. Looking at Charlotte's appearance, George sighed helplessly, thinking about how to tell Ben the news tactfully and send Charlotte back to the mental hospital again. It shouldn't be them who should be questioning Charlotte now, but a fully qualified psychologist. George wanted to give up, but Smith didn't, as an agent of SHILD. He naturally also learned some knowledge of psychology. Although it is more about dealing with torture and interrogation, self-construction and self-comfort also has some uses. Smith was completely sure in his heart that Charlotte was not pretending, but he had not asked the right questions yet. And he did not intend to give up. Charlotte, the time in your memory is 2 months ago. And during these 2 months, there was another person in your body. And that person was another you at that time. You were diagnosed with delusional disorder and were sent to Arkham Mental Asylum. When you were discharged from the hospital after recovery, You were ambushed and then suffered another attack while delivering a takeaway a few days later. Your friends have died in such a tragic way. And we want to know everything you know. After hearing Smith's explanation, Charlotte quickly glanced at the reactions of the three people, then covered her head in pain, her eyes revealing despair and confusion. No. What you said is not true. I'm not sick, I just lost my memory. Oh my God. Seeing the emotions in Charlotte's eyes, Gwen felt the same way and covered her mouth in pain. It turns out that there is another personality hidden in Charlotte's soul. And it turns out that Charlotte is still unaware of everything she has experienced. The acting skill card is so amazing that it portrays the Charlotte and their memories vividly and lifelike. The doubt only lasted a short time, and Gwen believed that Charlotte was schizophrenic. But before Smith could continue asking Charlotte, who was about to burst into tears, changed again. The tears in her eyes subsided, and her mood became calm and happy. Oh, by the way, did you find Dan's body? I still remember that it was a sunny afternoon when Dan and I met for the first time. With her hands crossed over her abdomen, Charlotte recalled Dan's face and narrated in a sad tone. He was a scruffy boy with curly hair and a perpetual smile on his face. He was very different. I walked up to him and wanted to make friends with him. And he agreed and stuffed a plastic cup up his nostril in front of me. I was surprised, and I asked him how he did it. He said practice makes perfect, and he also has superpowers. Oh. Finally getting to the point, Smith paid close attention. What Dan's superpowers are has always been one of the key areas of investigation. His superpower is... Charlotte glanced at the curious Gwen, took a step forward, and leaned close to Smith's ear, whispering mysteriously. Gwen pricked up her ears and stretched her neck, but she only saw Charlotte's mouth moving and didn't hear what Charlotte was saying at all. After telling Smith, Charlotte looked at her triumphantly. Humph, Gwen snorted coldly and pursed her lips. What's there to keep secret? I don't want to know. Smith raised his eyebrows and glanced at Charlotte, who was provoking Gwen. The bastard didn't say anything at all. So, what is his superpower? I showed you how to do it, Tilda. Charlotte looked at Smith doubtfully, as if doubting his intelligence, and spread out her hands and said, his superpower is that he can speak without making any sound and still make it clear what he's saying. As a good friend, pass this superpower on to me. And I gave him the superpower in return, which is to make the earth rotate when I stand upside down. As he spoke, Charlotte took a step back, stood upside down, and moved his mouth to make the following statement. See, I didn't lie to you, Tilda. See. I didn't lie to you. Gwen read out what Charlotte said. And Smith was no exception. But his face was dark and anger was rising. Bastard. Are you kidding us, Charlotte? I'm asking you a serious question, Smith said. Of course, Tilda, I am answering very seriously. Charlotte landed and spoke. Do you remember anything else about Dan? Smith emphasized his tone and looked up at Charlotte, who was exhausted. Charlotte shrank her head, looking guilty and aggrieved, and began to perform her unique skills again. Sir, who is the Dan you're talking about? Is he my friend during the period when I lost my memory? Snap. Smith slapped himself on the forehead, feeling a little discouraged. This process was repeated several times. Every time a key question was asked, Charlotte would either give a wild and irrelevant answer, or he would become like a different person and would not know the answer to any question. Smith looked unhappy. He felt that Charlotte was playing tricks on him. But how can someone use his own insane traits to trick others? Unless that person is insane. The mechanical repetition continued for quite a while. Charlotte originally found it somewhat interesting, but gradually became bored, especially these three people. They seemed to think that all of Charlotte's abnormalities were normal and did not provide him with any skill cards. As it went on, Charlotte felt like a monkey singing an opera. He performed with all his heart, but received no reward skill card. I have nothing to do with the road attacks. It was a unique fireworks display. The sound of firecrackers rang out in the forest. The air was filled with smoketh gongs, and drums were loud. It was a good start to the business, and there was a lot of fun. The bald guy who was driving used the toilet in an uncivilized manner, which caused strong dissatisfaction on the other side. A firecracker blew his mount into the sky, destroying my motorcycle as well. Ignoring Charlotte's messy narration and quickly summarizing the details of the attack, Smith asked, "You mean they attacked the other two?" Seeing that the topic was on the right track, Smith's expression became much more serious. In this attack, the identity of the victim remains a mystery. The destroyed Audi A8 was extremely difficult to track down. No useful information was found on the wreckage, and even on the takeaway, there was only Charlotte's fingerprint. The other two people were like ghosts. Leaving no valuable traces, the car had a fake license plate, and all that was found was that the vehicle had been modified, and the owner of the vehicle could not be found. All we knew was that it was most likely related to a bank robbery. There was no sign of this car stopping at several gas stations before and after, which shows that the other party was well prepared and even carried enough gasoline. The other party's purpose remains a mystery. Using their connections, they interrogated the three robbers. They were unusually tight-lipped and insisted that they didn't know who they were. They had even completely forgotten what they looked like and couldn't clearly explain their origins. If the life returner attacked the other party, it is indeed very likely. What happened next? Where did you go next? Where to? We fled in all directions. Tilda, I don't know where they went, Tilda. So, what do those two look like? Recalling the appearance of Frank and Lai, Shanuo answered seriously, they look like a couple. They both have two eyes, one mouth, one nose, and one head. They look exactly like humans. Smith was confused. What you said makes sense. They should indeed look like this. His mind gradually sank into Charlotte's thoughts. When he came to his senses, he sighed in his heart and shook his dizzy head speechlessly. He could no longer tell whether Charlotte was answering him perfunctorily or seriously. Can you give more details? Please give me more details. Charlotte fell into reminiscence. Opening his eyes, Charlotte said excitedly, I remembered. What do you remember? Smith raised his eyebrows, and his mood level rose slightly. Could there be greater gains here in Charlotte? I remember, before she could finish her words. Charlotte's expression changed, and her eyes became sad. I remember, it was the first snow in 2002. And it came later than usual. Inspector John, where were we just now? Oh, handing out flyers, the sky gradually brightened, and Xianyu became more and more energetic as he spoke. On the other hand, the other three began to feel tired. Charlotte's chat made my head buzz and my eyes widen. It's easiest to see ghosts when delivering food late at night. The scene is so horrifying that you can't even imagine. I was walking down a dark alley carrying a customer's fried chicken. Charlotte gesticulated as she spoke, and suddenly raised her voice, scaring Gwen, who was almost asleep so much that she trembled all over. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. White teeth opened and closed, and a terrifying howl came out of the ghost's mouth. It waved its arms and rushed towards me. I looked closely and saw that the other person's body was twisted. His fur was pitch black, his eyes were like bloodshot, and his body was like a beast. He was definitely not an ordinary person. I immediately reached for my waist, pulled the rope, and threw the weapon at him. With a bang, a bag of French fries exploded in front of him. As expected, immediately ran towards the French fries, and I escaped his pursuit without any danger. Listening to Charlotte's story that was closely related to the returnees, George couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Ghost. Charlotte, Tilda, you are really something, but this is not ZZZQ. So the question is, which human rights are greater? The mentally ill or the black people? Okay, that's enough. It's time for us to leave. Thank you for the information you provided. It's very valuable, Smith sighed. He had discovered that it was difficult to gain anything more valuable from Charlotte. Wow, Tilda, great. Gwen Chira jumped onto Charlotte's bed, and closed her eyes peacefully. After not sleeping for a whole night, she really couldn't hold on any longer, although her superpowers could keep her awake. It was more of a mental torture now. It was too difficult to keep up with Charlotte's thinking. His imagination is so unrestrained that you think he is serious, but he is actually joking. You think he is joking, but he is actually joking seriously. Gwen. Seeing Gwen pulling the quilt over her and preparing to fall asleep peacefully, George became furious and shouted loudly. Dad Tilda, without even opening her eyes. Gwen stretched out her body. Don't worry. I've already asked for leave, so I don't have to go to internship today. Okay, Tilda, go ahead. Don't worry about me. The veins on George's forehead jumped. He glared at Charlotte, who looked innocent. Then grabbed Gwen, pushed the door open, and walked out. When they came downstairs, Aunt May's face was still so kind. Looking at the angry George and the hopeless Gwen, Aunt May clapped her hands and invited them with a smile. Little George. Little Gwen, aren't you going to eat something? Tilda. George paused and did not answer. But Gwen raised her hand and said, Of course, dear Aunt May. I can't wait to taste your cooking. But little George may not have the time. George was a little stunned. Aunt May looked angry. Man is iron and rice is steel. Food is God's gift to mankind. Every meal is crucial. Now you are not allowed to go there. Stay and eat. As she spoke, Aunt May's eyes fell on Smith, and she said without letting him be refused, Young man, you two, come and taste Aunt May's cooking. Only when you are full will you have the strength to protect New York. Putting a plate of mashed potatoes on the table, Ben winked at the three of them and said, Promise her. Otherwise, you really won't be able to leave this house. Soon Charlotteujo was full of energy. Sat next to Aunt May and prayed briefly with her, then, in the shocked eyes of Evryonish, picked up the oatmeal. Gulped it down, quickly finished it in one breath. Turned around and went back upstairs. Oh my God, Tilda, covering her mouth, Aunt May asked Ben in panic. Is Charlotte sick? I always feel like something is wrong with him lately. Ben patted Aunt May on the shoulder and said soothingly, Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with Charlotte. He's just growing up lately, so he does eat a little more. Haven't you noticed that he's grown taller recently? With a smile on his face, Ben's eyes fell on Smith, who was tasting his oatmeal with a spoon. You said that right. Gwen was the first to give a decisive answer. Charlotte. He's normal. After finishing the breakfast made by Aunt May, George said hello to Ben, then angrily took Gwen away. Only Smith, dressed in a suit, and Tia was left, eating his breakfast contentedly. To be honest, May's cooking skills are really good, and Smith enjoyed the meal very much. He picked up the fourth donut and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing another mouthful of oatmeal. When he looked up, he saw Ben, who was looking at him coldly and unfriendly. Smith said helplessly, Mr. Parker, I think there may be some misunderstanding between us. I don't have any ill will towards you. After confirming that May was sorting the dishes in the kitchen, Ben turned around and said seriously, I know why you are looking for Charlotte, but I want to make it clear that Charlotte has always been a kind and good child. I believe he will never do anything bad. Good boy. Smith blinked and licked his fingers. He didn't know whether Charlotte was a good kid or not, but he was sure that Charlotte was definitely not a serious kid. Father like son, after leaving Charlotte's room, Smith reviewed the previous conversation. He was certain that Charlotte was absolutely mentally abnormal, and that she was clearly using her abnormality to play tricks on each of them. How can such a person exist in this world? Using your own spiritual impropriety to seriously play tricks on others. He also discovered that although Charlotte was playing with them, he was not satisfied with the final result and did not seem to get what he wanted. Facing the distracted Smith in front of him, Ben continued, I believe in Charlotte because Charlotte is trustworthy. You don't understand him. You just think he has mental problems, but I know he is fine. He doesn't need treatment. He needs more care and love from his family. Smith did not comment on Ben's words and did not take them to heart at all. They all saw Charlotte's mental state. After finishing his breakfast and wiping the corners of his mouth with a napkin, Smith stood up and said, Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Parker. But I still have to say that I think Charlotte is indeed a good child. But he does need further treatment, After saying that, he nodded to the angry Ben and turned to walk out the door. HMPH, looking at Smith's back, Ben snorted coldly. He felt that Smith needed to see a doctor more. Whoever wears sunglasses in the room every day looks a little mentally unstable. As soon as Smith left, Charlotte poked her head out from the stairs, jumped up, sat on the railing, slid down quickly, and landed next to Ben with a somersault. Oh my God. Charlotte's series of actions scared May, who had just come out. She covered her heart in surprise and criticized. Charlotte, this is not safe at all. You are challenging the endurance of the elderly. If you fall, we will have to take you to the children's hospital. Aunt May, I'm not a child anymore. Charlotte spread her hands and said indifferently, my athletic ability is spreading like cancer now. Showing off his biceps, Charlotte said arrogantly, I think I have the talent to be a gymnast. And I'm much better than all of them. Because I can hold on to the horizontal bar like a spider and never fall off it. Raising her hand and patting Charlotte's shoulder, May rolled her eyes unhappily and said, what kind of metaphor is this? Don't joke around. Charlotte, have you done anything wrong recently? Why did the police come to your house? Aunt May Tilda, Charlotte said with dissatisfaction after prolonging the tone. Has George, the policeman, come here less often? You should call him Uncle George Tilda, Aunt May criticized. Then frowned and said meaningfully, think about it carefully. Have you done anything wrong to George recently that made him come to arrest you in the middle of the night and find Gwen in your room? Cough, cough, Tilda. Ben on the side couldn't help but cough. Huh, Charlotte was dumbfounded. Don't talk nonsense. Gwen wasn't found in my room, she was. Didn't you find it in your room? Aunt May looked at Charlotte with dissatisfaction. Do you think I'm easy to deceive because I'm old? How could she suddenly appear in your room? You know, Gwen has been a naughty child since she was young. She thought there was a good show to watch here, so she climbed through the window to watch it. But she didn't expect to be caught by her father. Charlotte explained quickly. You can mock my spirit, but you can't taint my innocence. Especially when nothing is happening. Oh, Tilda, Aunt May asked with a sneer. Then why didn't she come in through the main door? Aunt May can't be fooled by your words. I was also young. And I know what's going on in your heads driving motorcycles. Smoking cigars, dyeing your hair in all kinds of colors. Wearing weird clothes. And then foolishly showing off your biceps in front of each other. I just want to tell you to be safe when you go out to play. Cough, 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 Tilda. Ben started coughing again, this time. Ben's exaggerated actions finally attracted Aunt May's attention. She turned her unhappily eyes to Ben and stepped forward to pat his back. Cough, Tilda, cough. What are you coughing about? I'm not talking about you. No, Ben Lyon waved his hands. I think what you said is right. My throat is not feeling well. Does your throat hurt? I think you deserve a beating. Whenever I mention Charlotte, you cough, cough, cough. Whenever I mention Charlotte, you cough, cough, cough. Taking this opportunity, Charlotte quickly slipped out. It is better to let my friend die than to let me die. He believed that Ben could definitely deal with Aunt May. And he had more important things to deal with. After exiting the gate and turning right, Charlotte prepared to head to Dr. Connor's underground laboratory. His motorcycle was parked somewhere last night, so he could only take the bus to get there today. However, before Charlotte took a few steps, he was stared at by a pair of vicious eyes. This feeling made Charlotte shudder all over. He looked around hurriedly and immediately saw George opening the door and getting into the police car in front of Gwen's house. He stopped getting into the car and looked at Charlotte with eyes full of pressure. Looking at Charlotte walking towards his home, he felt like he was looking at a pig walking towards his farm. Moreover, the pig came in front of him's farmer. So openly and without any concealment. I haven't even driven away yet. But this bastard is already eager to take my cabbage. He doesn't take me seriously at all. Charlotte didn't know what George was thinking. And she had no dirty thoughts in her heart. She raised her hand and greeted George in a friendly manner. Hi, George, good morning. Hi, Charlotte, good morning. George spoke word by word, staring at Charlotte as she came to the door of his house. Paying attention to Charlotte's next move, Gwen hid behind the window, quietly waiting for the sound of her father leaving. When she heard George calling out Charlotte's name, she curiously poked her head out. Charlotte, the game master, had excellent dynamic vision and noticed her immediately. "Hi Gwen, good morning Tilda, Gwen." George turned his head and saw Gwen's head shrinking quickly. "I'm angry, very angry." But the intercom ringing again left George helpless. He had to set off now. "Pick up the intercom and finish the call, in my sight. Charlotte has already arrived at the bus stop." Quietly waiting for the bus, after a little thought, George started the police car and drove to Shanuo's side. "Where are you going, kid? Let me take you there, Tilda." "Oh, there is such a good thing." "George, I'm going to 3rd Avenue. Is it on your way?" Charlotte asked happily. George waved his hand, motioning Charlotte to get in the car and said viciously, "Of course I'm on my way. Even if it's not on my way, I'll still go there." Charlotte sat in the passenger seat. George looked in the rearview mirror and sneered at Gwen's little head leaning against the window. He started the car and drove out quickly under Gwen's dumbfounded gaze. George looked at Gwen, who was eagerly waiting in the rearview mirror, and Charlotte was heartless in the co-pilot seat. He was silent for a long time, and suddenly thought of another possibility. Maybe it's not that the pigs from other houses want to eat your cabbages, but that your cabbages are thinking about the pigs from other houses. When he thought of this possibility, his expression became somewhat complicated. After all, my daughter has grown up, and it is impossible for her to never fall in love. Sooner or later, Gwen would bring home a biker boy to test the limits of his heart. Compared to those gangsters who are even more unsightly than Charlotte, Charlotte is indeed more acceptable, but he also didn't want Gwen to fall into the pit of psychopathic fire. The car fell into silence for a while. George looked solemn, but Charlotte did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she put her hands behind her head leisurely. Feel the leather seats and adjust the comfort level of the seats. This was his first time riding in a police car, and the feeling was unexpectedly quite good. This is a Chevrolet Suburban that has been modified and upgraded to be comfortable, safe and powerful. Behind him was a specially made iron fence, and behind that was the back seat of the vehicle used to hold arrested criminals. Charlotte curiously stuck his head out towards the back. Compared to sitting here, he actually wanted to experience sitting in the back. The feeling there must be very novel. "Charlotte, what do you think of Gwen?" George started the conversation first. Charlotte was stunned for a moment, then answered honestly, "Gwen, she's a nice person. But she's too nice, it makes her seem silly and not very smart." George frowned at Charlotte's comment. "I mean, what do you think of Gwen as a girlfriend? Her." As a girlfriend, Charlotte looked surprised. Thought for a moment then secretly told George, "No. Buddy, you may not know this, but Gwen is not mentally sound." Hearing this, George's eyes widened. "What nonsense are you talking about, you psychopath? Gwen often talks to herself and makes creepy giggles behind people's backs. In her spare time, she talks to her dolls." Charlotte continued to accuse, especially recently. She's suddenly not even afraid of spiders. She didn't do a good scientific experiment, but studied the Constitution. I think she's probably crazy. This. I have been paying less attention to Gwen recently. When I think about it carefully, Gwen's recent behavior is indeed very strange. She ran out in the middle of the night without sleeping, and came back to climb through other people's windows. She was full of energy and had not slept all night. Is Gwen really sick? Maybe I should pick a time to take her to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Soon the vehicle entered the one-way street, heading towards 3rd Avenue. While driving, the walkie-talkie at hand rang again. George was about to answer it helplessly, but Charlotte next to him was quick to pick up the walkie-talkie first. "Don't talk on the phone while driving, George. I advise you not to break the law. Let me help you." Without waiting for George to refuse, Shanuo answered the intercom and pressed the hands-free button. Yulan's anxious voice was heard over the police channel. "Oh fuck. That bastard actually had the guts to ram a police car. When I catch him, I'm going to beat his ass. Stop him. Stop him quickly, don't let this bastard escape. It was an unfamiliar voice. Shit. I can't catch up with him at all, how do I stop him? Hank's voice came. Go to 3rd Avenue and send police cars to encircle 3rd Avenue. We must not let this bitch get away. That son of a bitch bastard, I hate car chases the most. Hank's voice sounded again. The helicopter has locked onto his route. 3rd Avenue is less crowded. We can deploy a tire puncture device to puncture his tires. The voices on the intercom rang out all at once. Charlotte didn't expect to encounter such an exciting thing when riding in a police car for the first time. She said with surprise, George, hurry up. They're on 3rd Avenue, let's go join the car chase. Slowing down the police car and stopping it on the side of the road. George rolled his eyes in annoyance. Car chase. What car chase? Charlotte, get out of the car right now. I have something important to take care of. George really needed to join this hunt. But how could he take Charlotte with him? After all, car chases are still somewhat dangerous. Don't be like this, George. Charlotte's eyes flashed with anticipation. I think I can help a lot, for example. I can cheer you on from the sidelines. Shut up and get out of the car, George said angrily. Xianyuk rolled his eyes and smiled flatteringly. How about we make a deal? I know you're worried about Gwen meeting some shady people. Like that crossdresser Parker. How about I help you get rid of that Parker and stop him from bothering Gwen? And you just need to take me to participate in this car chase. Don't worry, I will never make trouble. Shanua's words inevitably made George a little moved. But he quickly made up his mind. Get out of the car immediately and go deliver your takeaway. I believe Gwen can handle her own affairs. Before he could finish his words, a screeching sound of brakes was heard on the street ahead. When I looked up, I saw that it was a brown sports car coming in the opposite direction, running at full speed and rushing forward. There were screams and curses in the street. A voice came over the intercom, that damn bastard. He didn't even go to 3rd Avenue, we're fooled, he turned. He turned, went onto a one-way street bastard, how dare he. Bang, oh no, I was in a car accident, requesting help. That's the helicopter's blind spot, what should we do now? Should we continue to send people to intercept? We didn't send any police there. The police were on 3rd Avenue. Who knew he would turn there? Is he really not afraid of death? It seems that the other party's next move is to turn onto 2nd Avenue and go all the way to the highway. Given the performance of the other vehicle, we are likely to lose it on the highway. And then we will have to contact the bastards in the next state for help. The reversing supercar in the field of vision was very skilled in driving. Half of the car rushed onto the sidewalk, turning left and right to avoid vehicles and pedestrians, and moving forward at a rapid speed. Seeing the police car parked on the side of the road, the other party was slightly stunned, thinking that the police had already discovered his plan. I never expected that George just happened to be there. Watching the opponent's supercar getting closer and closer, George gritted his teeth. Glancing at Charlotte, who was not planning to get off the car, George gave up the idea of blocking the way with his car. If the other party is not afraid of death and really bumps into me, I'm afraid I'll have to collect Charlotte's body. It was too late to ask Charlotte to get out of the car. If George didn't want to let her leave, the only option left was to drive after her. What are you standing there for? Let's go, George. I can't wait any longer. This is a car chase that is unique to the United States. Charlotte has only seen such a scene in games. And this is from the police's perspective. Chasing a 5-star citizen of New York. This perfect first-hand real game picture of GTA 6 is really hot. How popular are car chases in the United States? So, there is a channel that broadcasts this kind of report every day. Live broadcasting high-speed car chases between criminals and American police. And Live broadcasting the exciting scenes of their battle of wits and courage. The ratings of this show are incredibly high. Countless people watch it as an unscripted variety show. And it is extremely popular. The police helicopter failed to track the suspect, But the media helicopter was experienced and used its expertise to continue tracking the suspect. George didn't hesitate any longer, started the car, and began to reverse. The other party's sports car rushed past them quickly and even slowed down provocatively. From the open car window, a yellow-haired guy with a skull tattoo all over his body poked his head out. He gave George a disdainful smile and passed by. The wheels turned with a nimble drift. George, unwilling to be outdone, turned the car around and followed closely behind. The sports car was driven at lightning speed, nimbly avoiding the vehicles in front. The speed quietly reached 100 miles. Faced with such a scene, one car after another slowed down and watched in amazement as the two cars passed through them. George followed closely behind, driving with full concentration on the city roads. The two men quickly reached a speed of 110 miles. Compared to the handsome Dodge Challenger in front, the Chevrolet driven by George is a complete steel behemoth. Crossing the road with a nimble drift, the two entered 2nd Avenue one after another and rushed towards the highway, no longer driving in the opposite direction. The sports car's performance was further demonstrated, and George's Chevrolet was not to be outdone. George wanted to overtake and stop the car, but the other party didn't give him the chance at all. There is much less traffic on 2nd Avenue, with wider lanes and better sightlines. The two cars started to accelerate at the same time. George took the time to turn around and look at Charlotte beside him. Charlotte sat upright in the passenger seat, concentrating, looking straight ahead with a well-behaved expression, like a good baby. However, his excited eyes completely betrayed Charlotte. Car chases are really tense and exciting. If you make the slightest mistake, you might lose control. Although he was about to be hit several times, he still managed to dodge the traffic in a very thrilling way. George is an experienced driver who has participated in countless car chases, so his driving skills are naturally beyond doubt. Gritting my teeth, I pressed the gas pedal into the mailbox, and the mail roared. The driver of the flag car in front looked at George, who was chasing him. Curled up the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of sneer, provocatively lowered the speed, and waited for George to get closer. Finally, when George was about to enter the highway, the front of his car was hit by the exhaust gas of the sports car. After glancing at George's Chevrolet, the yellow-haired man stretched his left hand out of the window. When George looked at the middle finger extended from the cab in front, the veins on his forehead couldn't help but twitch. Then the yellow-haired man stuck his head out, and a mouthful of saliva spurted out. With a paw sound, it hit the glass in front of George very accurately. Looking at his own achievements, Hugh showed a proud smile, and his taillights flashed red twice. Georgiuho was sitting in the driver's seat, stared at the saliva on the glass with wide eyes, and his face turned red and warm at a speed visible to the naked eye. His eyes were spitting fire, and his hands were tightly gripping the steering wheel. The Chevrolet suddenly accelerated and crashed into the Dodge's butt. But although sports cars seem to be within reach, there is still an insurmountable gap. The other party seemed to have guessed George's thoughts, and the distance between them not only did not get closer, but became farther and farther, with his mouth shut. George swallowed the swear words he wanted to say because of Charlotte's presence. His arms bulged with strong muscles. He turned on the windshield wipers, indignantly turned left, and tried to overtake again. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is very ugly. The opponent's horsepower was not at the same level as George's. In the blink of an eye, the supercar began to pull away again. George could only watch the opponent go away, and soon the only thing in his sight was the opponent's taillights. Bang! George slapped the steering wheel hard and said angrily, "These damn bikers. I will definitely smash their gas tanks next time, George." Don't lose heart, Tilda. Charlotte leaned back in her seat, enjoying the lightning speed, and said, "So this is a car chase, awesome. I want to do one next time." "What do you want to?" Knowing that he couldn't catch up, George slowed down and gave Charlotte a wary look. "I'm going to blow up their tires too," Charlotte said firmly. The car chase was broadcast live by the media, Watching George slow down, the host said helplessly, "It seems that our detective is about to give up." The detective's top speed has reached 150 miles per hour. But the gangster is even better, reaching 165 miles per hour. The gangster has won this race again. Let us congratulate him. Wait, what happened up ahead? A pileup, another car chase. The highway has been blocked by New Jersey state troopers. Rescue in progress. The bandit also discovered this situation and was forced to return the same way he came. It seems the chase is not over yet. Police support has arrived. And a head-to-head race is about to begin. Through the intercom, George also knew what happened. After parking the police car, George pulled out the pistol from his waist and said to Charlotte, "Stay here and don't move, let me handle the rest." He got out of the car, opened the trunk, took out the tire shredder, spread it out on the highway in front of him, opened the car door as a cover to block his view, and waited quietly for the other party to return. Soon, the Dodge sports car appeared in George's sight. The other party slowed down his car and drove up to me. I saw the tire shredder on the ground at a glance. Out of desperation, Hehe drove closer and stopped 2 meters away from George. George pointed the gun at the cab and shouted, "NYPD. Let me see your hands, let me see your hands, hey asshole. I say it again, let me see your hands." As he said this, he aimed at the window. If the other party made any unusual movement, George would shoot without hesitation. A pair of tattooed hands stretched out of the car window. Hehe poked his head out and opened his mouth full of lip studs and said, "Congratulations, Detective Tilda, you caught me. Get out of the car, get out now." Under the threat of the gun, Hehe's eyes became clear, and he didn't dare to make any dangerous moves. Because he knew clearly that once the American police found something wrong, they would really dare to shoot immediately. The yellow-haired man quickly opened the car door. Without George's order, he skillfully put his hands behind his back and lay down on the ground. George let out a long breath and concluded that the yellow-haired man was not in any danger if he maintained this posture. But he still did not dare to take it lightly. He held the gun in one hand, fumbled for handcuffs from his waist, took 2 steps forward, and prepared to step over the tire breaker. At this moment, the accident happened. The back door of the Dodge sports car suddenly opened, and a black gun muzzle was pointed at George. Fake. The first sight of this beauty gave George goosebumps all over his body. Cold sweat soaked his back, and he was so frightened that his head was dizzy and he was about to die. George had long observed that there was no one in the passenger seat of the Dodge, but he never expected that there was someone hiding in the back seat of the Dodge. George's head didn't react to the sudden attack, but his battle-hardened body did. He bent his body, leaped backwards and fell towards the police car. Then a huge blood flower exploded on George's left shoulder. If it had been a little later, his brain would have been blown away. With a cry of pain, the injured George fell to the ground. Charlotte was shocked by George's sudden injury. Just as she was unbuckling her seatbelt and trying to get out of the car to help, she heard George yelling, "Charlotte, don't get out of the car. Don't get out of the car." George dodged the incoming bullets with 2 tactical rolls and leaned against the rear of the police car, covering his injured shoulder. Because the police car was parked at an angle, the gunman in the back seat lost his target for a moment, and the yellow-haired man quickly crawled away, rolling and throwing the tire shredder on the ground. As an old sheriff who has been working for many years, George's response was not slow. He held the gun in his right hand and pulled the trigger at the place where the gunshot was heard without even looking. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the sound of gunfire, 3 bullets exploded on the bulletproof glass in front of Charlotte, which stunned Charlotte, who had just equipped the Spider Sense skill card. Immediately afterwards, under George's attack, the bullet pierced the rear windshield of the Dodge, and a woman's angry curses were heard from inside. What should I do now? As George always did. He should pick up the walkie-talkie to report the gunfight and request backup. However, not before he left his walkie-talkie on the police car. Now he could only bend over and rise slightly. observing the movements on the opposite side through the windshield of the police car. 2 more shots hit the bulletproof glass in front of Charlotte. A fat woman punched open the shattered windshield of the Dodge's rear seat. She raised her gun and cursed, glared at Charlotte, who was confused, and looked for the injured George. The yellow-haired man did the same. He moved the tire shredder away, quickly returned to the Dodge set in the driver's seat, took out a Glock and turned on the safety. Pie. The yellow-haired man spat on the hood of the Chevrolet, then raised his pistol with a sneer on his face. At the back of the car, George naturally saw the scene. His shooting posture just now put a heavy strain on his right wrist. What was even more terrible was that his left shoulder was injured, and he was unable to quickly replace the spare magazine. George gritted his teeth, with an expression of unspeakable regret on his face. Now not only him, but also Charlotte is in danger. He should have resolutely asked Charlotte to get out of the car just now, so that even if something happened to him, Charlotte would not fall into such a situation. George said loudly, "Charlotte, lock the car doors. No matter what happens, don't get out of the car." For a short while, the only sound was the popping of bullets hitting the police car. Seeing that George did not fight back, the yellow-haired man realized something and leaned over the driver's seat to check. As soon as he stuck his head out, he saw the passenger door of the Chevrolet opened. Huang Mao was slightly startled. Huang Mao didn't care about Charlotte's existence at all, because from Charlotte's appearance, he looks like a nerd who is inexperienced in the world and a good student in high school. What he despised most were these cowardly good students. Huang Mao was a little dazed by Charlotte's actions, but he immediately grinned and aimed his gun at the exit of the co-pilot's seat. As long as Charlotte stuck his head out, he would attack. Looking at the cracked bulletproof glass in front of Charlotte, he guessed that Charlotte wanted to save George. "Charlotte, go back, George," who also noticed Charlotte's unusual movement, shouted at the top of his lungs. The yellow-haired man sneered, ready to shoot Charlotte and force George to surrender. Looking through the blurry and shattered bulletproof glass, Charlotte did not get out of the car immediately. Instead, he put a black object in his mouth and bit it. Then he bent down and stuck his head out of the car door. A black object shaped like a grenade rolled quickly from under the passenger door to under the chassis of the Dodge. In an instant, Huang Mao's head exploded. His hands were shaking as he held the Glock. The experienced driver's reaction gave him an immediate conditioned reflex. He stepped on the accelerator, and before his companion, who was shooting in the back seat, could react, the Dodge had already rushed out quickly. "Thank you for your generous gift." George covered his shoulder and was shocked. He knew there were no grenades in his car. He stood up and looked up, only to see that his walkie-talkie was crushed into pieces not far away. The adrenaline wore off, and George slumped to the ground. Pain overwhelming him, it's not that he didn't want to get up. But George only then discovered that his right leg was also grazed by a bullet. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and called Hank. "Hank, I'm near the Lincoln Tunnel, and there's a shootout. Repeat. There's a shootout here." There were 2 suspects in the other Dodge car, both of whom were armed with guns and had already fled. "I was shot and can't move for the time being. But fortunately, the wound is not serious, and no vital parts are injured. Request for support, request for support. Oh my God." Hank exclaimed, "Hold on, George, we'll be there soon." After Dodge left, Charlotte got out of the car immediately, ran quickly to George's side, and checked George's injuries. The scrapes on George's legs restricted his movement, and the gunshot wound to his left shoulder was not serious. Looking at Charlotte, who was helping him, George said, "Kid Tilda, fortunately, I have you this time. Otherwise, I would be dead." It was confirmed that George's injury was not serious. Friends who are often shot know that even being shot in the limbs is very dangerous. And it is a very serious injury that cannot be treated by oneself and can only be treated in the hospital for surgery. This may cause tendon rupture, shrapnel retention, nerve damage, and leave sequelae once you get shot. Recovery is slow and troublesome. So the scene of being shot and acting as if nothing happened can only happen in the movie world. But that tilde, this is the movie world. So it's okay, tilde tilde, the shoulder injury is just a minor injury and will not prevent George from masturbating. Without saying anything, Charlotte picked up the injured George in a princess hug. George's face immediately turned as red as a monkey's butt. His face turned red not because of shyness, but because of anger. Being carried like a princess, what a joke, he is a 1.8-meter-tall policeman. Will he ever be able to see people again? Charlotte. What are you doing? Put me down now.